C shares as an amendment to the halibut and sablefish IFQ program. All vessel length restrictions and owner on board provisions would remain unchanged within the B and C class designations, and this discussion paper would only analyze the effects of removing the processing at sea restriction. And that motion passed 15-7, and both of these motions have rationale attached.
Thank you for the report. See if there's any questions on staff tasking. Mr. Cross. And Mr. Cross, it looks like your phone is on mute in the Adobe system.
All right. Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Ms. Christensen, on this second one, processing B and C sablefish IFQ on board, was there discussion about it going through the IFQ committee, or, because that's our normal process?
Yes, Mr. Cross, through the chair, thank you for that. There was discussion at the table about going through the IFQ committee. It was noted by some members of the panel that this type of item would be more appropriate for that committee, but it was also noted that the IFQ committee has not had a meeting, I think in over a year, and so the proponents of this item were not sure when the next IFQ committee meeting would occur.
Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Christensen, I have a question on the previous slide about the Gulf of Alaska, sablefish pot 3-year review. It could just be a matter of semantics, but I have a question. My recollection is that we did have the Gulf of Alaska sablefish pot's 3-year review scheduled for April 2020, and of course that meeting was canceled. And so I was just a little confused by the AP's reference to the tabled review process. That's typically an active council action that's taken. And I just wanted to ask a little bit about the discussion there. Was that the discussion in the AP in terms of just prioritizing it to get scheduled, or was there some discussion that people felt the council actually had taken proactive action to table that under whatever those terms mean under Robert's Rules of Order? Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Through the chair, the discussion at the advisory panel did not focus on the word tabled actually at all. The intent of the motion was to simply prioritize getting this review on the council's agenda at some point in 2021. There was recognition of the fact that it had been previously scheduled and that it is currently not on any of the meeting outlooks. So the focus was to get it on the schedule in 2021. But there was no discussion of tabling or any mention of that as an active action by the council.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up, Chair?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. And so linking to Mr. Cross's question a little bit, did the AP discuss at all whether the Gulf of Alaska sablefish pot 3-year review should go ahead at the council even if the IFQ committee doesn't have a meeting and have an opportunity to review the paper or the analysis prepared for that?
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Through the chair, the AP didn't have any discussion on the sablefish pot 3-year review going through the IFQ committee.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is not a question. This first part is not a question for Bruce, but I did want to say that I have been working with staff to schedule an IFQ committee meeting. My question about the AP discussion is it seems like there was a lot of focus in staff tasking on some IFQ items, and I'm curious if the AP had a broader discussion about how these priorities relate to the stated council priorities, things that are already on the schedule, like, you know, the BSAI COD program that we're working on, or some of the crab bycatch items that have been requested. Did you have a broad discussion about priorities, or was this sort of more along the lines of people brought some things up? Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Through the chair. Yes and yes. So there was recognition around the table at the AP meeting that given the situation that we are in with COVID and with virtual meetings, there was definitely some hesitancy voiced among some AP members about adding any new agenda items for council consideration. You know, there was recognition that we are facing, you know, many other priorities, and there's already scheduling restrictions, workload, restrictions. So that was acknowledged. On the flip side, it was also acknowledged, you know, specifically with the stable fish, BNC processing IFQ on board. It was not the intent for this motion to take priority in any way. It was recognized that this one, should not usurp any of the other agenda items currently scheduled by the council. So hopefully that answered your question. Yes, it did. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any further questions on the AP report? I don't see any, so thank you so much, Ms. Christensen, and we appreciate it. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, that will move us into agenda item C4, Cook Inlet Salmon FMP Amendment Initial Review. And we'll move to our staff presentation, but first Jim Armstrong will walk us through the plan here. And again, I'd remind members of the public that we have taken our AP and SSC reports, and so if you the deadline to sign up to testify will be at the end of this staff presentation. So with that, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Jim Armstrong. And actually, I'm going to hand it straight to Doug Duncan. He's got all of the introductory and procedural stuff built into the beginning of his presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Good morning, Mr. Duncan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Doug Duncan, staff with National Marine Fisheries Service, the Alaska Regional Office. And today, I just want to do a quick mic check before I go any further. Everybody got me loud and clear?
Hear you great.
Great, thank you. And so today I will be walking you through C4 agenda item, Cook Inlet Salmon Initial Review. So today the action, just to do a reminder and background to begin with, is to amend the salmon FMP and federal regulations to include the upper Cook Inlet EEZ drift gillet salmon fishery. So this is the salmon fishery that occurs in the EEZ, highlighted in the red area on the map in Cook Inlet. As Jim mentioned, we're at the initial review stage. We have the following materials available. The action memo is posted on the council agenda, along with the initial review draft of DEA, RIR, of course. This presentation, as well as presentations given to the SSC and AP. And then I believe there are also 5 public comments, written public comments that have been submitted on this agenda item. And so today the council will be reviewing the analysis and potentially selecting a preliminary preferred alternative going forward. So a little bit about today's presentation before we get into the meat of the topic. This builds on review that was, this agenda item came before the Council and SSC at both the April 2019 and June 2020 meetings. So rather than giving a comprehensive walkthrough of the document, this presentation is going to focus more on responses that we've made to previous comments received from both the Council and SSC, as well as other changes that have been made to the document along the way. However, certainly happy to stop for any questions that the Council has and dig more deeply into anything as needed. In addition to myself going through the presentation, we have also other work group staff available for questions, different pieces of this, there's varying expertise. Got Gretchen Harrington from the regional office, Forrest Bowers from ADFNG to answer questions on any elements of state management. Marcus Hartley from Northern Economics, who prepared the RIR for the action, along with Mike Downs from Midville Research, who did the work looking at the impacts on fishing communities. And then Jim Armstrong from council staff did a lot of work in leading the committee process and is available to answer questions on that. And Lauren Smoker from NOGC is also available to answer any questions relating to the litigation or legal elements of the action. Beginning with a little bit of background on council management of salmon in Alaska. So under the Alaska Salmon FMP, there's 2 major management areas. There's the east area, which is east of Cape Suckling, and then there is the west area, which is west of Cape Suckling, and pretty much encompasses the majority of the EEZ waters off Alaska. So this Cook Inlet is in the west area, and commercial salmon fishing in the EEZ is generally prohibited in this area, except for 3 traditional net fishing areas that are excluded from the FMP. So this is that portion of the Cook Inlet EEZ, a portion of the EEZ in the Alaska Peninsula, and a portion of the EEZ in Prince William Sound. So talking a little bit more about this, this goes back to Amendment 12 to the Salmon FMP, which was completed in 2012, and it updated the FMP to comply with additions to the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And one of the things that it did is it removed these 3 traditional net fishing areas from the Salmon FMP. And these were areas that are where drift gill net salmon fishing had traditionally occurred and had been managed by the state. So the removal of these areas from the FMP allowed the state to continue managing the commercial salmon fisheries that occurred there. This element was challenged by a lawsuit brought by the United Cook Inlet Drift Gill Net Association stakeholders. And then in 2016, there was an eventual Ninth Circuit Court ruling that ruled in favor of the plaintiffs. So in 2017, the council initiated action to address this. And along the way, there's some additional appeals that occurred and had the result of the court ordering the council to take final action on this agenda item by December 31st, 2020. So it's upcoming December. To address the action item, the council identified a purpose and need. The full one is stated in section 2.1 of the document on page 56. And just highlight the main point, the Council intends to amend the salmon FMP to manage the traditional net fishing area that occurs in the federal waters of Cook Inlet. So this action is only applicable to the Cook Inlet EEZ zone, not the other two that I mentioned, and only applicable to the commercial fishery that occurs there, not the recreational fishery. There are currently 3 alternatives under consideration. The first alternative would be no action, and this would continue to allow continue to defer management of the Cook EEZ to the state of Alaska. Under the court ruling, this action is not tenable or acceptable. However, as a requirement of NEPA, we have to analyze a no action alternative. Alternative 2, the first of the action alternatives would implement federal management of the EEZ with specific management measures delegated to the state of Alaska. So this would be a conceptually similar arrangement to the crab and scallop FMTs, where NIMS and the council are involved in the fishery and kind of more of an oversight and review process, while the state of Alaska and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game handle much of the in-season management and on-the-ground aspects of the fishery. Finally, we have alternative 3, which would be a federal management of the EEZ without any delegation to the state of Alaska. So this would have the impact of that NIMS and the council would manage the salmon fisheries that occurred in the EEZ, and then the state of Alaska would not have any involvement in that, but they would continue to manage the adjacent salmon fisheries that occur in state waters just on the other side of the line. Pause for just I don't think I see any questions, but pausing before I get into the doc changes that have been made to the document.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. I don't see any questions either.
Sounds good. So one of the biggest changes that we made to the document was just general improvements to the description and the comparison of alternatives. I would direct people in particular to look at the executive summary tables beginning on page 6. This attempts to provide a concise summary of each alternative and the impacts of it and potential options available under each item. And then the executive summary tables, ES2 provides some information on the decision points in the annual process. And ES3 provides information about some of the relationship to existing management work in the fishery. Talk a little bit more about that later. We've also worked to improve the parallel structure in the document, and this is kind of a comprehensive action. There's a lot of moving parts, and it may not be a conventional council topic, so we've worked to really lay it out as clearly as possible. And then finally, did a lot of streamlining of descriptions. There's elements of alternatives 2 and 3 that are closely related, such as the annual processing status determination criteria. So where they're the same, we've attempted to refer back to the previous section in order to avoid additional redundancy and highlight differences, and with the effect of hoping to highlight the differences between the alternatives rather than their similarities. At the June 2020 meeting, we got a lot of feedback from the SSC on the proposed status determination criteria for the document. So again, this was encompassed in my previous comments, but did a lot of work streamlining these in sections 2.4.4 and section 2.5.4. In addition, we finished developing and applying the status determination criteria and included this in the analysis of alternatives. So obviously, this is the federal status determination criteria would not be applicable to alternative 1, as the state would maintain management. So that analysis looks at the statement of salmon compared to escapement goals. And then the analysis of alternatives 2 and 3 in section 3.1.2 looks at how this new status determination criteria would have either constrained or modified historical salmon harvests in the fishery. So we look at seeing when if there's overfishing or an overfish status occurred, there are minimal instances of this, or when ACLs were exceeded. And in response to some discussion that we had at the AP, I wanted to clarify that under alternatives 2 and 3, the ACLs that would be the annual catch limits that would be set for the fishery are only applicable to the EEZ. They do not change what the state could do within their own waters. Moving on to talk about the annual process a little bit more broadly, as we've developed the description of the alternatives and working to try to describe what this would go from a theoretical description to really operationalizing the annual management process. Work to describe this. A good point back at the table ES2 and ES3 on page 8 is describing the decision points that the proposed salmon plan team, the SSC, and the council will be responsible for, as well as integration with existing management activity. And while there is some proposed discussion of the specific meetings that would lead to these outcomes, I want to emphasize that this is not intended to be wholly prescriptive in the FMT. We would want this to efficiently integrate with existing management activity in the council's schedule. So there's that being said, there's some flexibility there to exactly how those ACLs and status determination criteria would be carried out. Looking at the process through an infographic, thanks to Jim Armstrong from council staff for preparing this, looking at the different elements of the fishery and the pre-season process, the in-season process, and the post-season process. The pre-season process would really begin with the state forecast of salmon runs for a year. And then from this, the pre-season annual catch limits would be set under both alternatives 2 and 3. Under alternative 2, where management is delegated to the state of Alaska, this harvest specification process would closely resemble what was done for the crab specs, whereas under alternative 3, where a total allowable catch would need to be set pre-season for the fishery under federal management, this would more closely resemble the groundfish harvest specifications, where rulemaking would be required. So there'd be some additional timing sensitivities under alternative 3 due to that. Regarding the in-season process, under alternative 2, delegated management, the state would be responsible for in-season management, whereas under alternative 3, this would be a National Marine Fisheries Service, and they would be, under alternative 3, would monitor the catch and then close the commercial fishery that occurred in the EEZ when a TAC was reached. And then finally, the post-season process. Once the fishery wraps up for the year, under alternative 2, this is when overfishing would be evaluated, and as well under alternative 2, there would be a pre-season ACL. It would be the post-season ACL that would be evaluated based on realized run size and fishery performance. That would ultimately be used for the overfishing determination. And then also when any accountability measures for the next year would be put in place, as well as the safe report stock assessment and fishery evaluation. So maybe I will pause here for questions about what I've presented so far.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Duncan. Appreciate this slide here to lay out the proposed process. If I'm reading it correctly, under the preseason box, under the federal side, there would be a preseason ACL established under both alternatives 2 and 3. Is that correct?
That is correct, Ms. Baker.
Follow-up, Chair?
Maybe
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I guess to clarify, I think that under alternative 2, we need to set a preseason ACL in order to satisfy the MSA requirements. However, it is after the fishery has occurred, a post-season ACL is used to determine whether any overfishing was occurred or whether ACLs were exceeded for the year. But the state would maintain the flexibility to make in-season management decisions that were consistent with achieving that postseason ACL rather than the preseason ACL. However, under alternative 3, with the restrictions, additional noticing requirements of the federal management system, that we would have to set our harvest limit, our TAC, pre-season, and then those would be our management numbers in season. However, the status of the stock would, of course, be determined post-season based on realized run size.
Ms. Baker, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, really quickly, Chair. So thank you for that clarification. So just to make sure that I understand, under alternative 2, there would be a preseason ACL specified, and that would be published in the harvest specifications rule. However, the state, of course, as you mentioned, would manage under the process it has, and then the post-season ACL would be the process for evaluating the fishery against status determination criteria. Do I have that correct?
Through the Chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that is correct.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions before we move on? Okay, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you. So we're going to transition to thinking about the catcher accounting requirements that we have as a federal fishery managed under the MSA. I think one of the challenges of approaching this from an analytical perspective and maybe more generally is that under the previous management regime, the EEZ state waters boundary has never been an important management line in the fishery. So there was the statistical areas and harvest reporting is not done with respect to whether those removals occurred in the EEZ or in state waters. However, under both action alternatives, we would need to know what harvests were occurring in the EEZ and what harvests were occurring in state waters separately. And
I'm controlling your microphone right here.
I'll pause for a moment. Any feedback or additional talking?
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Apologize for that. Remind members of the public to please mute your phones. Okay. I think we're good, right. Mr. Duncan.
I'll continue on then. So under alternative 2, we need to know where these harvests occurred in order to inform the status determination criteria and annual catch limits process. And for NIDSWIC to propose a method to do this, we identified the following items.
Sorry, Mr. Duncan, I apologize. Mr. Ma, please mute your phone. Okay, let's try again, Mr. Duncan.
Okay. So for alternative 2, we would need the following monitoring, record keeping, and reporting measures to differentiate where harvest occurred. First off, we need a federal fisheries permit in order to allow implementation of these items. And this would be a federal fishing logbook where location of harvest would be recorded. And then we would also require reporting at the time of landing via either fish tickets or e-landings with specific statistical areas that are representative of either the EEZ or state waters. Under alternative 3, we need this data again for the status determination criteria and setting of annual catch limits. However, we also need it for the purposes of in-season management, as with under alternative 3, there is a federal TA, total allowable catch specific to the EEZ. So in-season managers would need to know precisely what the numbers were so they could make a decision to close the fishery at the appropriate time. So again, we have under alternative 3, the agency has identified the federal fisheries permit, a logbook, and e-landings reporting. However, we also would add the requirement of VMS so we could ensure compliance with federal open areas for the vessels participating in the fishery. And I'll speak a bit more to that in the following slide. But before I do, just also indicating the other requirements that we need to satisfy through these monitoring, record keeping, and reporting measures. And those are bycatch accounting for National Standard 9. There's no existing data on bycatch in the fishery, so we need to improve the information available for that. And then in addition, we also have the requirement to have a standardized bycatch reporting methodology, an SBRM. And so under both of the alternatives, this would be fulfilled by the logbook and reporting at the time of landing requirement. Highlighting a new section of the document that's closely related to what I just talked about. That's the management enforcement considerations, section 4.8, page 287. And this is kind of the rationale for the reporting required under alternatives 2 and 3, as well as some of the other management considerations that come into play. I think that alternative 2 is fairly straightforward, just in that it's delegated to the state. They have the existing infrastructure and would be managing both the EEZ and state waters fishery more closely. However, under our alternative 3, where there's a separate state waters fishery and a separate EEZ fishery, there's some additional considerations. So under alternative 3, we would not allow mixed fishing trips, the trips where fishing occurred both in the EEZ and state waters. Again, because we have that TAC and we need to accurate information to be able to make closure decisions. The VMS requirement ensures that we can monitor the federal participants in the fishery. However, there'd still be the adjacent state waters fishery, and with vessels that are not participating in the EEZ fishery, obviously we can apply any monitoring requirements to them, but given the large number of participants, I think over 400 vessels frequently, have concerns about state participants crossing into federal waters. So one of the ways that was one of the main ideas that was put forward as a way to address this would be to have non-concurrent openings of the EEZ fishery and the state waters fishery. This would simplify enforcement and monitoring so that be more obvious which fishery vessels were participating in based on the day. And just noting that there's some additional impact analysis that needs to be done to look at what would be expected to happen as a result of this. Another new section of the document is section 2.6. This is alternatives considered but not moved forward for analysis. And this addresses the recommendations of the Cook Inlet Salmon Committee. The council heard these in a committee report at the June meeting. And most of them dealt with expanding the jurisdiction of federal waters into the state water salmon fishery, which is inconsistent with the limits in the council's jurisdiction. So we provide a comprehensive rationale for addressing the recommendations of the Salmon Committee in section 2.6. Take a drink of water and I'll move on in a moment.
Looking for
Okay, so moving along to Chapter 3 of the document, the environmental assessment. We've worked to improve the information analysis available in all sections of this, but our findings are consistent with what we presented at the preliminary review version of the document, and that's that no significant environmental impacts are expected. The biggest changes were made in section 3.1, the impacts to Alaska salmon stocks, and this has the application of the proposed status determination criteria, looking at the impact that would be had on removals. But regardless of that, we would of what happens in any changes in removals in federal waters, we would still expect all salmon surplus to escapement gulls to be harvested in state waters fisheries. In the marine mammal section, the Cook Inlet beluga section, again, we worked with Protected Resource Division to update the information available there. Again, we don't expect any significant impacts of the alternatives. However, it was noted that within Cook Inlet, there are salmon stocks that are not monitored directly for escapement, either through a monitored using an index stock or historical catch. And it was mentioned that because we don't have escapement information available, there is less information to assess, or less detailed information to assess the adequate prey availability for beluga whales. So being that belugas consume salmon and they need a sufficient number to forage successfully. However, again, based on available information, this does not appear to be this is not a significant impact, but just noting that that would provide improved information. We added a cumulative effects to habitat section, 3.6.2, addressing some of the other non-fishing impacts to salmon habitat that may be occurring in Cook Inlet. This also is responsive to what we've heard from stakeholders. And then finally, in section 3.6.3, the SOC provided me with some helpful resources to update the potential impacts of climate change. Moving on to chapter 4 of the document, the RIR, just some of the general additions and comments that were made. As previously, an e-logbook had been proposed, and cost estimates that had been prepared for a crab fishery were used to inform that. We clarify it. There's some concern that those may have inflated costs. Clarify that at this point we would expect given the simplicity of the logbook requirements, expect a paper logbook to be used, which would be provided at no cost to participants. And this would be a federal logbook that would be administered by the National Marine Fisheries Service. As I noted, under Alternative 3, where VMS is required, we provide some information about cost offsets that are available that would help out participants subject to this requirement on page 280 of the document. And then impacts to processors, particularly with a possible requirement for e-landings are evaluated in section 4.7.2.2.7, just with a general note that most of the volume in the fishery landings are already, most processors are already using e-landings. And then finally, Mike Downs has provided some additional information about the historical closing of 2 processors in Milchik and some of the logistical considerations that were related to that. Moving on to conclusions for the RIR, Alternative 1, the no action alternative would not change state management of the commercial upper Cook Inlet commercial drift gillnet fishery for salmon in either federal or state waters. And harvest levels would simply fluctuate due to existing natural variability. So didn't expect any impacts from Alternative 1. Under Alternative 2, talked about the process for setting ACLs, and we would have those preseason ACLs that would be set. However, these would be evaluated postseason based on realized run strength, and if no overfishing is occurring, then harvest would be not expected to be different from Alternative 1, as it was found that state management previous state management in the fishery was largely consistent with the proposed status determination criteria. So we would expect no significant impacts from Alternative 2. However, if there were ACLs that were exceeded or overfishing occurred, then we would expect reductions in harvest. And just to note, under Alternative 2, these overfishing could be addressed by state management actions. If it was deemed adequate, no further federal action would be required. And then coming around to Alternative 3. Alternative 3 is definitely the most significant departure from existing conditions and management in the fishery. Again, we have the preseason ACL requirements, but also we would need to set our total allowable catch preseason due to the constraints of the federal process. And given that this is set on a forecast, there's some additional scientific and management uncertainty involved with that. So they would have these catch limits in the EEZ would have to be set conservatively. Once a TAC was attained, then no additional commercial harvest in the EEZ would be allowed. And I think it's important to note that this is a mixed species, mixed stock fishery. So when a TAC for one species is reached, it's likely that there would not be additional fishing opportunity. That would close fishing opportunity for other species in the EEZ as well to avoid over-harvesting the stock. And so as a result of this, we would expect lower harvest in the EEZ for the upper Cook Inlet drift gillnet fleet on average. And that's another potential management option under Alternative 3 is a closure of the Cook Inlet EEZ. And as currently analyzed under Alternative 3, we would only expect this. So we would expect to have a fishery when possible, but if there was either a conservation concern or the state had increased their harvest in state waters, then a total closure of the EEZ might occur in order to avoid overfishing, or if information and management measures needed to evaluate this were not in place. But this would be responsive to conditions in the fishery, and we wouldn't be, under Alternative 3 currently, wouldn't be going would be taking the closure of the EEZ as a proactive management approach. And again, just reiterating that to support management and catch accounting, the EEZ fishery would need to be non-concurrent with the state waters fishery. And I think with that, I will move on and take any questions that council members have.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Duncan. I have a general question about the last couple of slides that you had about the RIR conclusions for alternatives 2 and 3, and the slides seem to focus on essentially the conclusions were that there would be new process steps required under both alternatives, and the slides also highlighted potential impacts that were, as far as I could tell, generally negative in the sense that they could restrict fishing in the EEZ. So did the RIR identify benefits from alternatives 2 and 3, since we are required to evaluate net national benefits when it comes to these actions?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think that certainly benefits in the sense that I think avoiding overfishing over the long term increases net benefits to the nation. But as far as I think there's, given that state management in the fishery appears to be consistent with the proposed federal status determination criteria under existing management action, that there would be the action alternatives do add additional burden both to management agencies and fishery participants.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan, Mr. Chair. I do have a follow-up related to the federal logbook that would be required under both alternatives 2 and 3. You were clear about that it was a federal logbook program. Needed to do a portion catch by the EEZ versus state waters, primarily to help with standard bycatch reporting methodology, as I understand it. But I just wanted to ask, it's a federal logbook. Would that information primarily be used through the SAFE and plan team process, or is there some expectation that the state of Alaska would use the information in the logbooks for management purposes under alternative 2?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, the information collected through the logbooks would primarily be to inform the federal process, the salmon planting and the SSC as they work through the status determination criteria and set annual catch limits. There's no expectation that this would change management for the state in state waters fisheries.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that. Chair, is it all right if I ask one more question?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. And just to make sure that I am clear on what the alternatives in front of us would do, it is pretty clear that, I think, from reading the analysis, that alternative 3 may result in no commercial opening in the EEZ if certain conditions are met, or are not met, excuse me. And that's specifically described as option 2 under the status determination criteria. And it's not clear to me, would this be an annual determination made by NIMS under alternative 3, or is option 2 a policy choice for the council to make? Can you help me understand the intent for alternative 3 there with respect to the option 2 we have in front of us?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, I attempt to speak to that. So I think as is largely interpreted by the analysts, the option to close the BEZ as currently described would be a kind of an annual determination by the agency based on all the conditions described, appropriate data to manage the fishery, harvestable surplus in the EEZ. So that's how it was interpreted in the analysis. As I talked about in the background section, the council has made a policy choice for most of the west area to close commercial salmon fishing in the EEZ to allow the management of salmon fisheries to occur in state waters. So I think that is as in the document, it's currently an annual determination, but that's certainly something that the council could choose to implement as a proactive management approach rather than a reactive management approach.
Ms. Baker, did you have a follow-up?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. That was very helpful. I was trying to get clarification on the scope of the alternative. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite. Mr. Twite, it looks like you're muted on the Adobe system.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Duncan. I have a question about Alternative 3 and enforcement costs relative to the point about non-concurrency, which I think is accurate. I think that's an insightful conclusion that would be an outcome of Alternative 3 for more reasons than just the point about enforceability. I think it'd also be extremely difficult for the council in season to match the state regulations in season. So I think drift from the council's pre-season establishment of regulations would be inevitable. But that led me to some questions about enforcement that I didn't see answers to in the review document. And so, because it strikes me that certainly non-concurrent openings increase enforcement costs. Probably, I mean, just approximately, in a way you could think that they double them because you've got two different sets of fisheries. And I did not see that addressed per se, just that enforcement costs would rise just because the number of openings would rise, but it also led me to questions about enforceabilities. I'm aware that there's a joint enforcement agreement between the state of Alaska and NPFMC, so I don't know how much of that increase in enforcement would end up being borne by the state of Alaska, having to patrol both state water openings and federal water openings, and whether the joint enforcement agreement and the funding that goes with that would provide sufficient reimbursement to the state for that additional enforcement burden, or whether NPFMC would shoulder those additional enforcement costs. And I'm wondering if I missed something in the document regarding those kinds of costs. And maybe I'm asking questions that would be difficult to even ascertain, but it struck me as a fairly important provision because enforcement costs of this, I think, are going to be fairly large.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think that you raised a number of good points right there. We did not specifically look at the use of the joint funds, which you mentioned. I think that given some of the the management uncertainty and what the fishery may look like in any given year under Alternative 3. It's sort of challenging to estimate. It's obviously in the event that there's an EEZ closure, we may not have any or significant additional enforcement costs in a year. And then also in the, if you, as a general comment about the fishery, harvests in the EEZ usually occur earlier in the season. So it is possible that with the non-concurrent openings that maybe the first part of the fishery would just occur in the EEZ, and the state waters wouldn't be open during that period. So it may result in not a net increase in number of days. However, I don't think that we have the information available to determine that. But I do think it will be important to provide any information that we can, and certainly look into how those costs will be attributed under the agreement, under various management scenarios.
Mr. Twite?
Thanks. I appreciate that. I would just caution you not to assume that the run would somehow pass through the EEZ before really arriving in state waters. There's a lot of salmon headed to a lot of areas over some pretty broad run timing curves. And certainly the fisheries in the EEZ, the initial fisheries in the EEZ could well occur before the initial fisheries. But by the time we're at the peak of the run, there's fish everywhere.
Yeah, certainly.
Further questions on staff report? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for missing this question the first time. Mr. Duncan, I'm wondering, you referenced the proposed process, federal process that would be outlined under Alternatives 2 and 3. You referenced tables ES2 and ES3 in the document. And so you also suggested that the intent of this proposed process was not to be prescriptive necessarily in the FMP. But I guess my question is this a proposed process, details of which could be determined, or it's fairly extensive in the sense that a new plan team would be created. The SSC would have to take on a new process, a new species for harvest specifications, and of course the council would have to do the same. So my question, I guess, is I hear what you're saying about the process isn't meant to be prescriptive, but is it optional? I mean, what components of it are required if it's not all required? Thanks.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think that's a good question, and perhaps I described that poorly. Certainly, we have the goalposts in the process really are the status determination process, the setting of annual catch limits, and then the harvest specifications, particularly under Alternative 3. And for Alternative 3, there is looking at the table of contents. There is a process that's kind of outlined in section 2.5.6. So I think, again, they've got the OFL ABC harvest specifications that we need to certainly get every year and have them published in time in the Federal Register before the fishery begins. I think my comments about the proposed process were It's like the things like the number of plan team meetings, or also, certainly the state of Alaska has much of the management information that would be needed to implement this process that they already collect and conduct separately. But a lot of that information will be needed in the federal process to have the fishery. So I think the proposed process is that the table ES2 and maybe particular ES3 are looking at what management activity was already occurring for the fishery and how that might be integrated into this new federal process. But certainly it doesn't obligate the state to change what they're doing, aside from to what extent they choose to participate in the process. I realize that may be somewhat convoluted, but hopefully it was address your questions, and I'd be happy to work with a follow-up.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. That was helpful, and I appreciate the clarification. I guess it's safe to say I do appreciate the tables using as a foundation the already established process by the state, and incorporating that into the federal oversight process. It's just, from your response, I think it's safe to say that there is definitely an additional layer of process that would need to be added on under both alternatives 2 and 3. So thank you for that, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any final questions on the staff presentation? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Mr. Armstrong, anything else before we move into public testimony?
No, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that will move us into public testimony. Let me refresh the list here. Okay, we have 5 people signed up to testify. I again would reference we also have 5 comment letters as well. So again, 5 people signed up. Hannah Heimbuck will be first. Following Ms. Heimbuck will be John McCombs, then David Martin, Steve Bannock, and then Roland Ma. Just a reminder that individuals have 3 minutes. Organizations have 6 minutes. We will be running a timer on the screen, but please note that it mixed reliability, I think, with the timer. So I will be timing from my end as well, and we'll let you know when your time is up. John, Dave Martin, Steve Bannock, and then Roland Ma. Members of the public, please mute your phones until it is your time to testify. Okay, do we have Ms. Heimbuck available?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. Good morning.
Good morning. Hannah Heimbuck, Cook Inlet Drift Fisherman. And I still believe the best path forward here is collaborative management, and that the Council should signal their intention to the public by choosing a PPA. We need a path that doesn't close the EEZ to commercial fishing and that doesn't erode Alaska's fundamental role managing salmon consistently across the state. The only option accomplishing that is Alternative 2. I'm concerned about Alternative 3 because NMFS lacks infrastructure and expertise for managing Alaska salmon, and that direction could very well lead to fishery closure. Collaborative management is an approach we use in other fisheries. Salmon does have additional complexity, and both alternatives do demand extra capacity and cost. But Alternative 2 is far less burdensome. It relies on existing systems and keeps the fishery open. This process has built a strong record showing the viability of Alternative 2, and the AP voted unanimously to recommend it move forward as a PPA. Now, speaking more broadly, I've been disappointed at the lack of public engagement on this So with that in mind, I am directing some comments to the people of Alaska. First, it's important we understand this decision is bigger than Cook Inlet. It's about whether Alaskans are going to sacrifice their role in managing an important salmon fishery and public resource. That's what Alternative 3 is to me, a sacrifice that is not acceptable. Second, as Alaskans, we need to confront the fact that this situation is a consequence of letting two organizations duke it out for 30 years to the detriment of everyone. We're all responsible for that. I've watched the iconic commercial and sportfish groups of Cook Inlet fight all my life, and their fight has become exponentially polarizing and damaging. The modern history of Cook Inlet is a guidebook for how to kill a fishery, one that once supported a robust processing sector, thousands of fishing families, world-class recreation, and a celebrated food source. Now we're watching Cook Inlet confish disappear, and in this process, we're surrounded by the noticeable silence of the major Sportfish Association. The silence of someone who thinks they're winning so handily they don't even need to be on the record anymore. I do not mistake that silence for inaction, and it does concern me. After watching my fleet, community, and family lose opportunity time and again through the state process, it should mean something that I'm advocating for it, that I stand by my state's right and responsibility to manage its fisheries and my right to fight about it in its entirety at the Board of Fish alongside those I share it with. Alaska stewards these public resources on our behalf. Declining a collaborative role, which is exercised in other fisheries and research management arenas, and choosing instead a pathway that essentially eliminates these fishing grounds is a deliberate choice to give up a fishery. No matter what sector you're from, that is not what the Alaskans I know believe in, and I encourage others to participate in this process in December. So to the Council, I urge you to focus on Alternative 2. Considering the very short time frame between initial review and final action, the very different possible outcomes, and the precedents this does set for other fisheries, it's vital to choose a PPA to show your intention and give stakeholders the opportunity to respond. We need to fully understand the potential impacts to our communities, and a PPA will absolutely help to focus that scrutiny. Thank you.
Apology. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Heinbuch. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Okay. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is John McCombs. Mr. McCombs, do we have you with us? Okay. I'm not hearing Mr. McCombs. In case you are online but unable to connect with us, we can circle back to you at the end. So with that, David Martin, are you available? Mr. Martin? Yeah.
He's muted.
Okay. Working on getting Mr. Martin unmuted.
You're muted.
Okay.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Can you hear?
Yes. Good morning. And Mr. Martin, I noticed that there's two of you signed up to testify on behalf of UCEDA, so only one can get the 6 minutes. Will that be you or Mr. Ma?
Be Mr. Ma, and John McComb is sitting here. For some reason, we can't get you can't hear us on the computer, but we're talking on the phone. So John's ready to talk.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Oh, Good morning, Mr. McCombs. Yes. Mr. Martin, I noticed that there's two of you signed up to testify on behalf of UCEDA, so only one can get the 6 minutes. Would that be you or Mr. Ma?
It'll be Mr. Mall. Mr. Mall, and John McComb is sitting here. For some reason, we can't get, he can't hear us on the computer, but we're talking on the phone, so John's ready to, you can hear to talk. Yeah, can hear. Oh.
Mr. Martin, can you press mute on your computer and see if that helps? Two of you signed up to testify on behalf of UCEDA, so only one can get the 6 minutes. Would that be you or Mr. Ma?
It'll be Mr. Mall. And John McComb is sitting here. For some reason,
Mr. Ma, on your computer, there is a speaker icon. Can you turn that off or just turn the volume on your computer down? Because we're hearing an echo through your phone. Mr. Ma?
Can staff help with the muting? Okay.
We can, now he's not able to talk on the phone.
Okay.
I need him, Mr. Ma, I need you to turn down the sound on your computer, and we'll only hear you through the phone. All right, that seems like it. Oh, he hung up.
Oh, shucks. Okay. Oh. Click.
How about, Mr. Ma, how about one of us, the admin staff, will call you, and we can walk you through the best way to testify. And if I understand, there's 3 of you on one phone line there that are sharing the same phone line. So we will call you right now on the phone.
I wonder if in the meantime we can have Steve Bannock testify. Mr. Bannock, are you available? Okay, so Council, let's stand down for just a couple minutes. Won't be our morning break, but let's just stand down for a little bit while staff is getting the public set to testify. So stay close, please.
Okay, he's joining. Do audio through that and video through that.
Hello.
Oh, hello, who's there? I was at Mr. McComb.
I think we have Roland Mall on the phone right now. Roland's phone's right here. Who's testifying first?
can you hear us?
Yes, we hear you great.
Okay, can we go back to John McComb? We finally got an audio through the phone here.
Okay, great. Thanks for sticking with us on this the new process here. Yes, Mr. McCombs.
You can sit there and
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for this opportunity. My name is John McCombs. Today I speak for myself. The state of Alaska has been out of compliance with Magnuson-Stevens Act for 30 years. MSA language clearly states the entire range, not just the federal waters and EEZ. We've been at this since 2012. We had a disastrous year, 2012, 2018, 2020 has been disastrous to Upper Cook Inlet fishermen. Over-escapement is not part of the maximum sustained yield or a sustainable fishery consistent with the 10 national standards of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Millions of fish have been wasted. Who will answer for this? Many families have been hurt. Your plan is flawed. That I disagree. Your plan is about restriction and rhetoric. not MSY management within the framework of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCombs. See if there's any questions. All right, thank you. So next up, David Martin.
Yeah, if you didn't, this is David Martin, testifying for myself. Roland Ma will be testifying for UCETA. Okay. Okay, here we go once again before this council, informing the council that their proposed FMP does not comply with any of the Ninth Circuit ruling, the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the 10 national standards, nor protects the national food supply, the commercial fisheries, fishermen's livelihoods, or the salmon resource itself. For over 10 years, we have informed this council of the state's mismanagement of the Cook Inlet salmon fishery. We were told to go through the process of going to the state's Board of Fish and the council process. We did, but to no avail. Mismanagement got worse. We went to the Ninth Circuit Court and the U.S. Supreme Court and won a ruling that the council was to develop an FMP for the Cook Inlet salmon fishery throughout the salmon range that was compliant with the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the 10 national standards, and to have input from the stakeholders through a salmon committee. The fishermen spent their time and money to give detailed scientific data and solutions that must be incorporated into the salmon FMP to be in compliant with the Ninth Circuit ruling, the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and 10 national standards, and to manage the Cook Inlet salmon resource for maximum sustained yield. None of the stakeholders' information, input, or data is being implemented in the proposed FMP. In the last 10 years, the mismanagement of the state has systematically collapsed the Cook Inlet salmon fishery. There are more surplus salmon entering the systems above biological escapement goals than what are commercially harvested now. This has resulted in most all young fishermen leaving Cook Inlet, substantial fleet reduction. Most all small processors are gone. Only 3 major processors are left. One economic disastrous season after another. The Magnuson-Stevens Act was passed by Congress to use the council to be the check and balance to oversee, to make sure that the states were managing the fisheries in compliance with MSA. The state is not, and the council is shirking its duty to make sure it does, and is not, in fact, is in fact enabling the state's continuation of their mismanagement policies and practices that is destroying the Cook Inlet salmon fishery, creating disastrous economic harm, and wasting a valuable national food source. In fact, the council has developed an FMP that turns over all Cook Inlet salmon management to the state and no oversight for Magnuson compliance. This proposed FMP is no more than the illegal Amendment 12 being resurrected by the council. It is illegal and is not in compliance with the Magnuson-Stevens and must be trashed, and a compliant FMP be developed with the stakeholder input. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Martin. See if there's questions. Thank you. Next up is Steve Bannock.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Bannock.
Thank you. My name is Steve Bannock. I live in Ninilchik. I've been in Alaska since 1964. I'm incorporating all of Dave Martin's testimony into mine. I've been fishing salmon since 1965, before limited entry. Limited entry law was established to make commercial fishing viable. I have an original salmon permit for Cook Inlet. The state has destroyed the reason limited entry was established. The state has mismanaged the fishery. You had a chance to remedy that, and you chose not to.
the U.S. Fish and Wildlife is able to limit the number of guides in the upper Kenai River. Obviously, they are infringing on state waters. Sounds like a precedent to me. You should have done the same. Now, it's up to you to make it was up to you to make an FMP that follows MSA. It is your job, not the job of the courts. It is the job of the courts to decide if you follow the law as written. It is clear that the law requires you to make an FMP that follows the definition of a fishery as defined in MSA. So you're not following MSA, so the courts will again decide if you are following the law or not. Since 1990, you haven't had an FMP. I've been fishing in Cook Inlet since 1966, salmon, and starting in the 1990s, the Rogue Board of Fish, I call it the Rogue Board of Fish, has stopped my fishing, and I'm 80 years old this year, and I was counting on retirement from the fishery. Well, that retirement has not existed because of the Rogue Boards of Fish and Game Rogue Board has prevented me from putting away money for a retirement. And I depend on Social Security, and that's it. So somebody has to pay for that. And I intend to see that I get a retirement that was coming to me from fishing under the limited entry law. So if I'm not around because it takes so long to get through the court systems, then my progeny will have to benefit from my lost retirement. Thank you for allowing me to indicate what is going on in my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bannock. Let's see if there's any questions. Okay. Right, last up will be Roland Ma. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Council. You all hooked up here? Can you hear me?
Sir.
I'll be testifying on behalf of UCEDA, as indicated to you. We thought we could all be at one computer in one spot to maybe make this easier for all parties, but I guess that didn't quite work out. First, I'd like to review for you what happened in 2020. This is the new information. Concerning sockeyes, we had the lowest harvest of sockeyes since statehood. About 88% loss of a recent average. That translates into a ex-vessel value for the drift fleet of about $4,400. This fishery just simply cannot survive at that level. In terms of fish, at the same time, the harvests were very poor. We saw between just the Kenai and the Kasilof about 1.1 million sockeyes in excess of the harvest needs or the escapement needs. And this is the third consecutive year that we've had very low harvests. And this is now 10 of 11 years where we've had under harvest and otherwise over escapement. On pinks, whether you might be aware of it or not, the pinks in Cook Inlet are on an even year cycle as compared to most other areas in the state where it's on an odd year cycle. But this year, coming into the fishery at the Anchor Point line was about 20 million pinks. Out of that 20 million or thereabouts, the harvest was a little over 300,000, which is less than 1.5% exploitation rate. The EEZ portion, and I put that in quotes, your version of the EEZ portion, it was about 1 in 2,000 pinks were harvested, which is a half of 1%. The under-harvest amounted to about 7 million pinks. And what you're proposing, you're really proposing a set of constraints in this management plan that puts us in a permanent condition of fishery disasters. The EEZ portion of the fishery occurs first, and once those salmon move north, there's no way or very little opportunity to harvest those fish simply because of the small size of the area and the speed at which these fish are moving through that non-EEZ portion. Hearing some other things, and I'd say these disasters from this summer are just not limited to Cook Inlet. Southeast has had its problems. Certainly Copper River was a disaster. Cook Inlet was a disaster. Chignik didn't even have an opening. AYK was, having its problems, as well as Norton Sound. So the Cook Inlet isn't standing out there by itself, as some others have suggested we are. We're not. There's many areas in the state are failing. I tried to address that issue in the issues paper that you received down in Homer a year ago, but as far as I could tell, there isn't a single thing that was said in that issue paper that was taken to heart. The other thing that is in the tier system as it presently is in the plan, it's not worked. If it was working so well, and that's what you're proposing into the future, then how do you account for these widespread disasters? The issue about non-concurrent openings, I think that's a huge artificiality. And I also agree that it's going to complicate things for enforcement as well as management. It doesn't solve anything. There seems to be somewhat of a misunderstanding, in my opinion, that just because there's going to be a delegation to the state, and that includes the EEZ portion, that doesn't nullify MSA and the national standards in the EEZ. That doesn't mean the state gets to do anything it wants out there in the EEZ. And I must say that the disaster we had this summer, that includes both the set and the drift gillnet fisheries in this area. In talking with staff, they have said on a number of occasions, well, we need a new FMP before we can do a safe report. Well, I think that's pretty hollow. We've had a fishery FMP since 1990 with major overhaul. We had other updates, and there hasn't been a safe report done. There isn't even one in sight. So making the claim we're going to have to wait for that in order to have a safe report, I think, is somewhat disingenuous. And I think I'll leave it right there. I have a few more notes, but I'll wait.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mah, for your testimony. I just wanted to ask, since you were testifying on behalf of UCEDA, we heard in the staff presentation that the National Marine Fisheries Service is obligated under a court order deadline to implement the fishery management plan by the end of 2021, I believe, and that would necessitate final action by this council by December 2020. And so does UCETA have a recommendation for council action with the alternatives that are in front of us in this analysis?
Well, first off, the deadline isn't one that we suggested. That was one that the National Marine Fisheries Service suggested to the court, and the court simply agreed with that. That's the deadline. As far as the alternatives, I think there's still work to be done here in light of what went on this summer. And as I pointed out in the letter to the council, the state is quickly losing its ability to manage these fisheries, disengaging for budgetary reasons on all kinds of survey projects, test boats, smolt work, just the basic science that needs to go on to manage a fishery. I just don't think the FMP, as it's presently constituted, recognizes some of the realities that we're in now. Certainly, I'm not going to necessarily bring COVID into it, but that's been a bit of a game changer in terms of our ability to make assessments. But I just think there's a fair bit more work to be done, and would encourage that.
Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Quick follow-up. And so is my interpretation of your response correct that UCETA does not support any of the alternatives that are currently in front of the council for consideration? Is that correct?
Not as they're presently constituted. We see there's major deficiencies, and particularly, in all of them, all three of the alternatives. I think there are other alternatives that could have been considered, but you've chose not to, and we wish that not be the case, because I think in not choosing some other alternatives or bringing other alternatives forward, you preemptively stop some discussions that I think could have been very beneficial for all parties.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mall.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ma, for your testimony. My question was on these low exploitation rates that you quoted. You said there was 20 million fish run in Cook Inlet this year, and that harvest was only 300,000, and that quoted that low exploitation rate. And just for my education, trying to understand this, is this low exploitation? First of all, did these numbers, are these from the state of Alaska estimates that we all see, or is this and what's the reason for the low harvest? Was it the limited area that you're able to fish, or the limited number of days of openings, or COVID year, or what's the reason that you've experienced this especially low exploitation rate this year?
Thank you. The 20 million reference was just to pink salmon. That does not include cohos, chums, and sockeye. That was just on the pinks. The number, that comes from some managers who have managed this fishery for the last 2 or 3 decades, as well as individuals that are on the grounds, whether it be on the beaches, processors. There's any number of ways we can back into that number in terms of how it was derived, and be happy to do that. One of them being a catch per unit effort. But no, the department has not made that determination, and that's primarily coming out of the tier system, because pinks right now are relegated to that tier 3, which means you don't do any assessments. And I think that's very dangerous, as well as having perhaps some legal issues with it as well. The why were those harvests not allowed? The Board of Fish at the meeting not even a year ago in February of this year, made provisions in our management plans to allow for pink salmon harvest, to specifically harvest the surplus pinks. And that simply did not occur. That was a decision that was made by the management and primarily right out of the office of the commissioner. And I don't mind saying that because I had those discussions with the commissioner personally as to how we might be able to facilitate that surplus pink harvest. But that's the concern, is that if that's what this plan means as we go forward, then, where are the boundaries in terms of foregoing harvest? And I would think other areas of the state, I mean, if any other area of the state or other states even, if you just stood by and chose not to fish and allow a harvestable surplus, a very modest one of 7 million out of a 20 million run go by, there would be a fair bit of uproar, and rightfully so. But anyway, that's part of the answer. Thank you.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ma. That answers my question. I've got some things to think about here, but thanks for clarifying that. And I did know though that was only pinks, by the way. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further questions for Mr. Ma? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes our public testimony on this agenda item. Let's go ahead and take a break and come back at 10 o'clock to see what action the council wants to take. Reminder to council members, if you have a motion to please email that in and we can get that potentially posted. All right, let's come back at 10 o'clock Alaska time. Okay. All right, council, please come to order. All right, are we ready for action? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that we emailed to council staff.
Okay, looks like they are posting it. Stand by for a minute. All right, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion reads, the council recommends releasing the initial review draft for public review, considering SSC comments as applicable, for final action at the December 2020 council meeting with the existing purpose and need statement and the following revised alternatives. Added text is shown in bold and deletions are shown in strike through. And I'll just read the changes, Mr. Chair. Alternative 1, no action, no recommended changes. Alternative 2, federal management of the commercial fishery in the EEZ with specific management measures delegated to the state. Amend the salmon FMP to include the Cook Inlet EEZ in the FMP's fishery management unit in the west area and establish a federal management regime for the salmon fishery that delegates specific management measures to the state of Alaska to use existing state salmon management infrastructure in compliance with the Magnuson-Stevens Act and Ninth Court ruling. And no recommended further changes in Alternative 2. Alternative 3, federal management of the commercial fishery in the EEZ. Amend the salmon FMP to include the Cook Inlet EEZ in the FMP's fishery management unit in the west area and apply federal management to the portion of the fishery that occurs in the EEZ. Alternative 4, federal management of the commercial fishery in the EEZ with the EEZ closed to commercial fishing. Amend the salmon FMP to include the Cook Inlet EEZ in the FMP's fishery management unit in the west area and apply federal management by extending the west area prohibition on commercial salmon fishing in the EEZ to the Cook Inlet EEZ. And with a second, I'll speak to the motion, Mr. Chair.
I'll second that.
All right, seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we've discussed in this agenda item thus far, the council is on track to take final action at its December 2020 meeting. This schedule should provide NMFS with sufficient time to complete the secretarial review of the FMP amendment and implementation of applicable regulations by the start of the 2022 Cook Inlet commercial salmon fishing season, as directed by the court order. The new language in this proposed motion in the descriptions of alternatives 2 and 3 are intended to clarify that these actions are only applicable to the commercial fishery in the EEZ. And so those changes are recommended to just make that very clear. I also want to note that the recommendation of an added alternative 4 in the motion does not expand the range of alternatives as I understand it. Currently in alternative 3, there are 2 separate options for establishing status determination criteria and annual catch limits that have very different outcomes. Alternative 3 in this motion would remain federal management under the option 1 structure, where annual status determination criteria and harvest limits are established for federal waters of Cook Inlet. The new alternative 4 is federal management under the option 2 structure, under current alternative 3, where salmon harvest is prohibited in the federal waters of Cook Inlet. And just again, to put a finer point on that, closing the EEZ to salmon fishing was and is the potential outcome of the current alternative 3, but those impacts were not explicitly analyzed in the alternatives, in the analysis. And so this new alternative structure more clearly delineates the council's policy options for amending the FMP to include the Cook Inlet EEZ and should allow for a more transparent analysis of the potential impacts and comparison among the alternatives. And I would anticipate that the analysis of the new Alternative 4 will include the National Standard Impacts Analysis of Alternative 4 on the drift gillnet fleet, communities, and all other affected resource components, as is standard. I would think the next analysis would also include an evaluation of whether Cook Inlet salmon can be fully harvested in state waters, the potential for gear conflicts, and the differential harvest impacts on different stocks further up Cook Inlet. And I believe these recommendations were also contained in the SSC report as well. And finally, Mr. Chair, before we get to questions, I'm not recommending a preliminary preferred alternative in this motion, as I think the addition of a new alternative in this motion and some of the discussion on the record today with staff, at least from the state of Alaska's perspective, and I think the council's perspective as well, we're still evaluating the costs and potential benefits of creating a separate management structure for the portion of the fishery that occurs in the Cook Inlet EEZ. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, opening the floor for questions. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I appreciate the addition of Alternative 4, as I think it helps immensely with transparency as we work through which option to choose. This has always been an option, but unfortunately it has, because of our structure of how we've looked at the alternatives previously, it's always been a little buried, and I think given that it is, I think maybe a viable option. I think it's important to really pull it out, set it up as its own alternative, so that we can make sure that we are looking at all the potential ramifications. I think the construction, by reminding us that this is part of an existing salmon FMP with an existing closure, with an existing prohibition on commercial salmon fishing, also helps me think this through. I'm trying to recall all of the justifications that the council relied on for the existing prohibition on commercial salmon fishing in the remainder of the EEZ, other than the 3 areas that it exempted. And I was pretty sure I could remember a couple of them, but I couldn't remember all of them. I'm wondering if, in constructing this motion, if you took a look at those justifications and if you remember the range of justifications for that prohibition.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Twite, for pointing that out. That is the intent of the motion, is to have an alternative that extends the closure that exists in the west area. I think there are a couple of reasons that has been the long-standing policy of the council in the west area in terms of the EEZ. And specific to Cook Inlet, I think that, well, actually starting back up, I think the general reason for the general prohibition in the EEZ is that salmon fisheries are generally best managed by the state. There's infrastructure and process set up, and generally speaking, for most salmon fisheries, the bulk of harvest takes place in state waters and is fully utilized within state water fisheries. And so in terms of the reason that I think it's applicable to continue looking at that approach in terms of prohibiting commercial salmon fishing in the EEZ for Cook Inlet, I think the federal process that we're faced with here that we heard in the staff presentation would be necessary to comply with the Magnuson-Stevens Act requirements, but that quite frankly add very little and even add costs to the state management process, the council process, and NIMS that I think we consider under the context of the analytical structure we have to look at in weighing net national benefits, if it is appropriate to consider closing the EEZ, given that in Cook Inlet there's large utilization of the fish in state waters, and there are a lot of differential impacts to consider. And so I think it was important to get that in the analysis at this point in time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite?
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I wanted, this is really just to process, if you can explain to me whether the addition of alternative 4 supplants the need for retaining option 2 under alternative 3, or whether that option still remains.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball. And I will give my perspective and would ask staff to correct me if I've got it wrong, but my understanding is that under the proposed alternative 3 in this motion, federal management of the commercial fishery in the EEZ, that that NIMS would have authority to manage the EEZ, and that it would have in its regular in-season management authority the option to close the EEZ to commercial salmon fishing. And it's still not quite clear to me, frankly, if that would be an annual decision or if it could just be made by NIMS independently for a longer period of time. But I think what I've understood and would appreciate clarification perhaps from staff is that alternative 3 encompasses NIMS's decision to make a determination for option 1 or option 2 under its regular authority, and there's really no need to have the options. The decision under alternative 3 will entirely take place with NIMS, and alternative 4 separates the policy option for the council to make a decision to have federal management of the commercial fishery in the EEZ with the EEZ closed to commercial fishing. And again, I would request staff if there's any additional clarification for the alternative 3 option 2 that I missed or did not characterize correctly, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Armstrong or Mr. Duncan or other staff?
Mr. Chairman, Doug Duncan, staff with National Marine Fisheries Service. I believe that Rachel characterized that correctly. I think that certainly NIMS would need to retain the ability to close the EEZ under conditions that precluded a fishery in any given year under alternative 3. And I think that, as Rachel mentioned, that would be a kind of an annual determination based on the conditions under alternative 3.
Mr. Chair, follow up.
Go, Ms. Kimball.
Oh, because I think this was in response to my question, but if I could clarify then, Mr. Duncan, you're saying that option 2 is inherent in NIMS management authority under alternative 3. So a separate option really doesn't make a lot of sense to pull out. I mean, it's good to talk about in the analysis that could be an outcome based on looking at all of the status determination criteria, but it's not something that's a separate decision as a separate option under alternative 3. If there is federal management, NIMS has the ability to close the EEZ on an annual basis if needed according to the criteria.
Mr. Duncan.
Yes, I believe that interpretation is correct, and I think maybe I joined this analytical process a little bit after its beginning, but I think that maybe just in the development of the alternatives, that maybe there was a decision to do this separately, and then it was brought back together. So maybe that yields some of the confusion that surrounding this.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Then as a follow-up to Ms. Baker, the alternative 4 instead makes a decision in the FMP itself to close the Cook Inlet EEZ to commercial fishing and makes that determination, and it stays in place unless and until the council amends its FMP again. Is that the difference, Ms. Baker?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Ms. Kimball, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to Ms. Baker for the motion. My question was very, very similar to Ms. Kimball's last question. So you've spoken, and the analyst spoke briefly, and I've heard it at the AP and the SSC, that the process involved, for example, under Alternative 3, where NIMS makes these decisions on an annual basis or in-season basis, would set up quite a complex structure, and so it would be bureaucratically heavy, perhaps I could say. And so there is that problem with it. On the other hand, in the event, if you had Alternative 4 that put it in regulation in the FMP, there is quite a process to change the council's mind on that. And so did you weigh those different processes and the burden imposed by each of them as you propose this Alternative 4, or do you think that will come out in the analysis so we could see what the relative bureaucratic burden is on each of those alternatives?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Dr. Balsiger. I think, yes, to the degree that we had information in the analysis, I did weigh those factors and in terms of considering whether to add Alternative 4 to provide another clear, distinct policy alternative for the council. I think it was pretty clear from particularly the regulatory impact review analysis, the preliminary results anyway, in the initial review, that there are definitely additional costs associated with both Alternatives 2 and 3 for the council, for the National Marine Fisheries Service, and for the state of Alaska. And I think it's very important that we consider those as part of our decision on this action. I think on the other side of that, yes, of course, as was somewhat analyzed in the current initial review analysis of Alternative 3, Option 2, where the commercial fishery in the EEZ would be closed as a result of a National Marine Fisheries Service decision. I think the analysis does cite the potential impacts to fishery participants by that particular option, and I would expect to have a more thorough analysis of that if this motion passes and we go forward with an analysis of Alternative 4. I did speak to some specific things that I would expect to see perhaps more clearly described in the analysis at the recommendation of the SSC, for example. Like I said, the evaluation of whether Cook Inlet salmon can be fully harvested in state waters, potential for gear conflicts and differential harvest impacts on different stocks and fisheries further up Cook Inlet. And so I think that will be particularly helpful for the next version of the analysis and help the council evaluate these alternatives to determine which is the best course of action for consistency with the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the other requirements that we're subject to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Dr. Balsiger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Ms. Baker. I appreciate that answer. That was very helpful. No further questions.
Thank you. Any further questions before we go to amendments? Okay. Any amendments to offer? Seeing none, comments on the motion? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I support it. I understand why you've done what you've done on this to provide some clarification to the public. On alternative 3 that was a little vague, I think we'll get a better clarification on the next iteration. I was encouraged to see a public comment that provided some suggestions for a path forward within the analysis that we have. There are hundreds of participants in this fishery, and I hope that when we get this document back for final action, that we'll see some written and oral comments that help the council reach a decision on the points that are before us. I think if there's a dissent against the overall proposal, that's appropriate as well, but giving the council guidance at a stage like this is really critical for us to be able to provide a document that meets the needs of participants. So hopefully the next iteration will provide a broader range of written comments so that we can try to make this document be responsive to the needs of the stakeholders in a way that will make it acceptable to the largest number of people. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll thank Ms. Baker for her motion. I think it adds a little bit more to the process. It'll make it a little easier to understand, and it will help with some of the complications that we experienced during the process. Well, it does make it make one more a little bit clearer, to put it that way. And I do concur with Mr. Mesereau too. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I just want to express my support for that. And I thought it really does, by separating the options under Alternative 3 into separate alternatives, provides more transparency. There's definitely, in my mind, a fairly large distinction between those two that warrants presentation and analysis as standalone alternatives. And I do look forward to the analysis and the complexities associated with those as a standalone and how they could function once they're combined. So thanks again, and that's all for me.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Dr. Balsiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thanks again to Ms. Baker for making the motion. I think it does round out the alternatives. I thank the analysts for doing this. There was a lot of work done in fairly rapid order on this. Council staff and MIM staff with a lot of input from ADF&G people, so that was good. So now we have alternative 3, which we will probably clarify a little bit more in the next iteration. But alternative 4 very clearly sets out a way of accomplishing what might have been accomplished under alternative 3 with option 2. So I think it's rounded out very well. There's still a lot of work to do, and it's not very long till December, but I'm confident that our analysts have the importance of this in mind, and they'll bring back a complete completed and document that we can use for decision in about 2 months. So thanks again. I think we've done a good job getting this to this point. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Balsiger. Further comments on the motion? Mr. Jensen, did you have another one?
No, I didn't. My hand was up accidentally, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I appreciate the motion that Ms. Baker has put forward, and I appreciate the clarity about some of the possible outcomes, that the additional clarity that I think that we'll get in the next draft, and I think our staff has done a good job in the draft that's before us in describing some of the complexities that we're going to be facing here. Management of the fisheries in Cook Inlet is unbelievably complex, and I've had some experience with that throughout my career. And I think that I remain unconvinced that layering on an additional level of federal management and the costs that are involved in that, the complexity, the additional process, is going to be beneficial in the way that some members of the public believe that it will be. However, that's not the decision that's before us. The decision before us is to try to craft the best alternative that's available to us within the confines of where we are right now. And I think that the revisions that Ms. Baker has offered will help provide additional clarity to the council and additional clarity to the public about what the realistic outcomes of this action are. So I'm going to be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Well said. Any further comments before we vote? Okay. I don't see any hands raised, so let's vote. Any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Anything further on this agenda item? Okay. All right. Well, that concludes C4. Thanks again to staff and Ms. Baker for that motion. That will bring us into agenda item C6. And we can just stand down in the room, so to speak, while staff gets set up.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Hopefully you can hear me okay. This is Diana Stram, council staff.
Good morning, Dr. Stram. We hear you you're loud and clear. So you'll be leading us through this the first portion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just to provide you a little bit of an overview, we have a series of presenters that are available for this agenda item that are all listed at the top of your introductory slide. And we will be moving back and forth throughout this presentation as well as the subsequent one on the discussion paper. The order of operations would be to walk through the entire presentation on the draft environmental impact statement for ABM, and then following that, take up the discussion paper presentation prior to getting to public comment on this agenda item as one single public comment period. We'll pause every few slides or as needed for additional questions throughout the presentation. And I would note, while we have a subset of presenters, we do list the entire ABM work group by agency as well on this slide for purposes. And I believe everyone is available as needed for questions as well.
Okay, that sounds great, Dr. Stram. So let's go ahead and begin with that. We'll roughly target 11:30 Alaska time for a lunch break, but we'll just make that determination as we see how the process goes. So, all right, take it away.
Okay, sounds great. This just provides you an outline of the presentation. Before I get into that, I want to just note to you what's posted to the agenda for both the DEIS and the discussion paper. So starting with the DEIS, what's posted to your e-agenda is the EIS that was posted in early September with a separately appended Appendix 1, the Social Impact Assessment, the SIA, is appended as a separate document. There is a description of alternatives that's posted separately. That was posted in July, earlier in the summer for purposes of advanced noticing. There's a series of motions that are posted related to the EIS. Your motion from October of 2019 is posted, as well as your motion from February 2020 that we'll talk about when you decided to make the scope of this analysis solely for Amendment 80, PSC limit setting. There are also some errata that are posted to the agenda, and we will walk through what those are in the course of our presentation. There is a section 6.4.4 that is posted that includes the errata folded into it. There is a revised executive summary that includes description of that change in 6.4.4. And then there's a separate PowerPoint presentation that is supplemental errata that provides you side-by-side results. And again, we will be walking through where relevant to provide the context of why those errata were posted. Separately then, for your discussion paper, the discussion paper itself is posted to the agenda, as well as the separate February 2020 motion that initiated that discussion paper. So in terms of the outline of the presentation, we'll be walking through first the purpose and need and the current suite of alternatives and some interpretations that were made by staff in order to modify the alternatives to Amendment 80. We'll then walk through some of the changes to the operating model to address the SSC and council requests from October as well as February, and then the overview of general results and modeling. Again, in the course of that, we'll talk about the errata that has come forward in the last several weeks. After that, we'll go through the groundfish and halibut fishery background and revenue analysis. So the revenue analysis is new since your review of this EIS last October. And then an overview of the social impact assessment, focusing mostly on changes from the previous review, but given some confusion that came up previously in presentation, that's been augmented to also provide you an overview of what is in there that hasn't changed and an overview of that. We'll walk through performance metrics, and then we'll go into the discussion paper. And at the end of the discussion paper, we have a wrap-up slide in terms of council action on both the discussion paper and the EIS. So to start then, your purpose and need is in section 1.1 on page 42 of your analysis, and this purpose and need has not been modified since you decided to limit this action to Amendment 80 only. So we do note that the council may consider revisiting their discussion, your purpose and need, in order to see if you want to modify that in light of changing the action to apply only to Amendment 80. To the right then are 5 objectives that were developed derived from the purpose and need. We can get into this later when we talk about performance metrics as to why you took the action to derive objectives from the purpose and need. But I would note that these 5 objectives are not prioritized and may be in opposition. So designing a management program that meets all of them equivalently may be problematic. The performance metrics that we'll talk about at the end of this were developed to assess how well the alternatives rank in comparison to these 5 objectives. This table is in your executive summary, and I'll just walk through what the overarching elements and options for the alternatives before we get into the specific ones. This shows you the current suite of elements and options in the DEIS. 7 of these elements are the same that you had in October, and 1 is new from February of 2020. When the decision was made to limit to Amendment 80, staff were requested to scale the values for the options accordingly. Most of the options were easy to interpret as they were directly related to a limit or usage and described as such in conjunction with the number in the option. However, for one without a description, we had to make decisions as analysts to interpret council intent. Notably, this applies to Element 3, Option 4. The previous value was 1,000 tons with no description on what the 1,000 tons related to. We chose to use the percentage proportion of 2018 usage of Amendment 80 to scale the value for Amendment 80 only. Another way to do this would have been to scale it by the proportion of the limit. For contrast, we provide this rationale and alternative value on the footnote on page 61 in case the council would wish to scale that by the limit rather than by usage. Element 8 then, also noted in red here, was added in February as an element that could be applied to any alternative, but without direction to specifically imply it. As you'll see in the next slide, we chose as analysts to include it in Alternative 4. We considered Element 8 to be optional given the council's discussion in February. So Element 8 is an option where at low levels of spawning stock biomass, the PSC limit declines proportional to biomass. So that element was included by the council in February of 2020 as a way of incrementing down the PSC limit when the coastwide spawning stock biomass goes below B30. These are the elements that were the alternatives 2 through 4. The action alternatives were developed initially by stakeholders and were modified and adopted by the council. We took the liberty again of applying element 8 to alternative 4 as it was initially proposed by that stakeholder group. While we assume that element 8 is optional, and we also assume that it is constrained by the floor because element 3 is not optional, we did evaluate it throughout with and without a floor just to show the contrast. We also included static PSC limits at the starting points to represent status quo projected forward and for contrast against the lower starting points. So when we get to the modeled results, you'll see things that are described as static 3 and static 4, and what that is the static limit that's the starting point for alternative 3 and for alternative 4 projected forward. You'll also see that when we talk about status quo in a projection sense, we're talking about managing a static limit of 1745 projected forward. So this just shows you what the alternatives look like. On the x-axis then for alternative 2, the alternative 2 is mapped against just the trawl survey index in tons. And then you see the stair steps for the PSC limit for Amendment 80 on the y-axis. The hash marks then are the range of recent observations from 1998 to 2019. Alternative 3 and Alternative 4 are both conditioned on the setline survey index and those values then are the standardized index values, and here you also see the hash marks for the range of recent observations from 1998 to 2009. The vertical line that you see at 1 for alternative 3 and 4 and along the trawl survey index for alternative 2, that is the 2019 survey value, and that gives you the PSC limit at the starting point. And I would note that while the original alternative set allowed for a control rule that could be set using information from both the trawl survey and the setline survey, in the alternatives that were put forward as modified by the council in February of 2020, we no longer have a control rule that uses information from both surveys. However, that is still available to the council as an option. And this just provides you a comparison of the alternatives. This is in your executive summary on page 21. Here in the top panel, you see the setline survey to the right, y-axis, the trawl survey to the left, y-axis, and then the years from 1998 to 2019. The setline survey is in green, the trawl survey is in the hash mark blue. In the bottom then, you see what the historical limits would have been given these survey values for each of the alternatives, and they're color-coded to match which survey that they are aligned with. So you'll see the dark black line, that is just the evolution of the status quo limit from 1999 to present. And the dashed black line then is alternative 2 if it were mapped historically, and then the 2 dashed green lines are alternatives 3 and 4 respectively that are conditioned on the set line survey. Some of the clarifying issues that we note for the council throughout alternative 2, or throughout chapter 2, 2 different things that we have noted. One is a discussion by the council on how you would implement element 8 on an annual basis in conjunction with the IPHC process, noting that element 8, again, is an incremental reduction of the PSC limit once it's been calculated when the coastwide spawning stock biomass is below B30. So that is information that you would not have until the annual meeting of the IPHC in January after you've already set your PSC limit in conjunction with specifications in December. And then we also note, given this strange year that we're in right now, what data we would look for some information from the council on what data to use in a year in which there was no survey, and also that is assuming that you would be setting your PSC limit based on a single current year data point. You could also set it on a rolling average, but again, we would need to know what data to use in the absence of a data point in a current year, or as we'll get into a little bit in the discussion paper later, when data revisions occur in a time frame that you're looking at for setting an average, rolling average period. Mr. Chairman, that would be conclude that. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Strand. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Schramm. I do have a question about element 8, and can you clarify the B30 trigger, the spawning biomass below 30% of the unfished spawning biomass? For this particular element in our analysis, would that be B30 for the coastwide halibut stock would be the trigger, or would that be some sort of calculation of B30 for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Baker, that is on the coastwide spawning stock biomass. So the PSC limit for a given alternative is multiplied by the current level of the coastwide spawning stock biomass divided by B30. So it would be your PSC limit multiplied by the fractional biomass, coastwide biomass divided by B30. So it is contingent on the coastwide biomass and not the Bering Sea biomass.
Thank you. Yeah, for that, Dr. Strand. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Quick follow-up. And so, sorry if I'm jumping ahead. Are you going to talk more about element 8 and kind of the intent behind it along with the results of the analysis? If I have a specific question about that, would be better to wait.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Baker, we can talk about it now, or we can talk about, we do show results for what happens when element 8 kicks in. I would note, as I just mentioned in conjunction with the alternatives, because element 8 was added by the council in February of 2020 and we didn't have a lot of discussion about how that would be applied, but it appeared from the council discussion that it was an optional element that could be applied to any alternative. The analysts assumed that any floor that was added to an alternative, that adding a floor in each of the alternatives is not optional. And so we made the assumption that a floor would supersede element 8. But as I just noted, in deference to show the impact of element 8, we show it for all wherever it's in the analysis for alternative 4, we show the results with and without the application of a floor in case the council wished that element 8 would supersede any floor to drive the PSC limit down as the coastwide spawning stock biomass decreased below B30, below a floor. I don't know if that gets to your question, but we can talk more about the intent. This is something that was brought up by stakeholders back in 2019. As an idea of how to tie changes in the coastwide spawning stock biomass and the 30-20 control rule that the IPHC, while not in regulation but as a policy, indicates that they would decrease their directed fishery catch when the coastwide spawning stock biomass drops below B30.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Schramm. And that was the point I was getting at in terms of the genesis of this element 8, I think, was really teeing off of the IPHC harvest policy, which I appreciate that clarification. It was my understanding that harvest policy is a policy, isn't included in regulations. And so just wanting to make sure I had that clear that what was proposed in element 8 is that the council would include in our fishery management plan and our presumably regulations for the halibut ABM program some sort of trigger that was tied to first of all, a determination by the IPHC about the stock status on a coastwide basis, but also the harvest policy that is contemplated should we reach that threshold, but not required.
Chairman, Ms. Baker, that's my understanding as well, and I know that you'll probably hear in public testimony that the current stock status is close to B30, so I guess we would see if it dropped below it by the IPHC whether or not that policy would be invoked.
Thank you, Dr. Schramm.
Mr. Chairman, I would turn it over. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to turn it over to Dr. McGilliard to walk through the modeling if there's no more questions at this point on the alternative set.
Okay. Yep. I don't see any more questions. Dr. McGilliard, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you. Great.
Wonderful. I am going to take you through this, our modeling exercises to compare alternatives relative to one another. And we've gone through this before, and so I won't take you through all of the nitty-gritty details, but just give you the highlights and the updates from when you saw this last year. So just a reminder that this is a closed-loop simulation model, which means that we are modeling all of the different steps in the system, including halibut population dynamics and movement. We're simulating the set line and trawl survey indices. We're simulating the calculation of the 4 alternatives to calculate PSC limits for A80 and the static limits for the other pieces of halibut PSC that occur. We're approximating the IPHC assessment and their management system for coming up with directed halibut fishery catch limits and TCEY. And that feeds back into updating population dynamics in the model. Just briefly, give you a little bit of a reminder of how this model is structured. It's a 2-area model where we're modeling the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands as one area, and then we're modeling a second area which includes the Gulf of Alaska, British Columbia, and the U.S. West Coast. We're modeling recruitment of halibut, which is allocated among areas in a time-varying fashion, which we found to be an important aspect of the population dynamics of halibut. And in addition, recruitment depends on the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, which is something that is incorporated also into the IPHC stock assessment. So recruitment is higher when PDO is high and lower when PDO is low. Adult movement in the model is unchanged from what you saw last year. This is the result of some investigation that we did in conjunction with all of the pieces of data that we have about the stock. And also the fleet structure in the model is unchanged, but all of the inputs in the model has been updated according to new IPHC assessment results. And that's important because the IPHC assessment was updated to include a couple of important new aspects. One was sex ratio in the commercial fishery data. And the other was a new definition of unfished spawning biomass. And so both of those have been incorporated into our results. I'll note that we're still modeling the trawl PSC fleet in aggregate, but we have sort of components going into the model for Amendment 80 separately from non-Amendment 80 trawl, and that's because this motion, of course, applies only to Amendment 80 now. So we've accounted for that within the model. That's the model. This is a plot that I'm sure I could take all the labels off of this and every one of you could probably tell me exactly what it is at this point after seeing this since 2016. But on the x-axis is year and on the y-axis is relative biomass. And what I'm showing you here is the set line survey, the IPHC set line survey, and the Bering Sea trawl survey. And you can see that they often have different trends, and that's because they capture different parts of the population. The set line survey captures mostly older fish, and the trawl survey catches some younger fish. We've updated the model in a number of ways, and I will just highlight a couple of the ways that I think are important for you to know about here. We have incorporated variability into the relationship between PSC use and the limit. This was a hot topic at the last council meeting, and we've based this on historical distributions. And so you can see that we have in any given model run the Amendment 80 PSC limit and its relationship to usage. It can vary, and so we've incorporated that variability and that source of uncertainty into the model in this round. Another important update this year is that we ran the model in two different ways. For every model run, we ran the model both incorporating the 30/20 harvest control rule that is written into the harvest policy at the Halibut Commission for what would happen for how fishing mortality would be determined by the Halibut Commission if the stock were below 30% of unfished biomass. So we've run every simulation assuming that that would be followed exactly, and we've run every simulation assuming that that wouldn't be followed, that the historical relationship between estimates of spawning biomass from the assessment and resulting catch limits would hold. And so you've got two bookends that we'll look at there. So those are two important updates that we've used and have also done a number of sensitivity analyses that I'll talk about later to explore other aspects as recommended by the SSC. So we implemented every recommendation that the SSC had for us last year. Okay, there was an errata posted that I want to talk about. There was a conversion error that occurred, and I want to talk about what that is and how it did and did not affect the model results. First of all, I will talk about what it was and what you need to know about it. So this was an error that assigned historically a little bit too much catch to directed halibut fishery catch to the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands part of the model, and proportionally a little bit less catch than should have been in the other area of the model. The total historical catches input to the model were always correct. The total historical directed halibut catches were always correct. It's just that the proportion between the Bering Sea and the other area was not quite right as a result of this conversion error. Now, importantly, the model doesn't use historical catches except to kind of initiate the model runs. And so after the year 2019, that's the first year in the model, in that year it's using historical catches, it's using the 2019 catches. And after that, it's not using historical catches. It's calculating what the halibut catches are based on the harvest policy at the, or based on how we've approximated IPHC management and the calculation of the PSC limits based on the alternatives. And so the error only applies to this very first year, and so it only propagates through it only affects like the catches or it only affects the model outputs for the first couple of years of the model in a pretty minor way and not thereafter. What we did do is we made several plots and tables where we calculated directed halibut fishery catches relative to 2019 catches by area, so for the Bering Sea only or for the other area only. And so for those, the scale of those plots and tables changed because we're applying a different number for 2019 catches. But the trend in those, the trends over time did not change. And so you'll see that a little bit more as we go on. So in summary, the modeling results did not change except for minor changes in the first couple of years of simulation. The scale of calculations using directed halibut fishery catch relative to 2019 did change, and I'll show you that. The directed halibut fishery catches in absolute biomass did not change except minorly in the first couple of years of simulation, and the comparison across alternatives didn't change. So what this model is really meant for is to compare across alternatives. And you can still do that using the original DEIS, and then also you can do that using any updated plots and figures that we've made as well. So the comparison across alternatives is still valid here. So what we did, yes?
Sorry, before we move on, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. She might have answered that in the last statement, but I feel like it's pretty important to understand this and want to go, if we can go back to the other, this is the other slide. So can you repeat, Dr. McGillard, what exactly we should focus on in terms of this correction? I was trying to get at this with some of my questions to the SSC, so I understood well what we should focus on in the errata and what we shouldn't. And what I'm hearing from you in that last statement is not just the trends relative to 2019, but the comparison or the trends for one alternative relative to another action alternative would not have changed. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I think you did. So I'll take you through some examples of this. I'm going to go through the errata, and so I hope it will become more clear by way of doing that. But yeah, the trends over time did not change, and the comparison across alternatives didn't change. So the ranking of one alternative relative to another didn't change. It's just that we made some plots where we plotted directed halibut fishery catch in the Bering Sea relative to 2019, and of course the 2019 catch in the Bering Sea shifted when we corrected the conversion error, and so the scale on those plots has changed. And any tables where we did the same thing. So essentially, like all of the modeling results, they didn't change in absolute values. It was just the way that we visualized them in plots and tables, where we made some plots have a relative scale rather than an absolute scale.
Thank you.
So what we did when we found this error was that we corrected the error and we reran the model, including rerunning all of the sensitivity analyses. So I'll take you through the errata, which is a side-by-side comparison of old and new. And so you can see any place where we visualized something relative to those 2019 catches changed. Everything else remains the same. And then from there forward in this presentation, I'll just be showing you plots and figures from the corrected run so that you don't really have to think about it, but just know that you can still look at the original DEIS and you can still compare alternatives looking at the original DEIS. You just have to be cognizant of the fact that if you're looking at something that was plotted relative to 2019 directed halibut fishery catches by area, that the scale has changed on those. Okay, what was unchanged by this conversion error? The impact analysis on groundfish was unchanged. Comparison across alternatives and figures and tables was unchanged. The ranking of alternatives according to performance metrics, also unchanged. and modeled values and trends over time. So simulated halibut fishery catches in absolute terms, unchanged. The spawning and total biomass is unchanged, indices, and PSC limits and usage are all unchanged. And in addition, there were no changes to the social impact analysis. Okay, so I'll take you through some examples of this. And here we're just comparing what's on the left with what's on the right. So there's a DEIS version of, there's several tables in the DEIS, or several figures that are these 4-panel tables. And I'm not going to focus on what these tables mean right now. I'll do that later in the presentation, but rather we're just comparing, did these change and how much did they change from the DEIS version and in the updated version. And what you can see here was that there were no changes that were greater than 2% in PSC limits, usage, Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands spawning biomass, or halibut fishery catch relative to the status quo. So this is plotting things relative to the status quo. And what I want you to notice here, each of these tables represents one of these different model outputs, is that there are some very minor changes kind of in the first year that's plotted. There's year on the x-axis and a few different snapshots in time are included, and on the y-axis is the alternatives, and we're comparing relative to the status quo, which is alternative 1, for each of these different variables, PSC limit, PSC usage, Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands spawning biomass, and halibut fishery catch. And so what's happening there is that in those first couple of years of simulation, there are some minor changes based on the fact that we initiated the model with those 2019 catches, but then after that first year, the harvest control rules that we are modeling take over. We're no longer using any historical catches anyway, so there's, after those first couple of years of sort of burn-in, I would call it, there's no effect on the model. Here we're showing runs without a 30-20 control rule for TCUI determination, but the same was the case when there was a 30-20 control rule for TCUI determination. And we'll come back to talking about the content of these results later, as I said. Okay, then we have a number of figures that are in this format. And so what we see in these figures, here we're plotting trends over time in a number of different variables that we're interested in. And again, I'm showing the DEIS version, the original version of these plots on the left, and the updated version after rerunning the model on the right. And you can see that all of the trends over time are unchanged for all of these plots. And I will just point out that what we did here is in the plots that have a red square around them, this is directed halibut fishery catch in the Bering Sea on the top panel and in the other area on the bottom panel, plotted relative to 2019 directed halibut fishery catch in those areas. And so because that 2019 directed halibut fishery catch in the Bering Sea and the other area was reallocated more correctly, in the updated version, we see a change in the scale of the y-axis here. So there's year on the x-axis, and then on the y-axis, directed halibut fishery catches relative to 2019 by area. So you see that the scale relative to 2019 has gone up. And so that is the change to note there. The trend over time hasn't changed. And none of the other plots have changed. I'll hand it over to Diana for a minute to talk about these tables.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. So this is table 614 and then the updated version. And I'm just going to walk you through what the changes were as a result of both a different error as well as the conversion error in terms of the proportion to Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands direct halibut fishery catch. So the original version of table 614, which is on the left, had two different issues. The first is that the projected directed halibut fishery catch was mislabeled as TCEY. So if you look in the table caption for the original 614, it says TCEY. This is why in the initial DEIS, ex-vessel revenue estimates for the directed halibut fishery in 2021 to 2030 were not included in that original DEIS. Once this was corrected to be directed halibut fishery catch in this table,
we were able now to provide the ex-vessel revenue in an errata, and that's where you see table 6 star that I'll show you the updated version of it. So that is one error that is not has nothing to do with the corrected catch estimate. When we were clarifying that table 614 was actually directed halibut fishery catch, it was difficult to reconcile the 40% drop in the short-term projected catch from the historical values in figure 616, which is also visible in the previous side-by-side that Carrie just showed you, that initial drop down to the 2021, compared to the absolute values in table 614. So this issue, and you can see it if you look in the bottom panel of the left-hand side, where the status quo is represented as change from 2019, and so then you see that percentage decrease. So the issue of this initial drop in directed catch at 2025 relative to 2019 was raised in the October 2019 meeting and has been discussed at other times, but plausible explanations for a variety of reasons leading to this were discussed, and given that it was not a new feature of the 2020 model output, we had not considered it to be a major issue. Once the catch estimates for 2021 and 2030 were corrected due to the error that Carrie just spoke about, Table 614 and Table 6 star were revised again, and the 2019 and 2020 values were added for clarity. So that's why the table that you see on the right, when we corrected it again, includes the 2019 and 2020 values. So if you look at the bottom then, where you see the difference in percentages, the status quo column in the lower section of the original Table 614, so on your left, showed a percent calculation relative to an incorrect 2019 value calculated down the column. This was modified to be consistent with the other columns, which show the percent change from status quo projection for each year. So that's why in the right-hand side you see 0% in the status quo column, because there is no, we are showing what we show for all the other alternatives, which is how it differs compared to status quo. So that's why status quo shows a 0. Just to make this very clear, this shows you the status quo directed halibut fishery catch projections compared as actual values, not as percentage change. So taking the first column that you see here is from the previous DEIS estimates of directed halibut fishery catch. And then to the right, with the red arrow, you see what the change is based on correcting that catch estimate, just to show you the magnitude of that change in the decimal values. Moving forward then, this just gives you the updated table 6 star. So previously posted on September 25th, once we had established that the TCUI was incorrectly labeled and was directed catch, we were able to provide the ex-vessel value. Because the directed catch in the first couple years is the only thing that really is affected by that conversion error, we had to recorrect table 6 star to produce an updated version, and so that's why the updated version was posted after that. Turn it back over to Carrie.
Thank you, Diana. So now we've gone through that. I hope that that was clear, and now we can move forward and look at model results that are going to use all of the updated figures and tables, so you don't have to think about the errata at all when you're looking at these.
Okay. Dr. McGilliard, let's just pause for a second here and make sure there aren't any questions before we move forward.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm not seeing any, so all right. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, sure. So first what I want to show you is some demonstrations. And so I'm not showing you results for all of the alternatives, but rather I'm showing results for alternative 1, which is the status quo, as compared to a scenario where we had no PSC at all, and a scenario where PSC was very high. And what I'm showing you on this plot is year on the x-axis and spawning biomass on the y-axis. And on the top panel, I'm showing you the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and on the bottom panel is the other area. So alternative 1 status quo is in red, and no PSC is in green, high PSC is in blue. And there are a couple things that I want you to notice about this plot. The spawning biomass is similar with or without the PSC. So it's a little bit different. You can see that the lines are not completely overlapping. You can still see both colors. And you can see that with no PSC, the spawning biomass is just a little bit higher. But it's pretty similar. There's not a huge impact on spawning biomass between the status quo and having no PSC at all. And the other point that I want to make from here is that spawning biomass declines in both areas when there's extremely high PSC. And that's outside of the range of the alternatives that are on the table for analysis. But you can see that if you make PSC high enough, then yes, it will have an impact on spawning biomass. I want to talk about why this is. First of all, I want to remind you, because I sort of went over the model rather quickly, that the Halibut Commission, they determine the TCEY, or the total coastwide catch limit, and then they divide that over areas. They allocate that by area, and for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, what happens in the model, which is consistent with the approach that is taken by regulatory area at the IPHC, is that the expected PSC, which is last year's PSC, not the limit, but the usage, is subtracted from the TCEY for that regulatory area to come up with the directed halibut fishery catch in that area for the current year. And it is the O26, the over 26-inch bycatch or PSC that is subtracted. And so that is one reason why you don't see a huge effect on spawning biomass, is that there is a bunch of that expected, or last year's O26 PSC, that is simply reallocated to a different sector rather than being left in the water. They don't, so there's that factor, but then I also want to talk about some of the other factors of why spawning biomass isn't improved more if there is no PSC, because this is a question that comes up a lot, I think. So I've already talked about O26 PSC being reallocated to the directed fishery. Some other factors that play into here are that some U26 fish, under 26-inch fish, which are not reallocated, they don't all live to reach maturity. They don't all live to reach the point where they would join the spawning biomass. So leaving them in the water does not mean that they all grow up. Some U26 fish are male, and spawning biomass is just for females. And in addition, there is net migration to the other area where there are many, many more fish. So if you look at the y-axis on this plot, you can see that it is much bigger in the other area than in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And so some U26 fish moving from the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands to the other area, because there's so many fish in the other area, that's not going to look like such a big effect in the other area on spawning biomass. Okay, here are some other aspects of this same demonstration.
Dr.
Now,
Hilliard?
Oh, yep.
Excuse me, Mr. Mesereau has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Hilliard. Can you just tell me what those colors mean? I understand the colors of the lines, but the background color where you have that sage green, and then up above it on the upper one, there's a lighter green that just peeks out occasionally and is in the background. What is that?
Yeah, sorry, I neglected to describe that. So that is describing the uncertainty that we have, the variability that we have. So the light blue here is associated with the high PSC scenario, and then we have the green that is kind of popping out on top is associated with no PSC, and then kind of like the middle color here, I think, is alternative 1. And so what that is saying is that 90 out of 100, you know, we do these simulations a number of different times, and that helps us account for uncertainty about recruitment and the uncertainty about what we catch in the surveys relative to what's actually out there. uncertainty in the assessment process, et cetera. And so we're trying to account for uncertainties, and therefore we run the model a lot of different times, like 500 times, and then we're summarizing the results. So what I'm showing you in the lines are the median of each of the model runs, and then 90 out of 100 of those runs fit within these more pastel lines. Does that make sense?
Thank you very much. It sure does.
Okay, yeah, so that'll be the case in a number of the plots that I'm showing you. So that was a great question, and thank you for prompting me to explain that.
Okay, great. Please continue.
Okay, so this is the same demonstration and kind of the same setup with the median lines shown, the median shown with lines, and the range of uncertainty, 90 out of 100 of the simulations shown in the more pastel colors. Again, with year on the x-axis, but here, directed halibut fishery catch relative to correct 2019 catches on the y-axis. And again, for alternative 1 status quo in red, no PSC in green, and high PSC in blue. And so what you can see here is that the halibut fishery catches are a little larger with no PSC. We see that here clearly the green line is above the red line. And halibut catches in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands are 0 if the PSC limits are very high. And that is simply because there is that accounting for. You take the TCY that's calculated and subtract out the 026 PSC, and what's left over is the directed halibut fishery catch. And so if the PSC is large enough, that leaves nothing for the directed halibut fishery. So those are the main points from that plot there. One thing which we can talk about now, or we can talk about later, that is pretty noticeable since the correction of the 2019 catch is that here, when you look at alternative 1 status quo, you can look at the y-axis and see that relative to 2019, the median is a little above 1. And so our simulations are running such that the directed halibut fishery catches moving into the future are predicted to be a little bit above, and depending on the moment in time, above the 2019 value. And this is an interesting aspect of things, and I just want to point out a couple of reasons why this is, and what kinds of refinement of the model and accounting for variability and uncertainty we can do here. So one thing is that we ran these simulations with, all of these simulations with one particular future scenario for the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, which affects the magnitude of recruitment. And so you see in the simulations there's kind of a periodicity here. There's a period where it goes, where everything goes up, and a period where it goes down and back up again. You see that in the spawning biomass plots as well. So some of this is because of the particular scenario for the PDO that we simulated. And another way to do that would be to integrate over all of the, or it would be to, maybe that's a word that some people enjoy and some people don't. So one thing to do would be to rather incorporate that into the uncertainty of the model, like we do some other factors where we're trying out, 500 different scenarios for what might happen with the trend in the PDO in the future, instead of showing you one. But this shows you a little bit more of the effect that the PDO has on the model output for a particular scenario. So that's one aspect of things. However, one thing that I want to say about this model is, of course, its strength is to rank alternatives relative to one another. But the part of the model where we have the most uncertainty is in the definition of the directed halibut fishery catches. And there are several reasons behind that. One is that we've got these two management systems where spatially the management lines are mismatched. So We define PSC for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. We define directed halibut fishery catches for these regulatory areas that don't directly match up with that. So what we're doing is we have a model where we're sort of approximating what part of the directed halibut fishery is in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and we're doing that by entering the catches for areas 4, A, B, C, D, and E into the model, and then we're entering PSC for the DSAI. So that is inherently a little bit mismatched and something that is a bit hard to get around because it's just the fact that those management areas don't line up exactly. But it is something that we could take another look at to see, is there some way that it makes sense to refine that or address our uncertainty in exactly how what catches happen in the BSAI exactly. So that is one factor that makes the directed halibut fishery catches a little bit more of an approximation. And a couple of other things are the definition of O26 fish in the model. So this is an age-based model. We're modeling different ages of halibut rather than different lengths of halibut. And then we're translating, we've got like a length and age relationship that's translating that's telling us, basically an age 7 fish is an O26 fish. Well, one aspect of halibut population dynamics is that lengthed age and weighted age has varied both over time and is highly variable within each year. And so that's a place where we could be better accounting for uncertainty in the model. It's an approximation, and we could explore that a little bit further in terms of representing, how variable that relationship is. So that's kind of a refinement that an accounting thing that could be done. Another factor that we're really uncertain about that makes the directed halibut fishery catches a little bit more of an approximation is the selectivity for the PSC trawl fleet, and that's because there isn't a model out there. There's no stock assessment model that estimates that selectivity. And so what I mean by that is that we are approximating, what ages of fish are most vulnerable to the PSC fleet in the model. And so we've done some sensitivity analyses on that I will show you later, saying, well, what if they're actually catching younger fish than we have in our, sort of base case model or in these demonstrations? What if they're catching a higher proportion of older fish? And we can see the impact to directed halibut fishery catches from making those changes. But that's something that we could explore even further than we did in the sensitivity analysis. So I just wanted to speak to that fact. That some people have kind of said, okay, well, we don't have the directed halibut fishery catches exactly dialed in. And that's correct, because this is a system that has a lot of uncertainty and variability that affects exactly that. However, I think that the model, what the model was meant for, again, is to rank alternatives relative to one another. And I wouldn't expect for the ranking of alternatives relative to one another to change because of those factors. I would expect for the exact scale moving forward in the simulations of the directed halibut fishery catches to change a little bit if we were able to do more accounting for uncertainty and refinement. And that would be just kind of showing you the range, maybe doing a better job of showing you the range of what directed halibut fishery catches may be, which we've done some of in the sensitivity analyses, and I'll show you that later.
Dr. McGilliard, we've got some questions stacking up here.
Okay.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. McGilliard, I am wondering about the high PSC analysis or model run that you have here. In an earlier slide, I believe it said that the high PSC scenario, as it were PSC levels that were outside the range of the current alternatives. But reading Appendix 2 to the analysis, it's my understanding that this scenario used PSC limits that were not only outside the current range of alternatives, but higher than any levels that we would anticipate occurring, in under the current management structure. So can you provide a little more context about what the high PSC limit inputs were to get these results?
Yeah, yes, that is correct from Appendix 2 that this is, I think, well, I mean, I'm not a policymaker, and so perhaps I don't know, but I think we set this at something like 10,000 tons of PSC each year. And so that's very high relative to the alternative. Does that answer the question?
And, yeah, you did, and that's 10,000 tons in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, correct?
I believe so. Jim Iannelli, if you remember that differently, it's been a while since I looked at that input, but I believe so.
Yeah, that's correct. 10,000 for BSAI, separate, and that's just for demonstration purposes.
Yes, yes. So we weren't trying to suggest this as a new alternative or anything like that, but rather try to push the model to a point where we would see the range of behavior that could happen in extreme states.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was very similar, but I just wanted to confirm that the characterization of, what PSC limits you inputted here that are very high is the same among all of these demonstrations that you're showing us for the sensitivity analysis. Is that right?
So I would separate sensitivity analyses from demonstrations. And I believe, so these demonstrations are actually in the in the main part of the document and just meant to demonstrate model behavior without using the alternatives, except for alternative 1, the status quo. And so these are basically, of course, no PSC and high PSC are not on the table, whereas the sensitivity analyses that are shown in the appendices are running through all of the alternatives, but but change other factors, such as other parts of the management system implementation or population dynamics that we're uncertain about. So I just make that distinction.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, the PSC limits for these demonstrations are the same inputs across each demonstration for spawning stock biomass, for halibut fishery, directed catch limits, etc.
Yes. So it's I'm showing you the same model run, but I'm showing you different outputs from it. The same 3 model runs. So the 3 model runs are using alternative 1, status quo, no PSC and high PSC, and I'm showing you the spawning biomass that came out of those 3 runs, the directed halibut fishery catches that came out of those 3 runs, and then next I believe I'll show you the indices that came out of those 3 runs.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. McGilvery. My question is this: do you when you're using this model, does it take into account the fact that the Amendment 80 fleet catches more small fish than the directed fleet, and if those small fish, are they accounted for as a greater impact on the spawning stock biomass?
Yes, the model through, so I was talking about selectivity, and that is the kind of the modeling term for how we account for what ages or sizes of fish are caught by the different fleets. And so, yes, we have used, we have accounted for the fact that the directed halibut fishery tends to catch larger or older fish. And in addition, new for this year, we have accounted for the fact that the new stock assessment reflected that the catches for the directed fishery are also largely female. And in addition, we recognize and have used as model inputs we have accounted for the fact that the trawl PSC fleet tends to focus on younger, smaller fish. And in addition, later on, I'll show you a sensitivity analysis where we're experimenting around with, well, what proportion of young fish, very young fish, does the trawl fleet catch relative to a little bit older fish? And so we're playing around with that factor to see what kind of an effect it has in the model, just to show you kind of like the range of, how does that affect the model outcomes. So I'll show you that later on. Does that answer your question?
Mr. Mesereau.
It does. Thank you.
Okay. See if there's any further questions. And if not, Dr. McGilliard, I think this might be a good time for us to break for lunch, unless you had any other final points you wanted to make on this particular slide.
I don't have any more points on this slide. I do have one more slide of showing the model output for the demonstrations.
Okay.
And so if I give that slide, then that would put us at a good stopping point.
Great. Okay, please continue.
Okay. So this is the last slide showing, I've already been over this. And so this is the last slide for the demonstration, where, again, we have year on the x-axis, but here we're showing the indices in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands on the y-axis, which are done in relative terms. So on the top is the Bering Sea Trawl Survey, and the bottom panel is the set line survey. And this is for those same three model runs, status quo, which is alternative 1, no PSC, and high PSC. And here again, you can see that the indices for no PSC and alternative 1 are similar, and that the indices for high PSC are lower, which you would expect. If you're having an impact on spawning stock biomass, then you would expect for that to be reflected in your biomass indices. You would hope it would be. And so that's the last slide I have on demonstrations, and I think that would make for a good stopping point unless there are questions.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. McGilliard. Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Dr. McGilliard. My question is, and I waited for this, I think these are about the same graphs you showed earlier on a different slide, and I wanted to wait till the end to ask my question, because it seems to me like when we were looking at this earlier that the indication was that there was an explanation for why there was not a large difference in spawning stock biomass between no PSC and high PSC. And I noticed that when I looked at this earlier, that it seems to me like the cumulative effect over time here, there is in fact, I mean, it just continues to get wider and wider, the difference. So am I missing something there? Because you seem to be explaining why there isn't much of a difference, but when I look at these graphs, I see there is quite a difference between no PSC and high PSC in the spawning stock biomass. That's my question.
So this is the indices, and it shows basically the same trend as the spawning biomass, but I can go back to the spawning biomass.
Yes, that would be helpful.
So here's the spawning biomass. And the point that I was trying to make was not that no PSC and high PSC were similar, because they definitely aren't. If you have very high PSC, you will have an effect on spawning biomass that you don't see under status quo or no PSC. What's similar is the status quo run as compared to the run where there was no PSC at all. Does that make sense? So the alternative 1, the red line, is different, but very similar to the green line.
Yes, no, that makes sense. So thank you for that. And just another clarification point, if I might, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Down.
Thank you. When I'm looking at what is considered a high PSC, I'm looking at table 610 in the draft EIS, and I see that the years that are used to articulate high PSC and the years that are articulated to be low PSC. So you said this is very high PSC, but I just wanted to clarify if this is high PSC, the same high PSC in the that are articulated by using the years 2010 to 2014 from draft EIS, or is it something
Kenny,
different?
this is Diana, and no, those are totally different. The high PSC that Dr. McGilliard is talking about here is the 10,000 PSC. We're on the extreme outside of the range of any observations. When you get to table 610 in the revenue analysis, that's talking about within the realm of observations. They're totally different.
Okay, thanks for that. Thank you.
Yeah, so the high PSC here is like 5 times the high PSC there in that table.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Okay, any further questions before we break for lunch? Right, I don't see any. So with that, let's go ahead and take our lunch break and come back at 12:40 Alaska time and continue with the presentation.
you and Josh looks to with data time review venture to ensure that Native stories and Native
Audio recording for this meeting has begun.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please just stand by with us for a little bit while we're getting staff for presentation. We'll start up here shortly. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It's 12:45. Looks like we have everybody connected, and we are ready to move on with the presentation. Dr. McGilliard.
Thank you. I still see a break. Okay, there we go. Okay, so just a quick review of what we learned before lunch, before we move on. We did these demonstrations, which are what-if scenarios. We did 3 what-if scenarios for status quo, having no PSC, or having extremely high PSC, where the extremely high PSC was 5 times of anything that we were considering in any other alternative or part of the document, table in the document. So pretty extreme scenario. And what we learned from this is that spawning stock biomass doesn't change much between PSC under the status quo and no PSC, the red and green lines, and that happens for several reasons, because some of the PSC is reallocated to the directed fleet, because some of the PSC that's left in the water would die before they get old enough to reach the stage of being part of spawning stock biomass. Some would migrate because there's an out-migration from the Bering Sea to the other areas, and some of them are male, and so they never join the spawning biomass because spawning biomass is only female. Something else that we learned was that when the directed halibut, when the PSC is extremely high, directed halibut fishery catches would be 0. And we also learned that the most uncertain part of the model outputs are the scale of the directed halibut fishery catches, and that's because of uncertainty and variability that we have about halibut fish population dynamics, the proportion of young versus old fish caught in the trawl PSC, and mismatched management area definitions between the agencies, the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands versus the IPHC regulatory areas. And one that I forgot to mention is the need to approximate the IPHC management process, and that's because of something that I think Rachel and Diana brought up earlier, that the IPHC's harvest policy is policy rather than regulation, which leaves us in the model with the need to capture the decision-making process that occurs based on factors that aren't codified in their harvest policy. So when they're taking into account socioeconomic factors, for instance. And so we've done that with an approximation based on history within our model, and all of those factors make it so that what's most uncertain about our model outputs are the scale of directed halibut fishery catches. So that is what we learned this before lunch from those model demonstrations. Okay, so now we're going to get into looking at the alternatives that are under evaluation here. So we've got, in the DEIS, we've got several figures that are in the format of these four panels of tables. And so I want to walk you through what this means and some of the main takeaway points from this table. There's a lot of information here. So what we're looking at on the x-axis is year. These are some different snapshots in time, 2025, 2030, 2050, and 2100. And on the y-axis, we see all of the alternatives, alternatives 1 through 4. In addition, we simulated alternative 4 with no floor. And also, you see static 3 and you see static 4 in here. Static 3 is a static PSC limit throughout the simulation set at the starting point for alternative 3. And static 4 is a simulation that is static throughout time that's set at the starting point for alternative 4 for the purpose of comparison. You can see here these Christmas colors that we have on the table, which is there's a legend over to the right that's percent change relative to status quo. And status quo is alternative 1. Those are synonymous. And so you can see if there was a positive change relative to status quo, that shows up in green. And if there's a negative change relative to status quo, that shows up in red. And what we're looking at is 4 different model outputs. On the top left is PSC limit. On the top right is PSC usage. On the bottom left is Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands spawning stock biomass. And on the lower right is halibut fishery catches, directed halibut fishery catches. Okay, so there's several things that I want you to notice from this. First of all, we have for alternative 1, which is status quo, you see that there's 0 change from status quo. That makes sense, right? It is status quo. So the main takeaway points here that I get are alternative 2 leads to higher PSC limits and lower halibut catches than for the status quo and the other alternatives. And so you can see that because you have this green band across all of the years for alternative 2 and PSC limits and PSC usage. And then in contrast, alternatives 3 and 4 lead to lower PSC limits and slightly higher halibut catches. And so you can see that because that's marked, and you see more red in alternative 3 and alternative 4 and alternative 4 with no floor under PSC limit and PSC usage, and then you see this light green color under alternative 3 and alternative 4 for halibut fishery catches. You can see, consistent with the demonstrations, that there are no meaningful differences in spawning stock biomass among these alternatives, and that's if you look at the bottom left plot of, or bottom left table of Bering Sea and Aleutian Island spawning biomass. You see that that all shows up in white, so the percent change from the status quo in Bering Sea and Aleutian Island spawning biomass is close to 0. And we saw the reasons for that in the demonstration. The PSC limits and use are inversely correlated to the halibut fishery catches. So if PSC use and limits go down, then halibut fishery catches will go up. But you can also see that the changes in the PSC limits are larger than the changes in directed halibut catches. And that is simply a function of the way that the management system works, where the PSC usage from the previous year is subtracted from the total catch limit to come up with the directed halibut fishery catch lit. And only over 26-inch PSC usage is subtracted. And so it will always remain that to some extent the changes in PSC limits and PSC usage will be larger than the changes in halibut fishery catches, unless there's some other change to how the directed halibut fishery catches are calculated from the TCEY at the Halibut Commission. Another point that I want to make that I'm not showing on this plot, but I'll show on the next one, is that there is no impact, essentially, of running the model, incorporating a 30-20 harvest control rule for determination of coast-wide TCEY for the halibut stock, or excluding that 30-20 control rule for TCEY determination. And you can see that comparison here, where we've got this 4-panel plotted on the left without a 30-20 control rule, and on the right with a 30-20 control rule. And you can see that the dynamics, you can see that the model outputs are exactly or almost exactly the same. So what's happening here with the 30-20 control rule is what the 30-20 control rule says when it's implemented is that if the coast-wide halibut spawning biomass falls below 30% of unfished, then decrease catches to a lower level than you would otherwise. And if it falls below 20% of unfished biomass, then cut off fishing entirely. But what's happening here is that in our simulations, within the range of alternatives that we're evaluating, we don't see the stock going below 30% of unfished biomass, generally speaking. It certainly doesn't happen often enough to have an effect on these model outputs. And one reason for that is that the Halibut Commission just this past year updated the way that they calculate unfished spawning stock biomass. And that is really important because what they used to use was a static definition of unfished spawning stock biomass, where it assumed a low weighted age and high recruitment scenario, and it was static throughout time. So the spawning biomass could be fluctuating throughout time, and they're always dividing by the same number to come up with the relative spawning stock biomass. And to see, you know, was that above 30% or below 30%. But now what they do is they calculate it, they recalculate the unfished spawning stock biomass every year, taking into account what happened with recruitment and what happened with weighted age and other population dynamics that occurred outside of fishing. And so what that definition does is it isolates the effect of fishing on the stock. But it also makes it so that if you have a low recruitment year, a set of low recruitment years, and the spawning stock biomass goes down, so will the unfished spawning stock biomass. And therefore, if you're dividing spawning stock biomass by unfished spawning stock biomass, and both went down, then you end up with a higher percentage than you would otherwise. So the new definition of unfished spawning biomass at the IPHC that's being used in their system makes it so that there are just not that many scenarios under these alternatives where you actually fall below 30% of unfished spawning biomass. Okay, and hopefully that makes sense. Please ask questions if that didn't make any sense. So I want to move on to talking about sensitivity analyses, which appear in Appendix 2. We did a number of sensitivity analyses to try to see what would the behavior of these alternatives be and how would these alternatives compare to one another, under a low recruitment scenario, an extreme low recruitment scenario, a different assumption about what the relationship is between PSC use and limit. What would happen if what's actually happening is that the PSC trawl is catching proportionally more younger fish or proportionally more older fish than we simulated in kind of our base case scenarios. And then the last one is kind of a nerdy one that I'm not going to focus on and didn't make a difference in the model. So that was maybe a more interesting one to show to the SSC. And I'll just note that this low recruitment scenario was specifically requested by the SSC last year. A hot topic last year was the PSC use to what is PSC use relative to the limit. And so we wanted to experiment with that to see how much of an effect it would have. And then, of course, like I said earlier, we have more uncertainty in what the proportion of younger to older fish is in the trawl PSC. And so we wanted to experiment around with how big of an effect that would have. So I'll show you some of these now. First, this is a low recruitment scenario that we did. And so what we said was we said, what if there was no recruitment for the past 6 years? And we did that because the halibut stock assessment mostly uses the set line survey as model inputs. And the set line survey tends to catch older fish. They don't catch as many fish that are between the ages of 0 and 6. And so the estimates coming out of the stock assessment of how many fish there are between the ages of 0 and 6 is more uncertain. So we said, what if there were none of them? And then after that, what if there were always a low PDO, a low Pacific Decadal Oscillation state going on, which leads to lower recruitment for the halibut stock. And we ran this, of course, both using a 30-20 control rule for TCEY determination, coast-wide TCEY determination, and both with and without a 30-20 control rule for TCEY determination. So what you can see here is that there are not really major differences between having the 30-20 control rule and not having the 30-20 control rule. And that again is because when you have low recruitment, both the spawning biomass and the unfished spawning biomass go down. So when you divide when you divide the spawning biomass by the unfished spawning biomass, and both have gone down, then you get a higher value. So you can have a pretty low, a stock that's at a very low biomass level that still shows up as being above 30% of unfished spawning biomass. So what we did from there, and of course this I want to remind you was a direct request from the SSC before the definition of unfished spawning biomass changed. So what we did here was we simulated an extreme low recruitment scenario that is pretty unrealistic. And what we did was we just calculated recruitment for each year and cut it in half after that. And so we're just hammering the stock to a very low level through very, very low recruitment each year. And we wanted to do this just to see what the model behavior would be. So here what we're looking at is a bunch of plots with year on the x-axis and then various model outputs on the y-axis. And what you can see here, it kind of in the middle right, is that the spawning biomass over time is being driven towards zero. And you can see in the top two plots what's happening with the PSC limit and what's happening with the PSC usage. So you see that alternative 1 is the status quo, it just stays the same over time. For alternative 2, there's a step downwards in the PSC limit, and then that sits, I think, at the floor of the PSC limit. There's a lower floor for alternative 3 and alternative 4, but on their way to the floor, they implement slightly different policies. One has 15% maximum change from the PSC limit from the year before. One has a 20%. One implements element 8, the other doesn't. But of course, for alternative 4 that implements element 8, which is a 30-20 harvest control rule for determining PSC, rather than the one that we were just talking about, which was for a coast-wide TCY determination, the floor supersedes element 8 by definition of the alternative. So we see that there's a slight difference between the purple and the turquoise in terms of how fast they get to the floor, but they're pretty similar to one another as the spawning stock biomass is crashing downwards. And for directed halibut fishery catches in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands, you can see that higher directed halibut fishery catches are maintained for alternative 4 than for the other alternatives, and you can see that the lowest directed halibut fishery catches are maintained for status quo or alternative 1, but they're all headed towards zero eventually because the stock is disappearing under this scenario. Okay, so this is a sensitivity analysis showing the effects of having alternative trawl PSC selectivity. So what happens if the trawl is catching younger fish than we thought in the base case scenario, not shown on the left, or what if the trawl is catching older fish than we thought for the base case scenario, or the scenarios that I showed you earlier in the presentation. What kind of an effect does this have? And so you can see that the kind of effect that it has is on directed halibut fishery catches, where the directed halibut fishery catches show a much larger increase over here in the table on the lower right, where the trawl PSC is catching older fish than for the base case, than for when the trawl is catching younger fish than for the base case. So that does make a difference in what the scale of the directed halibut fishery catches are in the model outputs. And that's something that we have more uncertainty about because there isn't an estimate for this in the IPHC stock assessments because it's a coast-wide stock assessment, whereas the trawl PSC applies to the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands only. So it's not specifically modeled. So here are some main points from the modeling analysis.
Dr. McGilliard,
yep.
Before we move on, Ms. Baker has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair and Dr. McGilliard. I just wanted to, before you went off this slide, what is the base case for the trawl PSC selectivity? I know I read it in the draft EIS, but I'm not finding the tables right now. And I ask because looking at the comment letters that the council received on this agenda item, I see a lot of public comments saying that the majority of trawl PSC is U26, or the vast majority, or different, different ways of referring to that. And I had a different understanding. My recollection was, on average, of course it changes, but about 60 to 70% of trawl PSC in recent years has been O26. And so I wondered if you could say what the base case was for trawl PSC selectivity with respect to these scenarios.
there might be someone else who remembers a percentage better than I do. I apologize that I've been thinking of this in terms of a particular plot or curve. So I don't know if someone else wants to answer. The simple answer is that the base case is between the two figures that you see on this slide. But does someone else know the answer to that off the top of their heads? We could potentially find that for you.
That would be fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought I would ask Dr. McGilliard, and hopefully I can find it too. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. we can work on that.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Baker and Dr. McGilliard. We'll stand by for that at a later time then. Okay. So for now, please continue.
Okay. So here are some main takeaway points from this modeling analysis. And again, I just want to remind everybody that the strength of this model and the purpose of this model is to rank alternatives relative to one another. And I think that it can do, and you know, of all of the uncertainties and variability that I think that we could continue to improve about this model, I think the ranking among these alternatives that are being investigated in this DEIS would remain the same. So first of all, the PSC limits are lowest and the directed halibut fishery catches are highest for alternatives 3 and 4. Secondly, there's no meaningful differences in spawning stock biomass trajectories between the alternatives for the range of alternatives and expected population dynamics that we're simulating here for the range of alternatives that are actually on the table, alternatives 1 through 4. The changes from status quo are larger for PSC limits than they are for directed halibut fishery catch limits. And I think the scale of the directed halibut fishery catch limits is a bit more uncertain in this model. But I think that basic fact won't change because we do subtract the last year's 026 PSC from this year's TCEY to come up with the directed halibut fishery catch limits. And so that's what makes it that way. And that will remain even if there is some change in the scale of directed halibut fishery catch limits. The trawl PSC selectivity, so the proportion of old versus young that's caught by PSC trawl, does impact how much larger changes in PSC limits are in relation to changes in directed halibut fishery catch limits. So that is something to pay attention to. That does change the scale of the directed halibut fishery catch limits. And the effects of the 30-20 harvest control rules, both implemented in determining TCEY or implemented as an element 8 to determine PSC limits, can't be seen unless the population dynamics are pushed outside of our expectations. And the other way that we would see this is that if somehow halibut catches overall were much higher than we expect to see. So if the TCEY went way up or the PSC limits went and use went way up, then we could maybe eventually see more of an effect of these 30-20 harvest control rules. But kind of under the alternatives that are on the table now, and if we continue along with the approximate estimated TCEYs, scale of TCEY coastwide that we're used to seeing, then it's hard to see an effect of these 30-20 harvest control rules. And so to speak further to that point, the use of dynamic unfished spawning biomass lowers the probability of falling below 30% of unfished due to low recruitment. So just some future work to refine the scale of directed halibut fishery catches. Like I said earlier, we could refine the proportion of the directed halibut catches in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands with respect to this spatial mismatch between the definition of IPHC regulatory areas and the definition of that's used by the North Pacific Council for management areas for PSC. We could also refine and better account for variability in the length and age relationship for halibut that contributes to specifying what amount of bycatch is O26 versus U26 in the model. We could do further work. We have already demonstrated through this sensitivity analysis the role of BSAI trawl selectivity, the proportion of old versus young fish that are caught by the trawl, but we could do some further work on that. And I would add the one more bullet that we are approximating the IPHC's management system, the implementation variability piece of that, of what happens in their decision-making process. And that adds to sort of the uncertainty in the scale of directed halibut fishery catches. And so we could work on expressing that uncertainty as well to fully represent the uncertainty about directed halibut fishery catches in the model. And with that, I can turn it over to Sam, unless there are questions.
Okay, let's go ahead and pause. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And please redirect me if this isn't the right staff person, but it was clear from the analysis that the trend in the PSC limits under each of the alternatives is, as we'd expect, highly dependent on the direction that the survey is going. And so we've got the setline survey projected to decline in the near term. And we've got the bottom trawl survey trending upward over the next 5 years before leveling off. And I think particularly when we look at alternative 2, you need to have a really, really low trawl survey to get to the floor. Otherwise, we see no change in the PSC limit or only an increase in the next, through 2030. So I guess that was so counterintuitive to me. I was wondering if you could link back to the direct assumption that the trawl survey is intended to increase in the near term when all we've seen thus far is a decrease. Or do you understand my question? It's just a kind of a fundamental misunderstanding of where I thought the trawl survey was going. And I know this isn't new to this version of the analysis, but I've never actually asked what that assumption is based on.
Okay, well, we're modeling the bottom trawl survey and the setline survey, and so we're not specifically we're not making some sort of assumption about what the survey will be and doing our modeling around that, but rather it's part of the modeling that's based on what would happen with biomass. So I think this links back to the fact that this is way back in the presentation now, but it links back to this, which is that oftentimes the setline survey and the trawl survey are having opposite trends, and that's because they are representing different components of the population. The trawl survey catches more younger fish, and the setline survey doesn't catch those younger fish. The setline survey is focused on the older fish. And so they're often not expected to go in the same direction. And so depending on what recruitment has been in recent, what, levels of recruitment and other factors have been in recent years and in years that that were several years ago, you can see different trends here. So I'll also reiterate that the strength of this model is to rank alternatives relative to one another, and it's not meant as a short-term projection model in the sense of, a stock assessment model that's trying to provide an ABC for next year and the year after. So take the near-term projections kind of with a grain of salt here. Does that answer your
Chair,
question?
could
Yep.
Sorry, was that
Chair?
Dr. Ginelli?
Yeah, if I could just supplement a little on that. through the chair. So I think part of the question had to do with generally why there might be an increase in the first couple of years. Well, there's two things, probably three things that are going on that causes that increase. One of them is there's been a period of poor recruitment and a decline in the bottom trawl survey. So the bottom trawl survey is kind of below average in 2019. So as it tends towards a mean value, it will increase based on that alone. And as you can see in here, you also see the effect of a positive PDO, which means that recruitment's turning out better as well. So, sorry, you're actually getting a positive signal there from good PDO conditions, just by way of the simulation. And finally, in 2019, the age structure and the selectivity, which Carrie's described really well, is such that you can easily see an increase, because as the recruitment tends towards actually something above the mean with the PDO, you would expect to see an increase in the bottom trawl survey, being primarily younger fish. Sorry for my voice. I don't know what happened. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Iannelli. Ms. Kimball, do you have a follow-up?
Well, my hand was just still up, but I think that is very helpful to understand kind of I understand it's a simulation, but you're modeling something that would cause that line to go up when we've only seen it go down. So now I guess I've heard three different factors that would cause us to see that increase, which directly affects, what our alternatives look like. As a follow-up, I also heard Dr. McGilliard kind of characterize for us maybe what we can best get out of this model and what we can't. And what I'm hearing is more short-term impacts, really only relative to each other and not, predictive in any nature, but long-term impacts the model is better at. And I apologize for that really, rudimentary characterization, but I am trying to discern what we can get best out of the model and what we should maybe take with a grain of salt, as you say. If you have any response to that, I appreciate it, or we can move on, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Dr. McGilliard.
Sure. Yes, I think that was very well said. This model is going to be better at characterizing long-term impacts than short-term impacts and ranking the alternatives relative to one another. In addition to what Jim said, I just want to add on that he's correct that the scenario that we're modeling has a PDO that's going up in these initial years, but that's not because we know that the PDO is going to go up in the next several years. And so that's one reason why we need to take these near-term projections with a grain of salt. Like another way to do that would have been to simulate a different PDO scenario in each of our 500 realizations and kind of show you that instead, which we didn't do. We wanted to more display what would be under one PDO scenario, kind of what would things look like and how would that affect the stock. But it does make it less effective for saying this is what's going to happen in these next 5 years, because we don't know what's going to happen with the PDO.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. McGilliard. Can you go to your second to last slide that you showed us there? I have a clarification and a question.
That's
it.
Oh, no, that wasn't there. This one?
No, it's the bullets of what the takeaways of this are. There we go. So my question is the second bullet. There are no meaningful differences in spawning stock biomass trajectories between alternatives for the range of alternatives and expected population dynamics. Just to be clear, because that's a complicated sentence and we have a lot of people listening on the phone and a lot of written comments, are you suggesting that from this comment and from that other slide that I asked a question about, that basically nothing within the ranges that we're considering would have any meaningful impact on the spawning stock biomass in the alternatives that we might select based on the model's predictions?
Based on the model prediction, that is correct. It could be that.
That's really helpful.
Okay.
And then my other question is based on the second to last bullet. Could you just clarify what that one means for myself and the public?
Is there something more specific that you'd like for me to clarify, or I can do my best to...
I can clarify my question a little bit. I guess my impression was that the Halibut Commission selected a policy of the 30-20 control rule to protect the spawning stock biomass in times of very low abundance. And I guess my question is, this sentence indicates that that may not sufficiently protect the spawning stock biomass. Is that the meaning of that sentence?
Through the chair, so these last 2 points are tightly connected. I would say that the definition of unfished spawning stock biomass that the Halibut Commission is using now, that they switched to just this last year, is a dynamic definition. It's dynamic unfished spawning biomass. It's meant to capture changes in the stock that are specifically due to fishing. So it does mean that you could have a stock that has very low biomass, but if that very low biomass was due to chronic low recruitment and or chronic low weighted age or some other effect on population dynamics that's unrelated to fishing, the 30-20 harvest control rule would likely not go into effect. If you have low biomass specifically due to fishing, then the 30-20 harvest control rule, you would end up in the range of the 30-20. You could end up more likely in the range of the 30-20 harvest control rule, where you're below 30% or below 20% of unfished spawning biomass, and it would kick in. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. Next up is Bill Twite, or Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dr. McGilliran. The future work that you outline looks to me like it is, as you say in the title, mostly refinement. I'm wondering which of the conclusions that you have right now you expect the future work to potentially affect. And I'm particularly interested, one, in the conclusion that you just discussed with Mr. Mesereau, but also in the one about the changes from status quo are greater for PSC limits than they are for directed halibut limits. Do you expect this work to change either of those significantly?
I missed the first one that you said through the chair, but I'll answer in short, and then maybe you can respond back to me what is missing from my answer. I would expect these three things, and also any kind of refinement of our approximation of the IPHC management system, which I'm not sure is, or I guess that would be more accounting for uncertainty rather than refinement, I think. I would expect all of these things to have an effect on the scale of the directed halibut fishery catches. And I think that's what we're most uncertain about in this model because of these uncertainties and sources of variability that we have. I would not expect for the basic conclusion to change that changes in PSC limits are going to be bigger than the changes in directed halibut fishery catches.
Thank you. Second question. One of the issues that I've heard described with how we're modeling right now is the randomness that the model currently has in terms of day-to-day encounters of halibut by the bycatch users. That, in other words, clean fishing one day could be followed by not so clean fishing the next day in the same area. And so I guess sort of questioning, is that impression correct, that that's the way the model is working? And if it is correct, I'm wondering, because that would essentially undermine one of the major, if that's indeed a sort of a good way of viewing it, one of our major tools that we're using right now for minimizing halibut bycatch is based on the if an area is showing high bycatch rates one day, it's likely to be showing high bycatch rates the next day, and so it's best to simply move away from that area until you think things have changed, and then maybe go back in and try that area again with a really limited sort of effort to see if it's still got higher than average. And so I guess I'd like you just to comment on, one, is my understanding correct? And two, if it is, doesn't that to some extent cast into doubt one of the major tools we're relying on?
Through the chair, I don't know if maybe Jimmy and Ellie wants to tackle this one.
In response to their request, we modeled the uncertainty in the figure shown here on usage. So that's kind of the proportion in the simulations of the PSC limit that gets used. And as you can imagine, when you add up the limits that are by vessel or co-op, how that might not add up to one very often. We did have one other scenario where it was still highly uncertain what the usage is relative to the limit, but it was more a function of the actual abundance. So it changed when the PSC limit was really high. The implication was that the indices of abundance were also high, and therefore the usage might not be as high, or the alternatively, when the limit was constraining, that it got closer to 1. And so we dealt with that way. But in terms of your specific question about moving on when bycatch levels were high, that level of detail was not modeled. It's only reflected by what you see here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Mr. Marks has a question.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. McGilliard. A question at the lower levels, and if you're talking about responsiveness, say we're at low levels, and theoretically we'd see the uptick in population in those lower size classes. How responsive would the PSC limit be if the smaller sizes turn up, yet overall biomass is low, and it could be a situation like we're seeing with perhaps sablefish, if that's what's going on, where we again see a lot of small fish, but what does that mean as far as the PSC limit, and how fast will that respond to those types of observations?
Want me to try to tackle that one, Carrie, through the chair as well?
You're welcome to.
Dr. Iannelli.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So there's through the time that we've been looking at ways to do exactly what you're describing, you'll recall that we tried different indices, and one index, for example, the bottom trawl survey, might be better keyed into the small fish kind of situation that you described. And so therefore, I think under the present alternative of 2 would probably do a better job of tracking those small fish and adjusting bycatch limits appropriately based on that. As far as how a pound of small fish propagate through to the directed fishery and so on, that's also tracked and accounted for. But it's part of the reason why we do simulations like this, because there is so much variability in that we don't, we could have designed a model that gave you a single answer, but that wouldn't be very realistic knowing how little we do know about how much fish move, how fast they grow, what their availability is to different gear types. So short answer is the smaller fish index would probably be more responsive to that level of abundance. Then there's other factors. I think you'll hear some more on deck sorting and things like that may affect the viability of halibut that are released on deck. Those things are tracked by the observer program and handled at sea. So there's lots of moving parts, and sorry, there's no simple answer. And I don't know, Carrie, if you have more to add to that. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Gilliam?
Through the chair, I think that's almost exactly what I was going to say. So I think that the bottom trawl survey, because it catches a higher proportion of younger fish than does the set line survey, we would see kind of an influx of recruitment show up in the bottom trawl survey years before we saw it in the set line survey. And the other points that Dr. Iannelli made are also very good.
No, thanks for the help and the kind of the reminder on that. And, just trying to get my head around, you've got a good approach comparing the alternatives, and I keep going back in my mind trying to apply those to what we're seeing on the ground and what's going to happen at higher levels, and just from the practical standpoint. So thanks for your response.
Okay, any further questions before we move on to Mr. Cunningham? Right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. McGillard. Mr. Cunningham.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Sam Cunningham, Council staff. We're going to change gears a little bit, and Anna Henry and I are going to talk through some of the groundfish revenue analysis in Section 6.4 of the document and overview some of the supporting contextual information about the groundfish and halibut fisheries that we provided in Sections 3 and 4. So my part of this is 6 slides. This first slide is mainly referencing where we provided data on the key species that dictate Amendment 80 fishery operations at the sector level. 2 key aspects in those references are the interplay between pollock and non-pollock species under the 2 million ton cap, and the nature of how Pacific cod is an important commercial and constraining species that's allocated across many sectors. The table you see on the slide here tracks the halibut DMR that's applied to
It's been applied to the Amendment 80 sector since 2010, and we note the change in methodology in 2017 and the declining rate since then, which is generally attributed to active mortality mitigation measures like deck sorting. Throughout the Amendment 80 fishery description in Chapter 3, we've attempted to show both the evolution of the sector since 2008 and evidence of the operational diversity within the sector. The figure you see here gets at the relative reliance on flatfish species, which are important to all Amendment 80 companies, but are a separating factor when thinking about the distributional impacts of a halibut PSC constraint. And the information that's referenced but not shown in this slide gets to the extent of and the relative participation in activities like mother shipping and CDQ partnerships. And those could be important distinctions between affected Amendment 80 participants, since those activities would not be constrained by the proposed ABM control rule PSC limit. And Section 3.4 in the document covers the Amendment 80 halibut encounter and PSC. The two takeaways here are a downward trend in gross PSC mortality and an effective mortality that began in 2015. The figures we're showing in the slide focus on deck sorting, but we do recognize that there are other factors that could affect the catch to mortality relationship. There are other mitigation measures like excluders and tow times that the sector implements. It's also plausible that encounter is increasing due to environmental factors that are causing the Amendment 80 fleet to fish harder for the same amount of ground fish. And we show that in the document in terms of the total number of hauls by year. This is the last slide on groundfish, and here we're showing the ADF&G stat areas where the Amendment 80 fleet encountered halibut and overlaying that on areas where the EBS trawl survey occurs. And we split that out to the summer months when the survey typically occurs. And this is responsive to stakeholder testimony that you've received in the past regarding how well the survey reflects the fishery. And while we don't weigh in on that or whether that's a necessary condition for setting a control rule, we certainly do acknowledge that fishing vessels and survey vessels do not operate in the same manner. And what we can show is that the survey area covers the areas where the Amendment 80 fleet encounters halibut, with the obvious exception of the Aleutian Islands. And for what it's worth, when you look at Amendment 80 targets that encounter halibut in the Aleutians, it's primarily the lower PSC rate species like Atka mackerel and POP. So now we're going to turn to the Area 4 halibut fishery, and we'll take the next two slides together before moving on to groundfish revenue estimation. This first slide shows the revised version of Table 614, which Diana spoke on earlier, and also a simple scalar multiplication of those harvest quantities by an X vessel value per pound, which is what you see in Table 6 star. And as Diana said earlier, the reason we didn't include something like Table 6 star in the original draft that was posted was because Table 614 had been wrongly interpreted as TCEY, which, as you know, is not the same as the catch limit, and much less actual catch. And the second slide that I'll turn to in a minute shows some supporting information for this table and references other halibut fishery information in the document, but that aren't in the slides. But I want to emphasize that all we're trying to show in the tables you see is a magnitude for near-term total X vessel value for Area 4 halibut catch, and something that's based on the model outputs that we've received. And I want to reiterate, as Dr. McGilliard said, the model isn't meant to be a perfect representation of the IPHC process. And also the model has a way of reconciling the BSAI versus Area 4 spatial difference that's clear and consistent, but it isn't meant to be precise to the area as well. And I think Dr. McGilliard has spoken to that on several occasions. So in summary on these tables, this is not a projection, and it's not trying to account for other factors that might affect total value. For example, actual harvest rates relative to the catch limit or market trends. And that's another reason why it's helpful to look at things in terms of year-adjusted price, which we've done consistently throughout the document, looking at values adjusted to 2018 dollars. So two caveats to provide, and here I'll move to the next slide. The first is the price used to multiply, and the table we just showed you is only based on 2019 average X vessel value for Area 4, again in 2018 dollars. And we note that 2019 was a low value year. The number we used was $4.43 a pound, which is low relative to the last 5 to 10 years. And we emphasized this lower multiplier because the near-term price outlook for the halibut fishery, especially in Area 4, is steady low or even lower. If you wanted some basis for, in 2018 dollars, I should say. If you wanted some basis for looking at the table with a larger price multiplier, you could use an average ex-vessel value for the 2015 to 2019 period. And we provided that as Table 6 ** using a multiplier of $5.57 a pound. And frankly, it's a simple operation, just multiplying across the whole table, such that anyone could transform Table 614 by whatever price per pound value suits their own priors about the near-term future. But to be clear, we are implying that the price trend is flat, pending some pretty significant market disruptions, some that relate to the pandemic and other headwinds that already existed prior to 2020. The second caveat is the catch limit utilization rate. The table assumed 100% utilization of Area 4 catch limits, and that's clearly an overestimate, but historical utilization rates for Area 4 have been around 90% on average for both IFQ and CDQ, and that's dating back to 2012. So it would be easy to make another table that simply transforms the values you saw on the prior slide by 90%, and that would be how you get your mind in the ballpark. While it's too early to make final conclusions about 2020, it is worth noting that while Alaska coastwide commercial catch utilization will likely be down for this year, Area 4 CDE has performed relatively well at 87% landed, and that's through October 1st per the most recent available IPHC landings report. One other thing I wanted to note is that there was a line of questioning in the AP about the validity of characterizing the halibut fishery revenues in terms of ex-vessel values and Amendment 80 revenues in terms of first wholesale. And the insinuation was that we weren't providing an adequate apples-to-apples comparison of revenue impacts for the two fisheries. And I can agree that it's not an apples-to-apples comparison, while also maintaining that we took the appropriate approach and the one that's long been the standard approach for issues before the council that involve both inshore and offshore participants. CPs and CVs are fundamentally different operations, and we're treating them the same in that we look at the first point of sale, but fundamentally the analysis is most interested in how each sector's outcomes differ across alternatives, and particularly within each sector, rather than comparing across sectors. I'd be happy to offer more thoughts about what ex-vessel and first wholesale values actually tell us and how they differ, and also how the arbitrariness or imprecision that we might be inviting in if we imputed a wholesale value for halibut CVs or created an ex-vessel value for groundfish CPs. So I just wanted, you might hear some comments to that and testimony, and I wanted to offer staff's perspective as we thought about the feedback we received. My final note before turning this over to the revenue estimation is that when you look at this table and when it comes to comparing values across alternatives in 2018 dollars, you can refer to Table 4.3 in Section 441 of the document. And if you're trying to compare near-term values in Table 6 * to 2018 or 2019 levels of revenue, then you're looking for values in the table above 18 million. And the table performs relatively well in that regard. If you wanted to compare to the 2013 to 2019 period, then you'd be looking for values, again in 2018 dollars, at or above $22 to $24 million in that range. And that's more variable across alternatives, but it does happen within each alternative column. It just arrives later for alternative 2. So now I think we'll turn our attention back to the impacts on the directly regulated groundfish sector, and without any questions at this point, I'll hand it to Anna.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Cunningham. Let's pause for just a second here. Okay, I don't see any questions, so I think we're ready to move on.
All right, this is Anna Henry, Council staff, and I will provide a brief overview of the groundfish revenue impact estimation, and this is included in pages 216 to 231 of the DEIS. So we used a resampling approach to estimate a range of potential annual revenue totals for the Amendment 80 groundfish fishery under various PSC limits. We used haul level data for Amendment 80 vessels, including the date of haul, groundfish target species, metric tons of groundfish catch, halibut PSC in metric tons, and wholesale value in 2018 dollars. These data included 2010 to 2019, but we have excluded 2015 from this analysis because in 2015, as part of an exempted fishing permit, deck-sorted halibut were reported through logbooks rather than in the observer data. So data in 2015 at the haul level are not comparable to other years. So in this presentation and in the document, when a time period of data is referred to as 2010 to 2019, it is actually 2010 to 2014 and 2016 to 2019. So we randomly sampled hauls without replacement and then summed the combined wholesale value, groundfish catch, and halibut PSC until either the total halibut PSC reached the PSC limit or the total groundfish catch reached a predetermined groundfish limit. The total wholesale value summed across hauls when either of those limits is reached is the estimated annual gross revenue for the Amendment 80 fleet under that specified PSC limit. And we repeated this resampling 500 times under each PSC limit defined in the alternatives for 6 separate scenarios, which I'll discuss in the following slides. So this figure shows the Amendment 80 PSC limits in use since 2010. Sam showed a similar figure and discussed some of the reasons that PSC limits in use have varied over the last 10 years in an earlier slide. And to capture this underlying variation in the fishery, we subset the haul data into 3 data sets drawing from different time periods. So the first time period shown here in red is 2010 to 2014, and these represent relative high PSC use years. The second data set was all of the years, 2010 to 2019, excluding 2015. And the third is 2016 to 2019, here shown in blue, and this represents relatively low PSC use years. So we conducted the resampling analysis on each of these 3 data sets separately. And these colors are used in the results figures to represent these data sets as well. And to be clear, these characterizations of a high PSC use are completely separate from the high PSC demonstrations that Dr. McGilliard showed earlier. So for here, the high PSC years used in these revenue estimates are based on actual Amendment 80 hauls. And in the years of 2010 to 2014, the largest annual total PSC use by Amendment 80 was 2,254 metric tons. So it's very different than the demonstration Dr. McGilliard showed, which had 10,000 tons of PSC and BSAI. So for each of those time period data sets, we also varied the groundfish catch limits to reflect maximum groundfish catch throughout the decade. So we set a threshold at 310,000 tons, and then maximum groundfish catch in the 3 most recent years, setting a threshold at 290,000 metric tons. So this results in a total of 6 scenarios, the 3 time periods or data sets, and the 2 catch limits. And this represents the range of possible outcomes for each of the PSC limits. We used the 7 PSC limits corresponding to limits that are specified as elements in each of the alternatives. So these do not represent every potential PSC limit that may result from each alternative, but they do serve as key points of comparison across alternatives. And the operating model results reported in the document in Table 6.8 display a more comprehensive range of potential PSC limits under each alternative. So the revenue estimates under the 7 PSC limits can be cross-referenced with the PSC limit outputs from the operating model to compare likelihood of different PSC limits across alternatives. So this slide outlines some important context to keep in mind when reviewing these results. So the first is that the revenue estimates should be read for comparison across alternatives.
These results are not standalone predictions of future Amendment 80 revenue under each PSC limit. Harvesters are expected to make strategic choices that are different from the randomized selection of hauls that we used in this analysis. It's also important to keep in mind that these results are aggregated at the Amendment 80 sector level, so the distribution of impacts across companies and vessels will differ based on many factors. As Sam showed in an earlier slide on fishing portfolios are an important factor that vary across companies and will impact the specific distribution of revenue impacts within the sector. Also, the estimates are based on actual fishery data. So one advantage of this resampling approach is that it uses actual fishery data. We're not imposing any external structure on a fishing year or creating any individual hauls that have not occurred during actual fishing. But a limitation of this approach is that estimates only reflect the environmental conditions and fishing behavior that have occurred during the past 10 years. So this approach does not estimate outcomes under a changed environment or management regime, future market conditions, or changing groundfish tags. And this approach does not incorporate fishing adaptations or operational changes that may occur in the future. We also did not predetermine a relationship between PSC use and the PSC limit to estimate these impacts. Rather, the hauls were resampled until either the total PSC mortality reached the PSC limit or the total groundfish catch reached the groundfish limit. So either that 290 or 310,000 tons. So this approach functions as an implicit assumption that 100% of PSC use is possible, although that 100% of PSC use is not met in scenarios where the groundfish limit is met before the PSC limit is reached. And then finally, the resampling occurs at random, so there's no specified order to the combination of hauls. And while this may represent the most likely outcome because hauls are selected based on their prevalence in the underlying distribution, it's likely to exclude, or it's less likely to include the most extreme examples, such as a year in which the fleet has difficulty avoiding halibut and accumulates PSC at a more rapid rate. This random resampling of actual hauls might also underestimate the range of uncertainty in annual revenue estimates, since results tend to center around the mean. And while this may accurately reflect fishing in that harvesters have a limited amount of control over the species composition of each haul, it does not capture operational adjustments such as changes in targeting, fishing location, or other adjustments in halibut avoidance efforts that may occur throughout the year. So this figure 622, which is shown on page 226 in the document, shows the distribution of revenue estimates on the x-axis for each PSC limit, which is shown on the y-axis on the left, and then for both of the groundfish catch limits on the y-axis on the right. And then the different PSC use kind of regimes, or the data sets, the years that we use, are shown in the red, gray, and blue. So I'll go through some of the general trends. First, unsurprisingly, lower PSC limits tend to result in reduced groundfish revenue. So this can be seen in the general diagonal trend from the lower left to the upper right. And then at the lower PSC limits, revenue is constrained by the PSC limit. So you can see this when you compare the revenue estimates under both of the groundfish limits, they overlap for each of the data sets. So this shows that the groundfish limit, either whether it was 310,000 or 290,000, it didn't affect the revenue estimates. And then at higher PSC limits, the revenue is constrained by the groundfish limit. So when you compare the revenue estimates under each of those groundfish limits, it is lower under the lower groundfish limit than the higher groundfish limit. And then generally under the relatively low PSC use, so the most recent years,
the 2016 to 2019 shown in blue, more revenue is generated under every PSC limit than under the higher use scenario, the 2010 to 2014 shown in red. And this is expected if they're accumulating PSC at a higher rate, they'll generate less revenue. And generally, there is a wider distribution of revenue estimates and greater uncertainty for the PSC limits that fall in the middle of the range specified in the set of alternatives and elements. So the area that wasn't outlined in a black box in either of the earlier slides. So for those mid-range PSC limits, there's more variability across the simulations as to which constraint, either the PSC limit or the groundfish limit, was binding the revenue, and thus there's a wider spread in the revenue outcomes. And then finally, the full range of estimates under each data set, so kind of the lowest of the red to the highest of the blue, should be considered when comparing alternatives. And this last slide shows figure 623 in the document, and it's just a different representation of the same results that are shown in that previous figure. So this shows the estimated range of gross revenue associated with each analyzed PSC limit. So the revenue is shown on the y-axis, and then the different groundfish limits are shown by the different panels. And then the PSC limits and their associated alternatives are shown across the x-axis. So that concludes my slides on the groundfish revenue estimates, and I believe Dr. Mike Downs will take over next unless there are questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Henry. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Henry, for the thorough explanation of the revenue estimates. That was, for the Amendment 80 sector, that was helpful. Just to be clear for the council, can you confirm that this revenue impacts analysis that you did for the Amendment 80 sector was not directly reliant on any halibut operating model results? You undertook a separate process that was outside of the halibut or operating model process. I think that's important to clarify if that's correct, given some of the perhaps confusion and questions we've had about the halibut operating model at this meeting.
Yes, through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. That these revenue estimates were completely separate from the operating model. You can associate them with the PSC limits that came out of the operating model if you compare these two tables, but the revenue estimates that I presented are standalone. You'd have to cross-reference back to the operating model results to relate them to that operating model. It was a separate exercise.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Henry.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Henry. The assumption that the Amendment 80 companies can use 100% of their PSC is an assumption I've seen somewhat common or frequently in analyses of PSC, and yet we consistently receive testimony, and we understand from that because of internal controls, in order to avoid one company in a co-op preempting other companies' opportunities, the internal controls in the co-op make it impossible for the sector as a whole to use 100% of their PSC. And I'm wondering why we can't model that to give us a somewhat more accurate sense then of the true impact of a PSC cap, that it's never the cap itself, it's a combination of the cap and the measures that the companies have to take in order to ensure that within the sector, one company doesn't end up preempting another and generating essentially a race for fish, which would unravel the co-op. Why can't we model that and include that in an analysis of expected revenue impacts?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question. First, I would say that there are numerous variables that affect the relationship between the PSC limit and the PSC use. Dr. McGilliard showed the distribution or the relationship of those that they use in the operating model, and it's quite wide and quite random. And so trying to accurately reflect or model the relationship between the PSC use and PSC limit is an extremely difficult task that would require, it would require a lot more sophisticated modeling and a lot more time to try to get a very good grasp on that. In addition to that, in terms of the internal controls or internal limits within the sector that might occur, we don't have information at that level in terms of how each individual company or vessel their operations might be affected differently based on the limit that they face based on internal agreements within the sector. We do, this revenue analysis is, of course, these results are sector-wide. So the distribution of the impact, we state many times, will differentiate within the sector. And a lot of that is based on fishing portfolio and the PSC that each individual company may have access to. And so there's just so many variables. And in terms of the internal dynamics, it would be really difficult to try to tease that out. But we also implemented that groundfish threshold so that it's not always used, but certainly there are numerous variables that impact the use to limit relationship, and trying to tease all of that out and include the internal dynamics of different companies within the sector is a pretty complicated modeling task. And again, as Dr. McGilliard said about her modeling efforts, with many of these analyses, including this revenue estimate, the purpose is really to compare across alternatives using the same methodology. And so that's what this shows.
Well, thank you for that. But Mr. Chair, if I might do a follow-up?
Mr. Twite.
Because while I understand that there is a comparative, we often end up looking at these as absolutes as well, more so than some others, because that's sort of how they're referenced is revenue impact, and not as comparative indices of revenue or something like that. And I get that there's a lot of things that affect revenue and affect PSC usage, and some of them are truly much more random variables. But this isn't a random variable. It's a business. It's an enforceable business agreement, and it essentially dictates that some percentage X, which should be reasonably either calculated or approximated, of the total PSC limit is unavailable to the members of the co-op to use. So I'm not sure it requires that much knowledge of each company's business practice, because it's essentially embodied in the enforceable business agreement between the companies. So I got parts of your answer, and some parts of it made sense and some parts of it didn't. And because in essence what we're presenting then is an underestimate of groundfish revenue impacts, because because of assuming that they'd be able to harvest groundfish all the way up to the 100% limit. Acknowledging you said there is one constraint in there, when really they can't harvest groundfish all the way up to that limit.
Mr. Chair, this is Sam Cunningham. May I respond?
Mr. Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr. Twite, and I think we can, take your comment as good feedback on the methods. I think perhaps the distinction between 100% use and, say, just for sake of conversation, 90% use, it's a transformation that's pretty simple that we could make and apply, but it's probably less important, and I say that, you're talking about reading the tables in the paper and considering them as absolutes. You could argue that they're median outcomes, but setting that aside, perhaps that arithmetic transformation is less important than the distributional impacts within the sector, which I think you're also speaking about. And I think that ties to when or at what PSC level, what PSC limit level you start to see impacts on a particular company, given their situation within the co-op and within that enforceable agreement that you're referring to. And one thing that we don't have visibility into is if you're an Amendment 80 company that's more reliant on higher PSC use groundfish species, is your response to a limit that's not yet mathematically constraining, is your response going to be to change your operation in a way that drives up operating costs and reduces net revenues, or are you going to come to some way to purchase PSC? I don't know if that's the right word because I'm not part of the co-op, but to access PSC within the co-op that presumably comes at some cost. Either way, there's cost to that. And, if you were just an economics robot looking at it from the outside, you would see that just as efficiency loss, but, ties back to how we try to understand Amendment 80. Is it truly a cooperative, or is it, 5 competitive companies that are in an enforceable agreement with one another? So maybe I'm just restating the concerns you have that led to your question, but I think it would be fairly easy to correct for an underestimate in impacts in the results we've presented. But I hope that we have tried and will continue to try to give that qualitative context that I'm trying to refer to here.
Mr.
Thanks,
Twite.
Mr. Cunningham, and thanks, Ms. Henry. Appreciate that combination of answers. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to I've been trying to track along in the document. I want to focus on the few tables to ensure I'm looking at the key takeaways. And so I realize we're using the PSC limits generated through the operating model that Dr. McGilliard went through. And then we're using, on page 217, we're using kind of this boundaries of potential groundfish catch based on the past 10 years or so, it looks like. And then we're putting that all in table 611 of the document, where I would really want to focus on what do we think is going to happen? What's our best estimate of changes in revenue from groundfish based on the various alternatives? And so my question is pretty simple. Am I looking at the right table to get my takeaway on that fundamental question? And then am I, in the data periods chosen, was that intended to be kind of pre-deck sorting, the whole period, and then the year in which deck sorting was really implemented pretty regularly? A couple questions in there, thanks.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. So first, yes, there's table 611 on page 228, and then also table 612 on page 229. They show the same results, just in different organizations to compare more easily. But those are the average estimates across all the different scenarios and the different PSE limits. So yeah, you can use the results in those tables and compare them to the
table 6.8 on page 217 with the PSC limits from the operating model to kind of assess the different potential outcomes based on each of the alternatives and different PSC limits. And then the second part of the question, in terms of the data periods used, we didn't do that specific to deck sorting. It was really just to try to capture some way within the data either kind of the lower PSC use environment or, and I use the word environment just kind of generally in terms of all the conditions that are happening, not just specifically environmental conditions. So we chose these different data periods simply just because to include a kind of a lower PSC use years and higher PSC use years based on the data.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I could use, for instance, the bounds of any of these alternatives, like alternative 3, the revenue generated under the floor on an average year and the revenue generated under the ceiling as kind of the bounds of what I think would happen in this model under alternative 3 in any given year.
Yes, correct. And to look kind of at the full range, you know, you can, I think the figures do help also to show you like the lowest of the red to the highest of the blue, that full range, and then between the different groundfish thresholds as well. So kind of the lowest of the red under the low groundfish threshold and the highest of the blue under the higher groundfish threshold to give you that full range because there is a lot of uncertainty associated with this.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the trends are intuitive, the general trends, and I'm just trying to narrow in on, you know, where we can understand what our best prediction is on impacts. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. It is a helpful conversation. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Anna. So, Ms. Henry, I found your answer to Ms. Kimball's questions and that line of questioning very helpful, as well as the chairman just noted, and also the answers to the questions that you had for Mr. Twite. I'd like to go back to the slide that shows the alternatives starting with the status quo and across the line there that Mr. Twite was looking at. So being that this is a very key table, I've looked at it a number of times, and I've actually, you know, had calls in and got good answers from staff, but I'm still not quite clear on this. Mr. Twite, I think, pointed out, aptly so, that there's the possibilities of underestimating the impacts. But I'm looking at the other side of the coin, and that's the possibility of overestimating the impacts, because we're looking at status quo and then the numbers based on the alternatives on where the thresholds might be by the various years here. But if we're starting out with status quo rather than the in other words, the 1745 number instead of the current use, which is quite a bit below 1745, wouldn't the impacts be lower, or would they be the same? I'm guessing there's some costs assumed from going from 1745 to the lower number, but if you were to use status quo, which is the cap, I understand why you've got that, but if you use status quo as the current use or the current few years average use or something like that, it would be a lower number, and wouldn't the impacts then be lower, being that that's the reality, is that there, you know, any action that we were to take on this item down the road would be a cut from current use as far as economics are concerned. That's the question. I hope I made that clear. Henry.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Down, I think I understood the question. Again, I do think that the best way to use these estimates is to compare across alternatives. So if you are comparing each alternative relative to each other, they are using the same methods, so the relative difference is the best way to use these. We weren't trying to predict specific revenue outcomes under each limit because there are a lot of behavioral changes and adaptive strategies that are not included in this methodology. So it could overestimate the impact in terms of gross revenue because there are adaptive behaviors or strategies that could be implemented that we aren't modeling in these estimates.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Henry. So I guess I'll restate my question, but my question really is that in column B here, the status quo, with column A being the year, if column B was current use rather than current cap, would the impacts, the economic impacts to the fleet be lower as we're looking at those other tables?
So it seems like the question is kind of related to Mr. Twite's question in terms of the use relative to the limit and our assumption that their 100% use was possible. And that is primarily because, for status quo, you could say, here's what the use is relative to the limit. But for many of the new limits that we haven't experienced or haven't been implemented prior, we don't have specific data about what the use would be under that limit. And trying to model that relationship is complicated, as I mentioned in my earlier answer to Mr. Twite's question, and as Mr. Cunningham kind of fleshed out as well.
Mr. Dunn?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still not quite sure. I think I've got I just don't want to make an assumption here for something. So my assumption is that there is a cost built in from current cap to whatever alternative and year you pick. So in other words, rather that there's a cost assumed, that the assumption is that in those years, if they didn't have that full cap available, there'd be cost involved with that. My sense here is that the shortcoming of this table is that we're going from current cap rather than current use, and that would make a big difference. But maybe I don't need to say anything more on that. I think potentially, Mr. Chairman, I've been given the answer, but I just wanted to note that I'm still a bit confused if that would make a difference in the economic tables that I'm looking at if we were looking at current use rather than current cap. Thank you.
Mr. Down, with the chairman's indulgence, give it a shot.
Mr. Cunningham.
First to say that the table you're looking at from page 217 is model outputs and not necessarily the analysis that Ms. Henry and I worked on. But as I understand your question, you could look back at table 319 on page 125 of the paper where we just report Amendment 80 PSC use back to 2010. And you would look there and see that since 2015, Amendment 80 PSC use hasn't been over 1,500 tons. So maybe you could look at the table on the slide and say that any change in the limit between 1,745 and 1,500 tons is, costless or low cost is a way you could choose to look at it. And I think this isn't quite the same as the analysis Anna has been going through, but we would push back on that a little bit by pointing to the diversity within the Amendment 80 sector and say that, those first 245 tons aren't necessarily the easiest depending on, which company you are, if that helps. Again, I think we're mixing a little bit of the, the modeling analysis outputs and the analysis that Ms. Henry and I did, but I'd like to think that our qualitative descriptions acknowledge that the difference between historical use and existing PSC limits is not experienced in the same way within the sector across all participants.
Yeah, no, that helps very much, and I'm glad, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Cunningham. You articulated it better than I was, but that was my concern, and it really kind of comes down to, I think, the and I'll keep it short because this isn't a question. I think it, just to clarify, it comes down to the fact that there is cost in between the differences in the 5 companies that exist, and but we don't know what that is because we don't. But there is cost, so I get that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. I just want to follow up on Mr. Down's question because I was following it, but then I got confused again. So I think I understand the cost discussion at the end, but what I want to make sure I understand, I think Mr. Down started out with the suggestion that perhaps the revenue impacts analysis wasn't capturing the fact that, at least in recent years, PSC use has been below the limit. And so my question is my understanding correct? I'm thinking back to the slide where you present the results of the different alternatives in terms of revenue impacts, either in the figure or the table, it doesn't really matter. I remember Ms. Henry mentioning, the model, the way you did the haul by haul analysis was either the fleet was limited by the PSC limit or the groundfish tax. And so I want to make sure that I understand it, that this revenue analysis is capturing the fact that PSC use is not equal to the PSC limit in every year. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that is correct that the 100% of the PSC use is not used in every run of this analysis. So you can see generally at the lower PSC limits under this analysis, generally they do hit up to the PSC limit as the threshold, but then under higher PSC limits, they're constrained by the groundfish limit and they do not reach 100% PSC use in those scenarios.
Ms. Baker?
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I was just concerned that perhaps the takeaway for some people might be that our revenue impacts analysis wasn't reflecting the current relationship between PSC use and PSC limits, and my understanding is that it does. So that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Henry.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, because you're wrapping up this section, it seems like, and I just want to understand better if it, is this kind of as far as we can go? I've heard lots of caveats around, how we should read both pieces of this analysis, from the operating model we heard previously to the revenue estimate results. And I'm just wondering, is this kind of as far as we can go? We look at relative impacts across alternatives, which includes status quo, but really pulling back from making any kind of conclusive or even semi-conclusive statements about here's what we think will happen under this scenario. This is what we think we'll see in terms of groundfish catch. This is what we think we'll see in terms of the practicability of the groundfish sector to take all of its TAC under this kind of limit. This is what we think we'll see in terms of directed fishery limits. And I hope I'm not pushing it too much, Anna and Sam, but I just want to understand if we feel like we'll get that level of qualitative analysis at the conclusion of this whole process.
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Kimball. I think one further step that we would like to take that timing kind of precluded in this version would be to more completely map the revenue estimates under different PSC limits to those modeling outputs, so that the PSC limits that come out of the operating model those probabilities and the likelihood of those PSC limits, we can run this revenue estimation using the same methodology, but for all of the PSC limits in this table 6.8, and then show kind of the more likely range between each alternative. And I think that will also help to show, kind of map the alternatives and the relative impacts a little more intuitively.
For both the, thanks, Mr. Chair, for both the groundfish sector and for the halibut sector.
And Ms. Kimball, I think, oh, sorry, Anna, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to specify that I was speaking specifically about the groundfish revenue estimates, but Sam, it sounds like you were going to jump in, so go for it.
Well, I think one thing that, maybe we haven't been as forceful about in the past, but I think you have the information in front of you to understand is that in limits that end up in the, range that I'm kind of indicating on the slide, we didn't go so far as to say, here's a menu of possible realities for how the Amendment 80 sector looks when operating with a PSC limit like this. Would this involve, certain vessels not operating or, companies not operating, things like that? I think to provide that level or that type of analysis may require some cooperation and input from the participants in the fishery, and maybe public testimony is the best way to get at that. So we weren't explicit in saying if you end up at PSC limit on this part of the chart, certain vessels wouldn't operate, but I think we can probably be in agreement that you can look at the slide in front of you right now and see a PSC limit threshold where at least our analysis is showing, relatively moderate to major changes would be necessary. Again, stipulating that kind of underlying conditions are similar to what we've based it on in the last 10 years.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions for Ms. Henry or Mr. Cunningham? Right, I don't see any, so thanks to you both. Next up we have Dr. Mike Downs to present the SIA, but we're a little over halfway through our afternoon session here, so let's go ahead and take a break and come back at 2:40 Alaska time, and we'll continue with the staff presentation. Hey, good afternoon. It's 2:40 Alaska time. We should be ready to start back up here with the SIA and presented by Mr. Mike Downs. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike Downs, Whistler Research. Is my mic okay?
Loud and clear.
Great, thanks. As Diana mentioned briefly, this presentation is going to be a little bit different than what was presented to the SSC and the AP. For those presentations, I focused just on what had changed since the last time the document was reviewed. But during the AP deliberations, it was clear that there was some confusion about the stuff that, the content that remained unchanged from last time. So I'm going to give a general overview of the updates that have been done. For the analysis, I'm going to briefly highlight what has remained largely unchanged and what has changed, and the same thing for the analysis or the findings, what has largely remained unchanged and what's different. And then the findings of the SIA are summarized in section 6.5 of the draft EIS. In general, next slide, please. In general, what has changed since the last time is there's been a couple of more, actually 3 more LKTK sources for the Bering Strait region that have come to light that were provided to us graciously by COERIC. And so those are now incorporated or referenced in the document. And that was one thing that the AP was looking for during deliberations, and that's where that's located. We've updated the quantitative indicators of engagement and dependency based on the availability of 2019 data, and that applies to the Amendment 80 fishery, the halibut directed fishery, commercial, and then the shore-based processors as well for that fishery. So the span of years now covered by the indicators is full years 2010 through 2019. The subsistence sections, which was another thing that the AP was looking for, those start in section 5.3, and those are updated with newly published Department of Fish and Game reports that became available after the last time you saw it. And I would point out that there is an extensive subsistence fishery discussion put together by Sam Cunningham that includes subsections on subsistence management, subsistence halibut data, economics of subsistence use, and halibut in the context of other subsistence resources, as well as a summary of activities of the Western Alaska Industry Joint Working Group. The subsistence sections are also, for the halibut fishery, are updated in each of the individual CDQ region discussions. And the sport halibut fishery has also been updated with 2019 data, which was another section that Sam put together. There's been school enrollment data added and income data added in the regional demographics discussions. The school enrollment data was added because of the vulnerability of some halibut dependent communities in terms of getting near the threshold of minimum number of kids to qualify for state school funding. Income data from the American Community Survey has been updated through 2018, the most recent year. And finally, fisheries tax and general fund information has provided for those communities most directly engaged in or dependent on the Amendment 80 fishery. And general fund revenues are provided to put fisheries-related revenues into a larger context. Next, please. One thing that's largely unchanged was the portions of the analysis that dealt with halibut communities, and those are organized by regional, by CDQ region, with nested community discussions underneath that. Each of those starts off with a historic overview, which was actually put together by Anna Henry. And another thing that the AP was looking for during their discussion was the time depth of engagement in the halibut fishery, subsistence halibut fishery. And I would just point you to the first discussion for the regions, the first one in in line is a picta. And there's a reference in there that Anna has to the archaeological record that goes back some 9,000 years. And the kitchen middens in some of those earliest sites contain halibut bones as well as Pacific cod. So thousands of years of continuity. There's a community institutional summary, which gives the tribal status of each community, which helps inform the environmental justice analysis and is also relevant to the National Center for Analysis, which we'll talk more about. And there's individual community historical summaries for each of the communities that are engaged in the commercial halibut fishery. Demographic data is also provided to inform the environmental justice analysis and is relevant to the National Center for Analysis. And then a section on local economy covers engagement in the commercial halibut fishery by community, engagement in the subsistence halibut fishery by community where sources exist at the community level, engagement in the Amendment 80 fishery by community, and CDQ group direct Area 4 halibut and or Amendment 80 sector fisheries. So those are largely unchanged except for the 2019 update, but just wanted to make sure that people were aware that that information is there. Next slide, please. The changes that have been made to the analysis with the shift in groundfish focus to Amendment 80, I'm just going to briefly go over that. Actually, what hasn't changed is we're still using vessel ownership address to link to communities, which highlights the ties of the Amendment 80 sector to the Seattle MSA, Metropolitan Statistical Area. And we also still look at cross-cutting ties with LLP license ownership address, vessel home port, and crew residence. But the way that the Amendment 80 fishery touches Alaska communities, if you will, is it's multiple. One is in the form of product transfers that generate state fishery resource landing tax revenues. There's port calls that potentially generate economic activity in local support service sectors. There's CDQ ownership interest in Amendment 80 vessels. There's CDQ quota leasing to Amendment 80 industry partners. And also there's some direct employment in a few cases. So the changes pretty much focus on those factors. And specifically, we did with the discontinuation of the inclusion of a number of the other groundfish sectors, we came up with a new screening criteria, which is using tax data to help define the universe of communities to at least to first take a look at. And we looked at the fishery landing taxes as a percentage of fishery business tax and fishery landing tax total. And understanding that that's not Amendment 80 specific, it's catcher-processor specific, but it identifies the outward edge of the universe of Alaska communities. And with focusing on that Amendment 80 link rather than the previous groundfish sector links that were previously included in the analysis, there's a number of potentially substantially engaged communities dependent on groundfish that dropped out. Those were Acatan, Nome, Anchorage, Homer, King Cove, Kodiak, Petersburg, Sitka. But with the application of the new screening criteria, Togiak was added as by this sort of first cut criteria. That includes Adak, Atka, Sandpoint, Togiak, and Unalaska Dutch Harbor. We did obtain product transfer report data to try to get at more Amendment 80 specific calculations of local taxes received, but those data were judged not useful in accurately estimating amounts of relevant offloads in their current form. We also looked at port call information. Now, these are Amendment 80 specific, but don't necessarily correspond to product transfer amounts or support service expenditures, which in part are due to community support service infrastructure capacity. There are some outstanding questions regarding the port call data, and we've talked to industry about this in terms of the number of port calls versus the number of trips that show up in the data. And we got feedback that the numbers for port calls for Unalaska Dutch Harbor in particular may be low. But one thing that we did get feedback on was we got the communities right, we got the relative order of magnitude right in terms of the distribution of port calls across communities, and we're looking more into see if we can refine the port call data, but that has proven useful to establish linkages between communities. The other, next slide please. The other ways we looked at links of Alaska communities to Amendment 80 was we updated the CDQ ownership interest in Amendment 80 vessels. We updated the vessel home port and LLP license ownership data. And since we were relying on taxes in a little bit different way than we had before in linking the Amendment 80 activity to particular Alaska communities, we included information on the two different the fishery resource landing taxes as administered, the sharing part of those tax revenues, as administered by two different entities within the Alaska government, Department of Revenue and the Department of Community, Commerce, Community, and Economic Development, program disbursements, and those are provided as attachments. Next slide, please. In terms of moving to findings now, as opposed to just the shape of the analysis, the findings that were largely unchanged was the potential differential distribution of impacts to communities engaged in the commercial halibut fishery, that Alaska communities, including potential environmental justice concerns, for substantially engaged predominantly Alaska Native communities, some of which include low-income populations, some that do not. Those are characterized in the findings. There's a total of 17 halibut-dependent communities that were identified through a principal components factor exercise put together by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, along with our work in terms of the indicators that you've seen that we've measured. Of those 17 communities, 16 of those have federally recognized tribes, and 15 of the 17 are CDQ member communities. And then the Pacific Northwest communities analysis of the halibut component of the analysis is largely unchanged as well. The potential impacts to communities in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands region engaged in the halibut subsistence fishery is pretty much unchanged. Same thing with the sport fishery. And there's also a section on potential cumulative small and rural community and culture-related context issues. And again, it wasn't clear in the AP deliberations that that sort of data was known to exist in those particular sections. And in terms of findings revised since the last review for Amendment 80 communities, one thing hasn't changed is the potential adverse impacts of the proposed alternatives to the Amendment 80 sector itself would largely accrue to the Seattle metropolitan area and the Pacific Northwest in general. And as Sam and Anna have talked about at length, magnitude of impacts would vary by company based on fishing portfolios, business practices or decisions, and adaptive behaviors. One thing that is pointed out more clearly now in the analysis is that crew aboard Amendment 80 vessels are recruited from multiple states, and demographics, which have been in there all along, the EEOC employment data supplied by a number of firms in the industry, those demographic data suggest that environmental justice is potentially of concern if catcher processor crew experience high and adverse impacts through loss of income or employment opportunities. So that there was some AP discussion of whether that was a reasonable thing to look at compared to the environmental justice issues faced by halibut-dependent communities. But environmental justice, applies across the board for identified minority and low-income populations, and it's obviously within the council's purview, and charge is to balance competing interests. But that is a potential issue within the Amendment 80 sector as well. Next slide, please. In terms of Alaska community findings since the last review, Amendment 80 linked rather, Unalaska Dutch Harbor, ADCA, and ADAC would be the most vulnerable to adverse impacts from potential reductions in Amendment 80 product transfers and port calls under the proposed action alternatives. Linked to that, environmental justice concerns were identified for ADCA in terms of the relative contribution to local revenues. But of course, again, those impacts, the change in patterns of port calls and product transfers would depend on particular companies, the particular alternative selected, and adaptive behaviors. But these are identified as places to look once the preliminary preferred alternative is selected. Impacts to Togiak and Sand Point, the other two Alaska communities selected by the screening criteria, would likely be minor or negligible. And one thing I didn't explain very clearly earlier is in terms of the impact that port calls have on communities, potential impacts, beneficial impacts to support service businesses, that's often limited in these communities by port infrastructure. So for example, St. Paul averaged the fourth highest number of Amendment 80 port calls. However, the amount of business generated by those port calls is limited by the capacity of the harbor to handle vessels of that size and the facilities to service those vessels. So even though port calls do take place, there's activity, the beneficial impacts in terms of private sector revenues are quite limited. Next slide, please. And then continuing with the Amendment 80 Alaska findings, Amendment 80 linked Alaska findings. Among Alaska CDQ groups, 4 of the 6 CDQ groups typically lease multi-sector, multi-species groundfish quota in whole or in part to Amendment 80 industry partners. I would also mention that even for those 2 CDQ groups that don't lease directly to Amendment 80 partners, sometimes quota from those groups do end up getting harvested by Amendment 80 firms as swaps between firms take place toward the, as people are filling out their fishing years. Another group, a 5th group, owns partial ownership interest in multiple Amendment 80 vessels. And again, potential risk to returns of any of these activities for the CDQ groups would depend on their industry partners' fishing portfolios, business practices, and adaptive behaviors. Next slide. And finally, Mr. Chair, in terms of next steps for the social impact assessment, more alternative specific detail can be provided following the selections of a preliminary preferred alternative. And there was a recommendation from the SSC based on public input that the future versions of the SIA explore some of the concerns raised in public testimony regarding National Standard 4 and disproportional impacts to tribes given the number of Alaska Native communities in the analysis. We certainly will add a reference to National 4 in the regulatory context section as asked for specifically in public comment. I would note that the foundational data for a National Standard 4 analysis is already included in the SIA, but we can make that link more prominent in terms of identifying federally recognized tribes and other Alaska Native linked institutions. And the National 4 considerations typically are summarized in Council EISs in what is in this document, Section 8.1, which is a summary of impacts under each of the national standards. So we will certainly, in the next iteration of the document, which presumably will include a preliminary preferred alternative, cross-reference to findings in that section, because clearly there's more involved in National Standard 4 than just the topics covered in the SIA. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my summary of changes and things that haven't changed since last you've seen the social impact assessment.
Thank you, Dr. Downs, for your presentation. Mr. Marks has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Downs, for your presentation. The MSA speaks a lot to fishing communities, but when I look at the executive order on environmental justice, 12.898, it talks more broadly about minority and low-income populations. So at least in my area, with schools closed, but they're still offering lunch for disadvantaged youth, and high unemployment rate, and especially the certain sections of the community, the service industry, and the like. Those are groups that could be impacted by this action, and I was wondering how those groups would fit, and should they be addressed in the SIA, or is there something I'm missing? Thanks.
Certainly, through the chair. Thank you. Yes, and you are correct. In terms of the language of the executive order, it talks about minority populations and low-income populations, not communities. And we have tried to identify those populations both in Alaska communities and in the Pacific Northwest as the sectors and fisheries touch those communities that could be affected by this action. So, for example, in ATCA and ADAC, we looked at let me focus on ADAC because of the links to the processor population that was in that community, that there was a very large percentage of folks that were low-income population and minority population, and so that was identified as an environmental justice concern for that community, in case there are changes in halibut deliveries to the community, or in terms of the local economy of the community would be affected by Amendment 80 port calls in terms of the support service businesses in that community as well. And the same thing with a number of other communities. So to the extent that we could identify minority populations or low-income populations with the support service sector in the communities, or with populations that were directly linked to one of the sectors that would be affected, we did try to identify that. I don't know if that answers your question, but that was something we certainly attempted to do.
Thanks. Maybe just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, if that's all right.
Mr. Marks.
I guess, can you speak about that in terms of downstream effects, such as consumers, or for products? When we're looking at least as I look at my local stores and the people that would consume those products, and having a relatively inexpensive protein source. Thanks.
Through the chair. In terms of, to answer your question very briefly, we didn't try to do that in this version of the document. My take on that is we would try to coordinate with the net national benefits analysis that would be done in terms of the economic analysis when a preliminary preferred alternative is selected. But in terms of tying that to a particular alternative at this case, sort of at this level, didn't seem to be something that was within reach.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Down, for your presentation. I have a question, and I think I may know the answer before I ask it, but I'm going to ask you anyway because I'm not sure. What we heard from Dr. McGilliard was that the model conclusion was that the spawning stock biomass was not dramatically affected at any level of PSC that we would normally see under any situation that we've measured. Only under the most extreme circumstances would there be a small gain to the spawning stock biomass. So that conclusion from the modeling part of the presentation seems to be contradicting some of the conclusions in the impact section. And I think that the reason that might be is that you don't know the conclusions of one section while you're writing the other. I'm just assuming that. And the thing that makes me think that this is a problem in this particular document is if you look on page 240, in the third paragraph down, you say that it's assumed that Area 4 halibut fisheries, including commercial subsistence and sport fisheries, would benefit from the implementation of proposed action alternatives relative to the degree that DSAI halibut spawning stock biomass itself would potentially benefit in low abundance conditions. And you go on and explain some things there, but I'm fairly certain that we heard from the last presenter that that wouldn't be the case. And that's my first question for you is, did you weigh those conclusions, or would you adjust your impact statement when we move this down the road to reflect those conclusions from the model? And then my second follow-up question to that is just that how does subsistence and sport fit into having anything to do with spawning stock biomass when they harvest off the top?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, to your first question, I think the key to the wording there was to the extent that the spawning biomass would be affected. You are correct that the results of the model were still in process when this was written. If the ultimate alternative that is selected does not have an impact on the spawning biomass, that conclusion would be rewritten. In terms of the, I think there are other sections, well, let me back up just 1 second on that. In terms of what's identified in the document now is vulnerabilities and potential impacts based on the potential impacts one way or another to the spawning biomass. But there's other scenarios that we've heard about in terms of things that would essentially reallocate halibut from the effectively function as reallocating halibut from the Amendment 80 fishery to the directed commercial fishery. Sort of we would couch the writing of the analysis in the terms that are appropriate to the preliminary preferred alternative when we go back and revisit. That's not a very articulate answer to your question, but let me try to answer your second one, and we can come back to the first one if you want to ask a follow-up question. In terms of the impacts to other fisheries, including subsistence, I believe the way that is written now is that if, again, in terms of, we were focused on spawning biomass at the time, if the overall vitality or abundance of the halibut stock improves so that catch per unit effort in subsistence decreases, if it's easier to be successful in subsistence pursuits and it doesn't take as much effort or expense, that's a gain, even though you're correct. Subsistence is taken off the top, but there would be, if there was improved conditions with the stock, there would be beneficial effects to subsistence as well.
Thank you, Dr. Dunn. I really appreciate this. It was a great impact analysis. I don't want you to take that I'm being critical. I just saw this sort of conflict, and I realized that the nature of the way this works is everyone's working at the same time to try to get a document out for us to review, and so the possibility of that sort of disagreement of conclusions is probably inherent in this process, and I appreciate your efforts, as always.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Metro.
Hey, Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Downs, for your presentation. I have a question about the last point that you made in the presentation about including National Standard 4 considerations in the regulatory context section. And thank you for pointing that out, because apparently I missed that issue during the SSC report. And so if it's okay, I will ask if you could expand on that discussion a little bit in terms of what the SSC recommended. And more specifically, what I'm curious about is, as you know, there are multiple components of National Standard 4, and any conservation and management measures shall not discriminate between residents of different states. If fishing privileges are allocated or assigned, they have to be fair and equitable to all fishermen, reasonably calculated to promote conservation, and carried out in such a manner to prevent excessive shares. So can you help me focus on the SSC's recommendation and what particular aspect of National Standard 4 they recommended that you definitely provide in the SIA at the next phase?
Certainly, through the chair. Ms. Baker, I read you the entirety of the SSC recommendations regarding the SIA, but I can tell you the public comment that their recommendation was based on. And that specifically looked to the section of the National Standard 4 guidelines under it is the section that says an allocation of fishing privileges may impose a hardship on one group as if it is outweighed by the total benefits received by another group or groups. And it continues on, and the last part of that section reads, where relevant, judicial guidance and government policy concerning the rights of treaty Indians and Aboriginal Americans must be considered in determining whether an allocation is fair and equitable. And so I believe the SSC ask was to tighten up in the SIA, we do identify which communities that may be affected have, for example, federally recognized tribes. And I think the ask of the SSC was twofold. In terms of the regulatory context section of the SIA, it mentions National Standard 8. They're recommending that it mention National Standard 4 as well, and that the sort of include language that when we point out the demographics of the communities that have federally recognized tribes, just make a link back to cross-reference that with National Standard 4. That's what I took out of it. Does that help?
Baker.
Yes, it does, very much. Thank you, Dr. Downs. I appreciate it. That was perfect.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Downs, my questions are maybe somewhat in line with Mr. Mesereau's, but I just wanted to see what's possible for the next iteration as well. I understand you'll be able to kind of relink or align your conclusions with the earlier part of the document that makes some determinations about things like spawning stock biomass. And I hope it's clear that we don't have a direct effect on subsistence harvest. In that light, are we able then to focus the SIA at least in some, something strengthened or bringing out those communities or those populations that we really might have a direct effect on? I think this is a hugely comprehensive look at the importance of halibut, and I don't want to downplay that level of background information, but for this decision, is there some value in really focusing, on the communities that are virtually 100% dependent on halibut, and there's really just a few of those, or those communities that are very dependent on groundfish revenues derived from this particular Amendment 80 sector? Is there a possibility to do that even absent a PPA, given what we've learned in the beginning of this presentation on how the alternatives work in relation to one another?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the short answer is yes. I think we do that in terms of the conclusion sections. I think that focus is provided, but yes, we certainly can highlight that more or streamline that more.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions for Dr. Downs? Don't see any. Thanks again, Dr. Downs.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, we're moving on to the, hopefully you can hear me okay. This is Diana Stram again. We're moving on to the last several slides of this DEIS presentation. I'm just going to walk through some slides on performance metrics, and as well as pointing out where the calculation error that you heard earlier does affect some of the performance metrics and where they were updated. So as noted in section 6.3.2, and as what we discussed at the beginning of this presentation, performance metrics have been developed and refined over several years through a public stakeholder process as well as within the public council process. These metrics were developed to rank alternatives performance against council objectives that are shown here on this slide, the 5 objectives. These 5 objectives were derived from the purpose and needs statement on page 42, section 1.2. And as we've noted multiple times, they are not prioritized, and certain ones may be in opposition to each other, making designing a management program to address all of them problematic. For 4 of the objectives then, those that are related to stability, index to abundance, protecting spawning stock biomass, and providing for directed fisheries, we provide model-derived metrics over the simulation years. These are contained in tables 6.6-3 through 6-7. Revisions are posted to the e-agenda, and I'm going to walk through those in a few slides. For the flexibility objective then, we previously derived a model-derived metric in October of last year, and which was not found to be adequate. And so here we provide a qualitative summary of the short-term fishery operation impacts stemming from the revenue analysis. So this metric summarized in the executive summary in conjunction with the shaded summary of all objectives and presented together in table ES14. So again, performance metrics are listed in tables 6.3 through 6.7, as well as in the errata posted. The only metrics that are associated with the directed fishery catch calculation needed to be updated for that catch correction, and it had no effect on the relative rankings, which we'll talk through in just a minute. Table 6-6, however, is different, and it had to be updated prior to that catch correction for a previous copy error. So updating it for that copy error did affect the relative rankings between the alternatives because it had been copied incorrectly. When it was updated for the catch correction, however, it had no effect on the relative rating. So this just gives you revised Table 6-4 for the 4 directed fishery metrics. And again, with the 2019 halibut catch corrected to be lower, the following columns change, but ranking across the alternatives remain the same. So column 1 and column 3 change. But again, the relative ranking, if you look at the bolded on the right in the updated version as compared to the left in the previous version, does not change. This slide then provides you revised Table 6-5 and 6-6. Again, changes to Table 6-5 are in the magnitude of the columns 1 and 3, but the ranking across the alternatives is unchanged. Differences in Table 6-6 are across the alternatives are small, and the ranking remains the same as the corrected table that was posted on 9/25. So the updated version on the right modifies the value slightly, but produced no change in the relative rankings. There seemed to be some misinterpretation of what to infer from Table 6-6 when we discussed this both at the AP as well as noted in comments from the SSC. So I'm going to ask Dr. McGilliard to just walk through Table 6-6 again on the bottom right to give an indication of what you would be inferring from looking across those metrics, because there seemed to be some confusion by the public on that.
Great. Good afternoon, Dr. McGilliard.
Okay, thank you. So I can speak to this. What we're looking at here is the directed BSAI directed fishery catches divided by the Bering Sea TCEY, which includes all sectors as it's determined at the IPHC. And so, like Diana said, there has not been a change in ranking across alternatives. So we're looking at different years, 20 snapshots in time, 2025, 2030, and 2040. This is testing out my eyes. We're looking across all of the 4 alternatives and alternative 4 with no floor. And I think one thing that people noticed is, and this was, I believe, a performance metric that was requested by the council. One thing that people noticed is that historically they can calculate what the commercial fishery catch limits were in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and what the total TCEY was for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Of course, it depends on how you calculate this. We've included in this all regulatory areas 4, A, B, C, D, and E. And I will note that we do have to deal in this table. We are looking at an approximation due to that spatial mismatch of IPHC regulatory areas relative to the definition of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And so what you should look for in this table is how the alternatives rank relative to one another. And you can see here that alternatives 3 and 4 with no floor will lead to a directed halibut fishery catch and catch limits that are a little bit higher than for alternatives 1 and 2. So that's the main takeaway point from this table. And the actual values in the table, for all of the reasons that I mentioned earlier, sort of the approximation of trying to match up regulatory areas with the BSAI management region for PSC, and our uncertainties and variability about halibut population dynamics, and our approximation of the decision-making processes that happen at the IPHC, as well as the Pacific decadal oscillation scenario that we modeled in particular here. Those are all going to influence the exact values that are in this table. So I think that's something that was a question for people, that these proportions seemed a little bit high relative to history, and that is true, and that is, so this is part of where it shows up that we have the most uncertainty about directed halibut fishery catches in this model, but we can still rank the alternatives relative to one another according to this metric.
There's no question.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Stram.
Okay, so now just to follow up on that, Table E9 in your executive summary shows a general shaded comparison of outcomes, and we did this for all of them just to try to put them in comparison with each other. This is from Table 6.4 through 6.6 in the analysis for relative ranking of meeting an objective better in blue to meeting it less well in orange. This was done for all of the metrics and then presented across metrics in Table ES14. And here I'm just showing where the original update to Table 6-6, so the copy error, unrelated to the catch correction error, switched the relative ranking across alternatives. So in the top you see the previous one, and this is just in the right-hand column where we are comparing the percentage TCEY to the directed fishery in 2040. And then the lower one, which is how the rankings would show up similarly with that change to the relative ranking. So in general, the metrics show limited contrast across the alternatives, but they're useful for ranking alternatives. Alternatives 1 and 2 perform better for the objectives of flexibility and stability, while alternatives 3 and 4 perform best for providing for the directed fishery. All of the action alternatives, alternatives 2 through 4, not including status quo, are indexed to abundance to some extent. We found the metric in Table 6-7 difficult to interpret to be useful. And with respect to the objective of protecting halibut spawning stock biomass at low levels of abundance, there was limited difference across the alternatives, and it could be inferred that all of the alternatives provide for protection to spawning stock biomass.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Let's see if there's any questions. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Stram. And on that last point about the impacts of the alternatives on spawning stock biomass, you said what I thought the outcome of the analysis was, and something like, no discernible impact on spawning stock biomass for any of the alternatives. So help me understand. I'm looking at Table ES14 and the protect spawning stock biomass objective. And so there are two performance metrics there, limit TCEY short and limit TCEY medium. So how is the shading, what does that reflect? I assume it's the actual values of the performance metrics that the model produced, but particularly for protect spawning stock biomass, how did you end up with different shading for the different alternatives if the overall outcome is there was no discernible impact on spawning stock biomass among alternatives?
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And I'm going to point you to where you should be looking more so than the executive summary, but Table 6-5 of the analysis, where you would find the actual values that would go along with those metrics. And it's really, I can't stress enough how differences are very minor across alternatives. So if you go to Table 6-5, you'll just see what those shadings are representing is where the bolded numbers are in those shadings those tables in order to show, even within this limited range, which ones were better than others. And the differences across them really is not that meaningful. So I think this probably isn't the best way of addressing that, which is why we have generally tried to consistently say that the alternatives, there's not much discernible difference across the alternatives. And so I wouldn't take much from the shading in the executive summary table. I think the more important thing to say is that the difference, because there's limited difference across the alternatives, then that you could also infer that to say that all of the alternatives are meeting the objective of protecting spawning stock biomass at low levels of abundance. And I'll leave it open in case Carrie or Jim wanted to chime in on that point in particular, because we felt that we didn't do a good enough job in the analysis of highlighting that aspect.
I'm not hearing
Yeah,
you.
I don't have anything to add.
Dr. Ian.
Chair, if I could just, Ms. Baker, Diana's exactly right that the alternatives essentially all achieve the objective to conserve the spawning biomass. And often in other settings where these types of analyses are done, that's an objective that's laid out, and it goes without saying that they all achieve those objectives. And then the other parts of the decision making are left to the decision makers. So I think it's a good thing that spawning biomass is well maintained for all the alternatives, and I think it helps for your decision process. Anyway, just thought I'd add that comment. And sorry we didn't bring that out in that context in our document. Thanks.
Ms. Baker?
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to Dr. Stram and Dr. Iannelli for the clarification. That was helpful.
Okay, great. See, are there any more questions for staff on the analysis? Right.
Mr. Chairman, as I indicated, we would now be moving to the presentation on the discussion paper. And again, I would note, as I noted when we started, at the very end of the presentation on the discussion paper, we will have a slide that kind of wraps up as to where we are with both of those and the action in front of the council.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Stram. Just for planning purposes, I'm not sure how long this will take. I suspect it will take a little bit of time. So I am planning to adjourn right around the 4 o'clock Alaska time mark. So if you see a natural break point at that time or sometime around there, please let me know.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think there are natural breaks in this presentation by just the nature of the different topics that we're discussing in it. So here for this paper, we'll be tag teaming between Mr. Cunningham, Ms. Henry, and myself. These are the items that were requested in the February council motion that's posted to your agenda. And these are the 3 sections of the paper that we'll be walking through. The first is a discussion and evaluation of a lookup table for setting PSC limits that's shown on the left-hand side of the slide. The second item is consideration of a performance standard tied to a status quo limit. And the third is the CDQ compensation concept. This is the proposed lookup table for setting the Amendment 80 halibut PSC limit based on states of the 2 surveys under consideration. The idea is that when survey data for the current year for both surveys are available, the intersection of each state would provide the value for the PSC limit in that year. The council motion provided ranges for some of the boxes in the lookup table. While we consider both the high and the low ranges in the subsequent table, the council would need to select a single value for the PSC limit to be associated with each cell in the lookup table to set an actual PSC limit in that year. First, we examine the historical survey values and where they would fall in the states defined in the lookup table. On the left is the historical setline survey values in 4 A, B, C, D, and E from 1998 to 2019. And in red, you see the bands for high, medium, and low states for that survey based on the states listed in the lookup table above. On the right, you see the same for the trial survey over that time frame, and the bands indicating low and high as defined by the table. Notably, both surveys, which is what the red circles indicate, are in a low state as defined by the table. Here we show the same survey information on the right, but figure 2-4 shows the historical Amendment 80 mortality from 2010 to 2019, the existing PSC limits in red, and the new limit in blue that would have resulted from application of the lookup table, as well as blue bands to show which lookup table state would result from the intersection of both survey states. For the lowest PSC limit, as it was represented as a range, we show the average between the range as well as the bands to show the upper and lower levels of that range. This table shows similar information to Figure 2-4, but for the entire time series 98 to 2019 for the surveys to show the relative variability in the state of each survey, as well as the result of the application of the lookup table to determine the state for the PSC limit. For comparison since 2010, we show Amendment 80 actual historical limit, encounters, mortality, and where the lookup table, if it was applied historically, would have resulted in a limit that was lower than the historical mortality, and that's indicated by the pink shading. We were requested to give some evaluation of the proposed breakpoints to essentially ground truth the breakpoints in the lookup table with some benchmark values, i.e. median, means, etc., of the survey indices over different time frames. Table 2-3 that's shown here provides a comparison of some survey index statistics for each of the candidate surveys and the proposed breakpoints. Here we aren't recommending specific breakpoints, but providing information to show where these breakouts land relative to historic survey indices, so that whether you select recent or longer time frames as your basis of comparison, that's very important and makes a difference on where you are. So looking back to the figures of the survey indices, you can get a sense of where these statistics fall in the historic values of the survey. For instance, for the setline survey over the longer time frame, 98 to 2019, all of the reported statistics fall within the median state values in the lookup table. For the more recent time frame, 2010 to 2019, the 25th percentile would result in the low state. By comparison with the trial survey statistics, would place the lookup table in high states for all years during the 2010 to 2019 period, which is in contrast to Table 2-2 on the previous slide, where you see that the most recent 3 years all fall within the low category for the trial survey. This table shows each survey index and state and the resulting PSC limit based on the lookup table, similar to the information that's in Table 2-1. But we're going to highlight some changes that can occur as a result of both changes in survey trends from one year to the next, as well as the implications of the terminal year of survey data on historical estimates. So I'm going to zoom in on a few years for examples. First, to show that a lookup table can provide interannual stability by bracketing a range of index values so that the PSC limit could potentially remain stable from year to year. There are some circumstances, however, in which a lookup table may generate more interannual volatility, as the difference between the threshold values is likely to be more abrupt than shifts along a continuous control rule. This can be seen when looking at 2011 to 2016. Both surveys have relatively large differences from the 2011 to 2016 values, but remain in the same category in PSC limit. However, when we're looking at 2016 to 2017, the difference in the survey values is actually smaller. However, because they move along a threshold value, they result in a PSC reduction. Another example of the abrupt change that can result from a lookup table is shown here, looking at the effect of the terminal year of the survey and how absolute survey values can change with the addition of a new terminal year of data. Here, the white portion of the table shows the setline survey values using the 2019 index, and the gray portion of the table shows the values using the 2018 index. The addition of the 2019 data changes the values of the years prior, which in some years, 2013, 2014, and 2016, highlighted in yellow, would have resulted in different PSC limits. This is important for when we looking at what you would be using to determine where you are in the lookup table on an annual basis, whether a single year of data or if you were to look at an average over several years of data, you would want to be making sure that if those data have changed, it would be a decision by the council to use either the updated data set or the data point that was used in that year. So just to summarize, all three of these aspects are policy decisions in designing a lookup table. There may be more or less relevance to the breakpoints. We will discuss some examples in the next slide, but it's still fundamentally a policy decision, all of them, the dimensions of the lookup table, the breakpoints, and the PSC limit values. Here we're going to show two examples of PSC limits in management which utilize thresholds and stair steps. For Chinook salmon management in Bering Sea, we modified the original Amendment 91 system to institute lower caps in years of low Chinook abundance. This is on the left. A decision was made to use the Three River Index, the Unalakleet, Kuskokwim, and Upper Yukon in-river run abundance, to assess when it was a year of low Chinook runs. In order to establish at what level would be the breakpoint determination for assessing a low run and instituting lower PSC caps and annual thresholds, we provided an analysis looking at the relationship between the Three River Index and the Western Alaska AEQ estimates for a series of years. At that time, a natural break in the data occurred, and the value of 250,000 Chinook salmon was selected as a breakpoint, a value below which had not been indicated in the analysis for Amendment 110. Two issues arose, however, when we were reviewing a new model for the run estimation for the Kuskokwim. While still present, the natural break in the data was less obvious than previously considered, and with the new model employed, historical updates of the Three River Index indicated a different historical perception of when low years would have been determined. Moving on to the right then, another instance in which we set PSC limits based on breakpoints and stair steps. For crab, we set these limits for time area closures in the Bering Sea. You've obviously just done this in your proposed specifications process. For Bristol Bay Red King crab, the thresholds and stair steps associated with the PSC limits are tied to thresholds in the state harvest strategy, while for Tanner crab, the stair steps in the control rule were negotiated by an industry work group and recommended for consideration to the Council. As noted in the previous presentation on the DEIS, there are some timing issues that would need to be addressed in terms of proposed and final specifications with the use of IPHC survey data availability. We would need to set proposed specifications without the benefit of the IPHC survey data in October. However, those data would be available annually in time for the December Council meeting. This is no different than how we set the herring limit. We never have the herring estimate in time for proposed specifications, so we use the previous years, and then we have the herring estimate in time for your December final specifications. The Council would also need to indicate what data would be used to set limits in a year where survey data for one or both surveys are not available. Council could also consider using a rolling average for setting PSC limits rather than a single year point estimate. And again, I would note that if that were the case, we would also need to discuss what happens when that data set changes, especially if it changes within the years in which you're setting your rolling average. Mr. Chairman, I would now turn it over to Ms. Henry to go through this next.
Okay, let's pause for a second, Dr. Stram, and see if there's any questions from council members before we look to Ms. Henry. Not seeing any. Okay, the floor is yours, Ms. Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's a lot of information on the Amendment 80 halibut bycatch, which is included in Section 3.4 of the DEIS. And Mr. Cunningham covered some key aspects of this in his earlier presentation, but we've also included a few figures here for context. So this figure shows Amendment 80 halibut catch and mortality, or PSC, in the top panel, and the survey index values in the bottom panel. The vertical axis represents metric tons for all panels, but note that the scale is different in each panel. So both surveys display downward abundance trends, and halibut catch and mortality follow similar trajectories from 2010 through 2015. But since 2015, halibut catch has increased at a greater rate than mortality due to changes in catch accounting and fish handling procedures described in the DEIS, such as deck sorting and halibut avoidance plans. And there are many factors other than halibut population size that may lead to increased encounter rates, including mixing with target species, variable groundfish aggregation behavior across years, and targeting of different species by the various fleets and companies within the sector. The next slides show information for a few of these variables, but again, there's more complete information in Section 3.4 of the DEIS. So this figure 2-7 plots the cumulative Amendment 80 halibut encounter rate by target species for 2010 through 2019. Yellowfin sole target fishing accounts for the highest groundfish catch volume and the highest halibut encounter, followed by northern rock sole. After those two targets, halibut encounter drops off due to either lower effort on other flatfish or lower PSC rates associated with targets such as Atka mackerel and POP. This figure compares the spatial overlap of areas where halibut occurred in the Amendment 80 fishery, shown in red, and the areas where halibut were encountered in the Eastern Bering Sea trawl survey, shown in blue.
The top panel includes the entire year, and the bottom panel shows just June and July when the survey is conducted. So the survey stations capture the area where the Amendment 80 sector is fishing during the survey season in the Bering Sea and along the shelf. The Eastern Bering Sea survey does not provide data on catch and halibut encounter in the Aleutian Islands. However, the predominant species caught in the Aleutian Islands are Atka mackerel and POP, which are typically associated with lower halibut bycatch. So when considering PSC limits related to survey indices, it is important to consider the numerous variables such as changes in operations or fish handling, target species, and spatial and temporal overlap that can affect PSC mortality. So switching gears a bit here to the performance standards, another method for setting PSC limits that's addressed in the discussion paper is a performance standard that would modify the halibut PSC limit based on recent bycatch mortality in the fishery. This approach presumes a static Amendment 80 base halibut PSC limit of 1,745 tons equal to the status quo. There are two performance standard thresholds under consideration here. Option 1, which is 80% of the current PSC limit, or option 2, which is 90% of the current limit. So the Amendment 80 PSC limit would remain at that 1,745 tons if and only if mortality is below the selected annual threshold in at least 3 of the most recent 5 years assessed on a rolling basis. If the sector does not meet this performance standard, it shall be limited to either 80% under option 1 or 90% under option 2 of the limit in the following year. And the performance standard would only apply if the IPHC area for CDE catch limit is less than 2 million pounds. So the following slides compare historical PSC use since 2010 relative to these considered performance standard thresholds. So in this figure, the gray shading indicates the years when the performance standard would apply based on the IPHC catch limit. So in Area 4 CDE, it was less than 2 million pounds. The black line shows historic PSC use by Amendment 80, and the red line is the static base PSC limit, and the orange line is the performance standard threshold. And whichever of these two lines is solid indicates which limit would be in effect. So in this case, the standard is not met. Between 2010 and 2019, they were not below the threshold for 3 of any 5 years. However, due to the IPHC catch limit in 2019, the performance standard would not apply, so the applicable PSC limit would be up to the static base. This is a similar figure, but it's showing the threshold under option 2 with the 90% threshold. So under this threshold, the performance standard is met from 2015 to 2019, so the full PSC limit would apply starting in 2018. So when thinking about a performance standard threshold that is set at, above, or below recent Amendment 80 PSC use, it is important to consider whether the purpose of the threshold selected is to, in effect, codify the sector's recent achievements or to drive further reduction. So this table 3-2 shows Amendment 80 PSC use over the last 10 years and how it relates to the proposed performance standard thresholds. So since 2015, they've met the 90% threshold every year and the 80% threshold twice. So the Amendment 80 sector has made substantial strides in PSC usage, particularly in recent years. And this signals that the A80 sector is already responding to strong direction from the Council and the public to minimize mortality to the extent practicable. It's difficult to determine how this level of mortality will or will not continue in the future, kind of whether the sector is mitigating PSC mortality to the greatest extent practicable, or whether further reductions could be realized if the limit was effectively lowered by a performance standard. Additionally, when considering a performance standard, it's useful to keep in mind the limitations of using past performance as a projection of future PSC. There are many external factors that influence PSC encounter rates and effective mortality.
And historical PSC usage years that came close to a performance standard threshold could easily have fallen on either side for reasons that are not accounted for when simply looking at the annual total. And finally, when applying a PSC performance standard at the sector level, there may be differential effects within the sector due to the heterogeneity of individual participants. And again, as Mr. Cunningham showed in the DEIS presentation, including a slide with the different fishery portfolios of the Amendment 80 participants, it's important to keep in mind that some stakeholders within the Amendment 80 sector are relatively more exposed to an effective PSC limit, and there may be some barriers and costs associated with intra-cooperative transfers. I think this kicks it back to Dr. Stram for another slide on some examples of performance standards.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Henry. Dr. Stram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We now have two different examples of performance standard approaches that are used in bycatch management for Chinook salmon. I'll walk through the Bering Sea example, and then Mr. Cunningham will walk through the Gulf example. So Chinook salmon management in the Bering Sea pollock fishery employs a performance standard in order to provide access under an incentive plan agreement to the full PSC limit in times of high Chinook encounters. Here, an overall sector PSC limit is coupled with an annual threshold level below the limit. The performance standard itself is in regulation, and the sector cannot exceed the annual threshold more than twice in a rolling 7 years in order to retain access to the full PSC limit in years of high encounters. If a sector fails this performance standard, regardless if the fishery is under lower or higher caps in a given year, it will be held to the annual threshold as a hard cap PSC limit in all subsequent years. And on the right then, I think it's important to remember that when we did this performance standard for Amendment 91, the performance standard itself is also tied to development of and participation in the incentive plan agreements by each sector, and also contained reporting requirements that are also in regulation. And this is something that you get an annual report on every year, but you also, in your most recent actions on the Amendment 110, added additional requirements to improve performance under the IPAs, including salmon excluders, vessel level incentives, rolling hotspots. So there was a two-part attempt. It was both the performance standard itself as well as the incentive program and the intention to incentivize to avoid bycatch at all levels of encounters. I would turn, if there's no questions, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cunningham to provide the Gulf example.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham.
Okay, so the other example we have of a performance standard type mechanism in place is the Gulf non-pollock trawl PSC limit for Chinook salmon. That program set up as an earned incentive that's only carried forward on a year-to-year basis. So in other words, it's more of a carrot in that there's no scenario where the limit falls below the baseline level. But to be clear, there's also no buildup or accumulation of unused PSC that can be utilized all at once, which might pose a risk to the management of a PSC species through a large usage shock in one particular year. The Gulf is set up as a base PSC limit equal to where the council decided that a sector's maximum should be, with an incentive buffer that can be earned for the subsequent year if the sector performs to a certain standard. The size of the buffer is static, so it's either applied or it isn't based on the previous year. There's no sliding scale, and you can't get a larger buffer in the following year for being substantially lower than the performance standard threshold was in the previous year. And the static nature is key to making sure that the average annual PSC use over a set of consecutive years doesn't exceed the sector's base annual limit. So the slide you're looking at illustrates two hypothetical PSC use scenarios for the Gulf of Alaska CP sector over a 5-year period. And this isn't actual fishery data, it's just for illustration. The annual limit will either be at 3,600 or 4,080 for the CP sector. It doesn't matter how far beneath the dash performance threshold line at 3,120 that the CP sector performs. And it also doesn't matter if there are consecutive years beneath that line. The next year's limit would only increase by 480. So in effect, the only punishment for being above that threshold line at 3,120 is that the next year's limit would be set at the base level of 3,600. So now I'm going to just turn to wrap up on the performance standards section, talk about some implementation issues with that part of the discussion paper. First, as proposed, the Amendment 80 performance standard is more of a stick, so as opposed to a carrot. So we discuss implementation in terms of how the static non-ABM base PSC limit of 1,745 metric tons could be lowered in certain years. Second, it's staff supposition and not that of NOAA General Counsel that a standard based on multiple years of performance would not actually affect the PSC limit until some years had passed after implementation. So for example, 3 years post-implementation for a 3 out of 5 standard. So again, this is not something coming through GC, but we're just stating that at the point of implementation, you wouldn't necessarily be looking back at what had happened in previous years to figure out where you are at that moment with regards to a 3 out of 5 rule. You'd have to let some time run. Third, it would be known to the IPHC at the beginning of a calendar year whether or not the performance standard PSC limit, or so 80% or 90% of 1,745 tons, whether or not that could be in effect. And so that would be evident from the Amendment 80 PSC in the previous year. And it's our understanding that it shouldn't be a problem for the IPHC to specify a 4 CDE catch limit while incorporating predicted bycatch. To the same point, from NIMP's and Amendment 80's perspective, there's likely sufficient flexibility under existing in-season management practices and under Amendment 80 fishing plans to handle some short-lived uncertainty between January 20th and mid-February as to whether the IPHC would set a 4 CDE catch limit above or below 2 million pounds, which is the on-off switch for this as written. In other words, NIMPS could put out a provisional PSC limit to cover the first few weeks, and the Amendment 80 sector would probably not operate drastically different for the opening weeks of the year if the limit were set at, say, 1,396 tons, which is 80% versus 1,745 tons. And then finally, in terms of potentially linking a performance standard to the lookup table, which was a request from the council for this paper, we need to be clear on whether attainment or non-attainment of a threshold in a given year is definitively determined in the year when fishing occurs, or whether the 80 or 90% threshold could be retroactively reassessed if abundance indices and thus the state of the lookup table were to change during the intervening years that are covered in the 3 or 5 year period. So to be clear, the analysts presume, or it's our understanding that past year's performance relative to the threshold would not be reclassified based on later changes to the state of the lookup table. So here I'm tying back to what I believe Ms. Henry is referring to with how the setline survey and potentially the trawl survey with an updated terminal year of data could retrospectively, you would find that survey index value at a different lookup table state as that information were updated. So Mr. Chair, now I would be moving to the third part of the discussion paper about the CDQ compensation mechanism. I can look for questions or see how you'd like to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Look for any questions, but you know, we've gotten pretty close to the end of the presentation here. Just one section left. So with the indulgence of the rest of the council, I'd like to finish up with this presentation, and then we can always come back to questions in the morning. All right, Mr. Cunningham, if you can take us to the finish line.
All right. So the council's language for this is on page 31 of the discussion paper. Here we're looking at a proposed concept where under certain circumstances, part of the Amendment 80 halibut PSC allocation will be shifted to the CDQ directed catch limit for Area 4 CDE. As written, this would only occur when the IPHC sets the 4 CDE limit below 1 million pounds. So an on-off switch similar to the 2 million for the performance standard. two other important stipulations are that the reduction would begin from a baseline status quo of a minimum 80 PSC limit set at 1,745 tons, and that we interpret the proposed shift of PSC to the 4 CDE pounds as occurring on a progressive scale. And what I mean by that is that the motion, for example, says that 50 tons of PSC per 100,000 pounds, that the 4 CDE limit is below 1 million, would be the trade-off. But we understand, or we interpret that ratio could be assessed in a relative manner at any number of pounds below 1 million. So if the IPHC were to end up at a 990,000 pound limit for 4 CDE, then the effect on the A80 PSC limit would be rather modest. And so we'll address the second part of the concept first, as it's written in the motion, and that's that a ton of the minimum 80 PSC limit reduction could result in additional commercial pounds for CDQ groups in Area 4 CDE. The percentage of halibut that goes to CDQ groups is set in statute, so it would require congressional action to increase that relative amount. The Council may still consider actions that fall outside of its direct authority, but should be aware of that existing limitation. And absent other changes, the Council could indirectly shift removals from PSC to the commercial fishery, but it would still be subject to the IPHC process setting TCEY and the catch sharing plan that divides available pounds between areas within Region 4 and between CDQ and non-CDQ participants. And I'll talk about that a little bit more on the next slide. The other table on this slide is in reference to the Council's motion, including an assumption that 60% of the minimum 80 PSC was O26 halibut. That's important because only, as you know, the predicted amount of O26 bycatch mortality, and that's use and not limit, is subtracted from TCEY when the IPHC recommends a catch limit for an area. In other words, if the proportion of PSC that's O26 is higher, then the directed catch limit would end up lower. So the table here shows a 60% figure in the motion is close to the 2019 weighted estimation based on hierarchical sampling protocols that we define in the paper that I won't get into here. That 60% is also in the range of unweighted observer data from 2010 to 2019. But 60% doesn't line up exactly with either one, so just right now as staff we're highlighting that this assumption is something that would need careful consideration if the Council does go in the direction of this aspect of the motion. Also, I'll note that we got questions at the AP about whether it matters that DMRs are not applied in this table, as it notes in the table caption. We looked into that when we put this together and found that there's not a clear relationship between the DMR and the over-under 26 relative proportions. So in other words, what we're saying is that if you were to run the same data with DMRs applied, it wouldn't do anything to better affirm or reject the 60% assumption. And finally, we'll note that if the Council's goal is to reliably put more pounds into the commercial harvest catch limit, then the way to do that, because of the way the IPHC determines TCEY, would be to condition a mechanism on PSC use and not the PSC limit as the motion currently does. So none of what I just said affects the arithmetic that you see here in Table 4.2, since the numbers before you now are purely hypothetical 4 CDE catch limits that we take from your motion. And they're not based on some translation of non-directed bycatch through the IPHC TCEY process. Table 4.2 does what the Council requested of us by penciling out what would happen to the Area 4 CDE catch limit, and specifically to the 4 CDE CDQ reserve under this proposal if the IPHC's catch limit were to fall below 1 million pounds. So over the last decade, roughly 46% of the 4 CDE catch limit went to CDQ groups through the catch sharing plan. You can see that in Table 4.1 on the slide. And so we use that as an assumption for the gray center panel of Table 4.2. And this underlines the fact that the proposed mechanism has to spread out the benefit of reducing projected mortality usage across both CDQ and non-CDQ users. And non-CDQ users also includes non-commercial users in Area 4. The It's worth noting that the proposed mechanism doesn't kick in until 4CDE reaches a level that it has not been at during the analyzed period. And also the 4CDE limit and the CDQ reserve would fall to fairly extreme levels before the Amendment 80 PSC limit were to drop to recent usage amounts, which are shown on the right-hand panel of the table. And this is the last slide, Mr. Chairman. And so here we include a point about implementation and some broader points about the notion of shifting halibut from PSC to directed catch limits more generally. In the first bullet, I already touched on the authority issue. The second bullet, similar to the performance standard on-off switch, if 4CDE is above 2 million pounds, this mechanism is conditioned on 4CDE being below 1 million pounds, so that creates a timing issue for setting the Amendment 80 PSC limit. Likely the base PSC limit would have to be modified sometime after the Amendment 80 fishing season has begun. And then finally, there's a short discussion at the end of the paper that carries over some of the same discussion that you saw on the EIS about the effect of lower PSC use on Area 4 catch limits, and I'll just offer some summary points. First, effects come from reducing use relative to the recent past, not just reducing the limit. Second, reduced BSAI PSC use also affects non-commercial sectors, as I referenced through the catch sharing plan, and that catch sharing plan is under the Council's purview to modify. So again, that catch sharing plan kind of dictates how fish flow within Area 4. And finally, you can't assume a one-to-one relationship between PSC reduced and directed catch gained. There's been IPH studies that we cite in the discussion paper looking at historical examples of this, and the ratio, and that ratio can vary above or below a one-to-one relationship depending on the year. And some of the factors that determine that relationship, well, all the factors that determine it vary. Some of them are selectivity in the different fisheries in different areas, the halibut population size structure at the time, weighted age, and maturity. And again, we get more into this in the written version of the paper, and I think we can answer questions if there's interest. And finally, we highlight related to this the same conclusion from the EIS that at current levels of high halibut fishing intensity and low recruitment, the yield gain, so that relationship I just spoke about from reducing PSC limits would likely go more directly to the halibut fishery and not to the spawning biomass. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to hand this back to Diana for some concluding comments for the Council.
Dr. Stram, and thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Dr. Stram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is going to be the last slide of our presentation, our combined presentation, just to remind you in terms of what's in front of you for action at this meeting. Obviously, it was the intention initially of the Council to take up this discussion paper in June, but obviously with the current situation, we needed to take it up at the same time as the DEIS. So just to remind you in terms of some of the points in the DEIS that we noted for the Council that you may wish to consider revising your purpose and need as necessary, given that the action has changed from what it was initially scoped as for the purpose and need statement. We've noted where we're looking for some input on the alternatives, either our interpretation of how we modified elements and options for Amendment 80 or any revisions that you wish to make to the alternative at this point. I would also note that we've called up your attention to issues with both the availability of survey data, such as in a year such as 2020 where there was no survey in the Bering Sea, as well as issues with when survey data time series are revised and how that might affect what you're implementing. We've called this attention again in the discussion paper in terms of the lookup table. For the discussion paper then, you could consider any of these concepts in the alternative set for the DEIS moving forward, or as a separate analysis, or you could further develop these concepts as a separate action. So that's kind of the universe of everything that's in front of you now at this meeting in terms of both of these actions and how they are coordinated or could move separately. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude our staff presentation, and we'd obviously all be available for any questions as necessary, whether this afternoon or in the morning.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Stram. So yeah, it'd be my intent to conclude the meeting for today and return with questions on this or any of the staff presentation in the morning. Do you want to see if any council members have any burning questions that they'd like to ask now, as opposed to waiting till the morning? And then after we go through the any questions that the council may have for staff in the morning, we'll take the AP report, and at the conclusion of the AP report will be the cutoff for signing up for public testimony. So I'm not seeing any questions from council members at this point. Let's come back at 8 o'clock Alaska time tomorrow morning and see what questions there are for staff. All right. Thanks.
Audio recording for this meeting has ended.